And this is causing quite a stir because Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini are both married to other people. And the evidence provided here is causing a divide, with some claiming that this is clear evidence of cheating and others saying, no, this isn't scandalous. This is actually just normal business etiquette. She's just there trying to get the scoop, and this is just all above board professionalism. It's some spicy, messy shit here, and I really want to go over it, so I'm going to show you everything. Real quick, though, I want to make a mention of something that people keep bringing up on stream, so I'm just going to talk about it real quick in this video. There is a Spotify page called Penguin Z0. There's also one for Moist Critical Gaming, and people have stumbled upon it, and a lot of people believe that this is some bad actor nefariously re-uploading all of my shit over there. I just want to make it clear, it's me. Well, actually, Aaron. Aaron was the one that's just been uploading on Spotify. Now it's another friend of ours that does it, but it is actually us doing that because there's no reason not to do that, especially because of that exploit I talked about a while ago, where there were some bad actors that would re-upload people's audio clips to Spotify in order to copyright claim their actual YouTube videos. So about a year ago, we tried to just get ahead of that when that was starting to pop off, and we just started uploading my full videos over there. So don't panic. It's no one doing anything sketchy. It's just us re-uploading all the content over there just for the sake of safety, and again, there's really no reason not to. So I guess also shouting out to Spotify here, if you have Spotify and prefer to watch or listen to things over there, videos are available there too. Anyway, let's now dive into the spaghetti and the meatballs here. Diana and Mike were spotted at a luxury hotel a couple weekends ago, and they spent quite a bit of time together, so here's a picture of them holding hands, and then here's them hugging on that same like rooftop area, looking out at the mountains and all of the beautiful scenery out there. There's also photos of them in the hot tub together and by the pool together, and it's only ever just the two of them. It looks like your fantasy fairy tale vacation getaway. It honestly looks like they're on their honeymoon right now. And obviously this kind of was a big deal because they are both married to other people. And Diana, in particular, has been kind of vocal, dunking on her husband over the years. She actually got a bit of a reputation for clowning on him and seemingly, like, belittling him publicly in front of the whole world to kind of point and laugh at her husband.
To address this, it happened earlier in our program today. For those of you who weren't watching, Diana Rossini said this.
And I think we all do weird things when we're in love, and we overshare and overpost. And look, he's getting married to a beautiful actress. I'm married to someone average. I don't post a lot about him. If I was married to someone beautiful, I'd overpost too.
Now this doesn't seem nice. We have put together photos of Diana's husband here for everyone to see, so you can make some amends on national television.
We're average together. And you know what the worst part is? He sent me a text during that segment, not watching because he actually works for a living, and he said, good luck today, be great on Get Up. So the guy's got a heart of gold, and here I am on national TV killing him. Look, we're average together, but he makes me above average because he married me. So I am so sorry. I need to really stop killing my husband on television. I'm going to be divorced by Christmas.
That is heartbreaking to hear.
What?
Imagine you sending a text to the love of your life like, hey, good luck, I know you're going to kill it today. And then you come home and see that she's just like, yeah, I'm married to someone average. If it was someone beautiful, I'd overpost too.
What?
Bro, even just like picturing that's got me going into like a fugue state. Like I'm traveling through space and time. Like that is brutal. That is awful. And then you can see under the video there, that's just a screenshot someone had taken where, again, she just publicly clowns on her husband. Where
why though?
Comment saying you need a boyfriend, and she says, "Yeah, I tell that to my husband all the time." Ooh wee, jeepers! Like that. I don't know how that just gets played off as like a joke. That's just a terrible thing to say about your life partner, your fucking supposed soulmate that you're married to.
Yeah.
Just publicly being like, yeah, they're average, they're not beautiful or anything. If they were beautiful, I'd probably be posting a lot about them too, but I'm kind of ashamed, so, I throw them into the basement and try and just forget that they exist because they're not beautiful, they're just average. And then like, oh yeah, I really need a boyfriend. I keep telling my husband that, haha. That's fucked up, man. And I feel like if a guy went out there and said like, "Oh, my wife, she's a real battle axe. She's not really a looker, so I don't like to post about her," it would be perceived
Yeah.
far different than Diana
Yep.
Rossini's
Yep.
clowning on her husband has been.
Yep.
I just don't know who hears that and thinks that it's like, ha ha ha, in good fun. I'm sure her husband also really appreciates when he gets insulted on live TV, and not even like playfully insulted, just called average at best. Your wife going out there on TV in front of the whole world, in front of God and anime, and just say like, yeah, my husband's not beautiful, so I don't like to post about him. That's extremely hurtful. Anyway, the point of me showing you this
Why
is
did
that
you do that?
in
That's
light
stupid.
of these pictures and the story, which we're going to get a little more into the story, it feels believable that she would be unfaithful to her husband because she's made a habit out of publicly belittling him, insulting him, and just point blank saying that she doesn't find him beautiful. It's not like she ever like went back on that, like, no, actually my husband is beautiful. She's like, no, look, he's average, but I'm average too. We're average together. We're both average in this together.
It's so stupid.
He's beautiful. I'd be posting about him a lot. So like, it's all good. Like, it's all fine. Now, in light of this story blowing up,
Wait,
there
what's
has been a
the...
statement from the Athletic executive editor Steven Ginsberg saying that the photos are misleading and lack essential context. These were public interactions in front of many people. Diana is a premier journalist covering the NFL, and we're proud to have her at the Athletic. Rossini said in her own statement that many reporters in her field interact with sources outside of stadium and work venues, and the photos don't represent the group of 6 people who were hanging out during the day.
Yeah, right.
So basically they're claiming that there were more people there and this is all just professional. This is something normal that, you know, people in her field interact with sources outside of the stadium, which is very true. That does happen a lot. Sometimes you'll even see them like go hang out at a bar or go out to dinner or something.
Fair,
And that
but...
is professional. It's also very different than going to a luxury hotel and holding hands with your source, hugging your source, that kind of thing. That's very different. And they're claiming that there was a group of 6 people with them, but none of the alleged eyewitnesses corroborate that theory, that game theory. According to 3 other eyewitnesses, they told Page 6 that they didn't see Vrabel or Rossini with a group of friends or anything. They said, no, he was with a girl. And the sequence of photographs taken at various points during the day show only 2 of them. Now, according to a source close to Diana, she was staying at the hotel during a hiking trip with 2 female friends.
Keep trying to
Vrabel
cover your ass,
told
boys.
Page 6
It's
that
okay, bro.
they and the coach drove
It's not okay.
up
Fuck
for the
cheaters,
day
bro.
with another pal, and then all drove back to their own hotel some 2 hours away after hanging out. But then, I guess, Diana and Vrabel were just still left alone there at the hotel after their friends all came through and partied and enjoyed their time together. Like, I guess that's the story. Probably worth mentioning that that hotel they stay at, the Ambiente, prides itself on being a romantic getaway, boasting on its website about the 158 proposals that took place in the thousands of anniversaries and honeymoons that have been celebrated at that hotel. Like, that seems to be its main shtick. That's the big thing.
It smells like smoke here, bro.
So it is a little peculiar that this was the hotel where everyone decided, let's go party at the Ambiente together, and then we're all going to leave except for Mike and Diana. You guys can hang out here. We're going to all drive 2 hours back to the
What's happening with the camp? Was the camp bad?
It's perplexing. It is a very interesting explanation here.
The
Now,
100 seconds camp.
Even if that is true, I still think them holding hands and hugging and shit is not for the sake of the story and trying to get information out of her source or anything. That goes way above and beyond the Call of Duty there. That is not something reporters, I believe, typically choose to do. It just doesn't really check out. So personally, I'm of the belief that this is scandalous, especially due to
I think so too.
policy on
there's not some conspiracy there. I believe this too, but
this is something that is very out of line. I don't think this is something that should be happening between a reporter and their source. If this is actually normal, it shouldn't be, because this does feel
let's see the reaction of their partners.
The 2 of them. I do believe that that's what's happening here. I don't really buy the argument that this is all just normal reporting. I just don't. But I'll go ahead and show you a perspective from someone who does believe that, another big player in this field.
I don't think we really knew what was going on. Like, that's the first thing. We actually don't know. It's a bunch of still photos. We don't know. And people nowadays jump to conclusions so quickly, myself included. First minute I saw it, I was like, oh, what is she doing, blah, blah. And then I'm like, I don't actually know what was going on. And I talked to a friend of mine, a woman reporter who has been in journalism for a long time, and she's like, I don't want to jump to conclusions either, but it's definitely not smart of her to be in a hot tub at the same time as an NFL coach, so she's covering.
He keeps mentioning the hot tub photos and that it was a bad judgment call to do that. And
Yeah.
that is a bad judgment call to do that, but he also neglects to talk about like the much more romantic photos between the two of them, which is the hand holding and the hugging and like longingly gazing out at the open scenery out
But who
there,
was
that kind of
filming
thing,
them,
where
though?
it looks like they are a couple. So he is focused on like the hot tub ones and trying to come up with like explanations for how that could be normal for reporting, and I just don't subscribe to that idea at all.
You
He
don't
just keeps saying
sub.
that it wasn't a good
Fair.
idea optics wise,
Yeah,
as opposed to like believing something
makes sense.
scandalous unfolded.
And I don't
that
disagree.
makes sense. That makes sense.
I also think there's a huge double standard. Like, if I were doing a story about Mike Vrabel, let's just say I was assigned a piece by The Athletic, and he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna, why don't you hang out with me at the pool today? You can interview me then. And I'm like, great. I hang out with him for the day on the pool. And at one point he's like, oh, my back stiffens up. I'm gonna go in the hot tub. You want to go in the hot tub? And I'll be like, yeah, I have a bad back, sure. Like, nobody would be like, reporter Jeff Pearlman has cozy relationship with Mike Vrabel. It is a woman thing. And it is unfair, but a reality for women reporters that they really have to be, it's unfair, but cautious.
That example completely falls apart though when you look at the other photos of them together.
Yeah.
Jeff, if there were photos of you and Vrabel hanging out by the pool, fucking drinking brewskis, giggling, whatever, and then going into the hot tub, just hanging out, posting up just two bros being dudes, that's one thing. And you're right, no one's gonna be like,
Yeah.
Mike and Jeff here are canoodling. But if there
But,
had been also
yeah, they're,
photos
like,
of the
hugging
two of
and
you
shit.
holding hands, and maybe you
Exactly.
nuzzling your head onto his chest as he's embracing you tightly with a big hug, like in the photos of him and Diana, then there definitely would be people that are saying, you have a very cozy relationship with Mike. This feels as though it is something more romantic as opposed to professional. 1000%, Jeff. That would absolutely happen. Because there's no way of explaining why you'd be holding hands and hugging
Yeah.
each other.
I
Did
agree.
Mike's
I agree. I
hands start
agree.
cramping up, so you were massaging them? Is that why they were holding hands? His hands just they were
Yes,
cold,
bro.
so it needed some body
sure.
heat. Or what about like the big hug? Was this like an action shot and Mike had stumbled over? He slipped on a banana peel and was falling, so then
Oh no.
he grabbed on to Diana, and the two just ended up like hugging in order to balance out Mike. I doubt it. There's no real explanation for that other than just being cozy, Jeff.
When writing about, in particular, men. And like, if I was doing a Sean McVay profile and Sean McVay was like, why don't we just meet and we'll just go out to dinner and grab a bite? I wouldn't even think twice. I'd be like, sure. But if a woman reporter is seen with Mike Vrabel out at a restaurant, you could easily see, page 6, photos of Mike Vrabel with this reporter. Is this an affair? What is this?
I don't really think that example works all that well because reporters going out to dinner
Yeah.
with the person they're interviewing is already normalized for both men
Yeah.
and women.
Exactly.
And yes, there definitely will be some people that make the assumption like, oh, this celebrity was with this
But
reporter
majority,
at
no.
dinner, by candlelight.
Yeah,
they
100%.
must be dating. This
Exactly.
must be some kind of
Exactly.
big
Exactly.
nefarious affair. But that's a much bigger assumption to make. Like, that one is more of a leap because that is something that does actively happen often with both men and women reporters. What doesn't happen often is what we're seeing here with Diana and Mike, with the holding hands, hugging, that kind of thing, at a
Yep.
resort known for like honeymoons and getaways and proposals and stuff like that. A romantic resort getaway where it is only the two of them that are seen. The other people,
True.
there's no evidence that they were actually there, at least not from everything that's available at this moment, other than people.
Yeah,
that they were
this
there,
is
like, the
sus.
individuals
It's really
claiming that they were
sus. I
there.
mean, I don't
None of
understand.
the eyewitnesses
A lot of
know
this just doesn't make any
besides
sense.
the two of them. That is much different than just
Just
going
admit
to
you're
dinner
recording
with
4K,
your
bro.
source.
So, it's just
Although that's very bad
such a
public.
painful double standard. Another thing is she has a very long, high-quality reputation. And I'm just not willing to jump in the, oh, there was something nefarious going on here. They're having an affair, they're having a scandal, blah, blah, blah. I'm just not there. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not taking a bunch of photos and doing what we do in 2026, jumping all over it. If there was video, I guess maybe, if one of them admitted it, if the spouse, blah, blah, blah. I just don't know. Now, all that being said, is it smart of her to go in a hot tub with an NFL coach? I know it's unfair, but no.
Again, he is so fixated on just the hot tub photo. I don't know if that's all he saw is like the pool and hot
It
tub
might be
photo.
all
He
he
didn't
saw.
see the others. I really don't know, but that's not like the most telling one, I would argue.
Fair. Yeah.
Again,
All the touching
it's
and
very
stuff.
possible they're not having an affair, but this behavior is certainly not professional, and it is very weird to be acting this way with your source. Anyway,
Your
I'm sure
source.
there will be additional information.
I don't really
on
understand
the
what they mean with
relationship
this. The
between these
source.
two, and I'm gonna keep paying attention to it because I'm actually pretty interested to see how it all unfolds here. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
On her 10th birthday, Victoria Martins should have been blowing out her birthday candles and making a wish, surrounded by people and friends that she loved. Instead, she died in
Wait,
one of
someone
the
just
most
died?
disturbing, horrific murders you will ever hear, and I do not make that claim lightly. As a
Damn,
true crime
really?
watcher and someone that was truly devastated by the Gabriel Fernandez story, I cannot believe that I had not heard of this tragedy before, and I'm sure that many of you will
Oh.
find that it's new to you too. This little girl was found killed, in pieces,
Huh?
burned, and hidden in a bathtub.
What?
And some of the people that were arrested for her
Why?
murder weren't even in the apartment when she died. So how on earth could something like this have happened to Victoria, and why? Today we're going to talk about the flawed investigation, the false confessions,
You
gaps
tell
in the
me why.
system, and we have an interview that you are going to want to stay and listen for. Get ready, everyone, because Victoria Martin's case will definitely break your heart. I am cautioning you now that this is going to be very graphic, so please proceed with caution. Welcome to the True Crime Nurse, everyone. My name is Kat, and I'm a registered nurse who loves all things nursing and true crime.
W nurse.
Please be sure to like, subscribe, and comment down below any cases that you want me to look into. All right, everyone, let's get
Look
started.
into me.
Victoria Ann Martins
Pause.
was born on August 23rd, 2006 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. She lived with her mother, Michelle Martins, and a younger brother in a West Side apartment.
Okay.
Her brother Matthew wasn't there all the time, though, as he primarily
Blurred
lived with
out.
his
That's
father.
good. That's good. That's good.
Michelle, a single mother originally from the Bronx, New York, had recently moved to Albuquerque and started working at a local grocery store, proud to have actually passed the drug test that was required to get that job.
Drug
Victoria was
tests?
a normal, happy, bright child.
Uh-oh.
She loved school, had friends, and was described by neighbors as happy, helpful, and just a sweet little girl. Her bedroom was decorated with school projects and pictures, and her friends remembered her as someone
Some drug
that
parents?
loved to attend a good birthday party and play some neighborhood games with
Is
friends.
that what's up here?
To her community
drug
and family,
parents or whatever?
Victoria was the picture of an ordinary, loving child. Her home life, however, was very troubled. And this is something that I can personally connect with, so please forgive me in advance if I get emotional in this video. Michelle struggled financially, and the apartment that they lived in was really small and crowded. According to court records and interviews, Michelle had a history of tumultuous relationships and drug use.
Well,
In
there we go.
mid-2016, she
That's
began
not good.
dating a man named Fabian Gonzalez, a 31-year-old man
Yeah,
that
you
she met
should
online
never have
on a
kids
dating
if
website
if
called
you're
Plenty of
abusing
Fish,
drugs.
just
I don't
weeks
care,
before
bro.
this
There's
tragedy took
no
place.
excuse,
Fabian moved into the Martins' apartment in August of 2016,
or even,
shortly
or
before
you should
Victoria's
never
birthday,
even
which to me
use
is already a red
drugs if
flag,
you have
guys.
kids.
You barely know this man, and you're bringing him around your children that quickly? I digress, though, because I know circumstances are different for everyone. Around the same time, his cousin Jessica Kelly, who had a criminal past and had been released from prison only days earlier, also came to stay with the family in that little apartment. This created a volatile household. Michelle's vulnerable position was exploited by Fabian, who soon began bringing other men and drugs into the home.
What?
During 2015
Why
and
is he bringing other
2016,
men? What the?
authorities
Hey,
have been
yo.
alerted to the potential
What the
problems
fuck?
in the Martins' home. The New Mexico Children, Youth, and Families Department, or CYFD, received five separate calls about the welfare of Victoria and her brother. Many of those calls came from Michelle herself, accusing her ex-husband, the
What?
children's father, of neglect. CYFD workers say that they thoroughly investigated each report for issues like poor hygiene or inadequate babysitting and found no provable harm towards the children. In March of 2016, a caller claimed that Michelle's then boyfriend had tried to kiss Victoria. You heard that right. Under New Mexico law, CYFD couldn't treat that as child maltreatment unless a caregiver actually harmed a child, so they passed it off to the police. An Albuquerque Police Department or APD spokesman later noted that, quote, someone attempting something like kissing the child is not
What?
a crime, end quote.
That's
No
weird,
charges
bro.
were filed. I feel like I can hear your collective frustration and yelling at the screen right now, and honestly, I'm there with you. In the end, state investigators will conclude that none of those earlier reports had clear evidence of harm,
Bitch,
but
the fuck you
critics
mean?
would
That shit's
later
weird as
argue that
fuck.
warning signs were missed that may have saved Victoria's life. Despite those alarming events, though, Victoria's life appeared totally normal to the outside world. Neighbors said that she loved to dance and play and that Michelle doted on her children, until Fabian arrived. One neighbor said that Victoria was inviting everybody to her birthday party and she was such a sweet little girl around the neighborhood. It seemed, for a time, that Michelle was a caring mom. Victoria was just a vulnerable 10-year-old girl caught in a troubled family situation. She attended Petroglyph Elementary School in Albuquerque and
I
had
don't know,
just
man.
begun 5th grade. She celebrated a happy 9th birthday just
If
the
you're
year
a drug
before
abuser and you have
and was
kids,
looking forward to
I
turning
cannot
10.
support you, bro.
Friends and family described her as a loving daughter and a caring sibling, but beneath the surface, Michelle's actions would unravel until a
If you're a
story that
drug
was
abuser
going
with
to
kids,
infuriate
you
you.
just keeping your
In the months
kid in
before the
that
murder,
environment,
police later learned that she had been
yeah, no,
soliciting strangers
no.
online to
Sure,
use
you
her
can get help
children
from
for
family,
whatever they
but
wanted, if you know what I mean. Her children. This horrifying information would come out during the investigation, painting an alarming picture of Victoria's true home life.
what?
It was a house of horrors. By August 2016, Victoria's world had really become unstable. The new adults in her life, Fabian Gonzalez, Jessica Kelly, and her mom, were heavy users of methamphetamines and
Look at
associates in
them.
Albuquerque's
That's
underworld.
so disgusting, bro.
Fabian,
Come
her
on,
boyfriend,
bro. What are
quickly
we
assumed
doing?
authority in the home. Court
That's
testimony
so
described him telling
gross.
Michelle, quote, I am the man
How
of
can
this
you not
house,
look in the
and
mirror
taking
and be
on a
like,
dominant
yo,
role over
what's
everything,
happening to me?
especially the kids.
And
Jessica,
change up.
Fabian's cousin, was paranoid and erratic, often staying in Victoria's room for hours. Both brought a stream of new people into the apartment, which put the children in harm's way, obviously. In late August 2016, Fabian charged Jessica $50 a week rent to stay at the apartment, which was unknown to Michelle at the time. Victoria's life revolved around routines at school and neighborhood games, but her afternoons were increasingly
Damn.
dictated by these new adults in her life.
Why is there so
Neighbors
many
later
adults in her
remembered that
life?
Jessica had been around during the week leading
What is
up
the
to
moment doing,
Victoria's
bro?
birthday, sometimes chasing Victoria with sticks or acting strangely.
Oh, mom was
Others
just
saw
out here
Victoria's
being a
mother
whore.
and Fabian openly using drugs in the apartment hallways. Yet
Mom's
the
a straight
10-year-old
whore,
tried to
bro.
remain happy and cheerful, even helping a neighbor do laundry or do chores in exchange for popsicles. The
Wow.
innocence and vulnerability of her truly breaks my heart. Her grandparents, who lived elsewhere in Albuquerque, tried to monitor the situation, but Victoria's mother often kept the children from them, insisting that there was no problem. By the night of August 23rd, the family's dysfunction reached an all-time high. Michelle and Fabian spent most of the day away from home, hunting for drugs and alcohol, leaving Victoria and Jessica alone on their own. Text messages from that day
Fuck,
showed
bro.
Michelle trying to arrange another adult to check on the apartment and pick up Victoria from school, but ultimately trusting Fabian's idea that Jessica could handle it. In the end, Victoria and her younger brother returned to an apartment with strangers rather than a safe, present parent. Victoria's 10th birthday began like any other day. At around 7:30 in
Booster
the
could get
morning, she got on a
exposed
school
in
bus
60
near the apartment
seconds.
complex
A
and then headed to
bus?
Petroglyph Elementary, ready to spend the day with her friends. Neighbors later remembered seeing her smiling and chatting, holding tight to a small pile of birthday cards that she would later open at school. The morning passed
Can we
with
do
little
blood? What's
contact
happening?
between Victoria and the adults at home, and
2
around
minute
11:30
blood?
in the morning, Michelle and Fabian left the apartment together to again pursue some sex with
Ew.
a friend.
What the fuck is
That
that?
friend warned them over the phone that Jessica
Ew.
Kelly, quote, should not be in the apartment and was acting weird, having hallucinations and hearing the devil's commands from an EBT card pin pad. Fabian ignored the warning,
Yeah,
though.
okay,
The
no.
couple returned.
What? Hearing voices from an EBT card? Oh, I really need to use the toilet. Oh my god. Bad. Too bad. Get in here, bro. Get out of the toilet. Oh. 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 Don't care about it. Drops of people get, bro. Someone getting a recon, bro? Yeah.
Briefly, only to leave again around 2:30 to buy alcohol. Before leaving, Michelle texted a neighbor to knock on the door, pretend to be her aunt, and make sure everything was okay, showing that she was clearly uneasy about leaving them home alone. She also messaged her own mother to pick up Victoria from the bus, which was an arrangement that Fabian talked her out of, convincing her, quote, that it was safe to leave Victoria with Jessica, end quote. Between 3 to about 4:40, Fabian and Michelle stayed at a friend's house doing more drugs, ignoring calls, and a neighbor
Is
actually
cookie worth it?
texted Michelle at 4:30 p.m. saying that Victoria had returned from school and needed attention. Only then did Fabian and Michelle drive back to their apartment, returning by 5.
Do I buy a
That
cookie?
evening, around 6:08 p.m., Fabian left again. He told police that he took Victoria to buy a soda at a nearby gas station without her mom's knowledge. For a brief moment, it seemed like a normal parent-child errand, and neighbors smiled at seeing Victoria tagging along with her so-called stepdad. When they returned at about 6:15 p.m., neither Michelle nor Fabian asked any questions. Fabian even gave Victoria cash, $45 for her birthday, and then took her into a back
W cookie,
room to
bro.
talk to her privately, which this behavior was described as controlling by jurors later on. After Fabian and Michelle left again about 7:01 p.m. to get more substances from Fabian's brother, they actually had a short argument. Then they left the apartment for a final time at 7:32 p.m. Fabian's cell phone pinged, locations outside the complex just minutes after he and Michelle were gone, leaving Victoria alone with Jessica Kelly. This was the last time that any of the adults would see Victoria alive. That late summer evening, something terrible happened. Between
What?
7:45 p.m. and 8:45 on the night of August 23rd, an unidentified intruder entered the apartment and brutally murdered Victoria. The stranger told Jessica
Okay.
he was looking for Favo, Fabian's nickname, and then killed the child in her bedroom
What?
as retaliation.
Really, bro?
He threatened Jessica afterward. If she
Nah.
and Fabian didn't clean up the mess, he would harm her next. After committing the atrocity, the killer fled, and to this day, law enforcement has never publicly identified him. In
Yeah.
police reports, he is simply referred to as John Doe, a fourth suspect known only by DNA left at the crime scene that day. But don't go just yet. There's a lot more we need to talk about, including a very important interview. In the hours after the murder, Fabian and
What?
Michelle were
Which
unaware
one?
of what happened. Cell phone records showed that they were still out and about while this occurred. It was Michelle's phone pings that confirmed that she was not at the apartment when the crime occurred. Only after 8:48 p.m., when the pair returned home,
care.
high and paranoid,
I
did
love
their
it.
nightmare begin. That evening, first neighbors and then police would discover the full horror of what happened while they were gone. Around 4:30 a.m. on August 24, 2016, police responded to the 911 call at the apartment. Fabian and Michelle, fearing Jessica had attacked them with an iron, had already fled down the hallway to a neighbor's apartment to call for help. Officers entered the Martins unit.
Yo, get out of
They
my
were
room.
met by a scene of
Get out of my room, bitch.
unspeakable
Fuck
horror.
you.
In a narrow bathroom,
Get out of my room,
Victoria's
man.
lifeless body was found partially wrapped in a burning blanket in the bathtub.
It's my room.
Her body had been
Good
taken
boy.
apart, if you know what I mean. A blanket covered her torso, and her arms and legs had been removed. Smoke billowed from a sheet lying over her remains. One detective later told reporters that he sent gut-wrenching text messages to colleagues saying, quote, "This is the worst thing I've ever been to. What is going on?" end quote. First responders described it as the most grotesque thing they had ever encountered. Paramedics pronounced Victoria dead at the scene. They couldn't save her. Investigators would later catalog horrifying details. The bathtub had been used to dispose of and burn her body parts. The smoke detectors in the bathroom had been removed, and blood evidence suggested that her body had been dragged and left in several places throughout that apartment. A knife with partial blood matching Victoria's was found in the kitchen, and organs that had been wrapped in trash bags were found in the living room. Evidence indicated that
Just
Bobby
how is
and
it
Jessica
even humanly
themselves had later
possible?
cleaned up the apartment. They were seen dragging Victoria's body out of her
How
room,
can you do this
through the
with their
kitchen, into the
conscience?
bathroom,
Like, how can you
then
do this?
removing her organs
Well,
from the tub and
I
placing
mean,
them in
something
a
is.
laundry
I
hamper.
feel like something
Included
might
in
be
some
wrong.
of the crime scene photos were shredded birthday cards and scattered food, hinting at a desperate last attempt for someone to do something for her birthday until it was tragically destroyed. Forensic investigators processed the scene with heavy hearts, and I cannot imagine how difficult this must have been. When the autopsy was finally completed in November of 2016, the findings were both devastating and confusing.
I bet.
Victoria had suffered extensive violence.
Wait, can
The
M6
medical
have
examiner found that she had been strangled to death, stabbed, and then taken apart.
M6 can have
The
a
pathologist
Trinity,
found
right? I
penetrating
think
trauma
so.
to her rectum, which is evidence consistent with being SA'd. Her body showed over a dozen separate wounds and cuts. As if that's not horrifying enough, all this destruction was sealed by fire. Victoria's body had been wrapped in plastic and set on fire in the bathroom, with those smoke detectors purposefully disabled to avoid
Weird,
help from
bro.
showing up.
Weird.
If
That's
that
just.
isn't
That's just.
evil and show intent, I don't know what possibly could. The
But
autopsy
how would they
found
not
no
caught them
drugs
though?
or
Because
alcohol in Victoria's system, which contradicted Michelle's initial story
it's
that she had
clear.
given Victoria methamphetamines
It's
to
if it's
calm her down
this
and
planned.
then
How
subdue
you
her
do
for
not know who it
sexual
is?
purposes. I want to take a second here to make sure that you understand you did hear that correctly. Michelle claimed she drugged Victoria to subdue her to perform
What?
sexual acts. She is
Oh
10,
no no no
and she
no 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 no
literally
no.
advertised her children to do things like this for money and drugs online. But the autopsy didn't align with that claim that was made by Michelle. It did, however, reveal something shocking. Victoria had been carrying a sexually transmitted disease, which is gut-wrenching because it clues you in on what this innocent 10-year-old child had endured. The crime scene was unspeakably cruel. Victoria Martin's remains showed every kind of violence imaginable.
Yo, this
Blunt
archer needs
force
to retire,
trauma,
please.
strangulation, sharp force stabbing wounds, and sexual violence, followed by taking apart her body and then lighting her on fire. The medical investigator concluded that her cause of death was manual strangulation.
This archer is bad as arch and mage and
The
everything.
10-year-old's limbs were wrapped in a
He sucks
child's
for average
blanket
class,
and
bro.
burned
How
in
is
the
he
tub.
just bad?
The case drew national headlines as, quote, one of New Mexico's worst child murders, and I would argue that it stretches far beyond New Mexico. It is truly one of the worst cases I have ever heard. Within hours of this grisly discovery, there were 3 arrests made. Present in the apartment were Victoria's mother, Michelle Martins, Michelle's boyfriend, Fabian Gonzalez, and Fabian's cousin, Jessica Kelly. All 3 were described by police as shocked and frightened. In the back of squad cars, they all claimed their innocence, each with very different stories of
Oh
what
man.
happened that night. The Albuquerque Police Department immediately charged each of them with first-degree murder,
Dude,
child violence,
getting this
and
is
additional
actually
related
so difficult.
offenses. They were booked into jail on million-dollar bonds each and arraigned the next day. They all pled not guilty. Authorities announced that all 3 were co-defendants, and prosecutors intended to try them separately due to the complexity of the evidence. In the initial chaos, Michelle Martins told police a version of events that would
Dude,
later
I
prove
need
false.
M6
Surprise,
party,
surprise.
but
At
I
first, she
cannot
said that
do
she had
it
been asleep when an argument
when I'm
suddenly woke
muted.
her, that she and Fabian had been attacked by Jessica, who, quote, looked at them with crazy eyes and then beat them with an iron while saying she had hurt Victoria. Fabian and Michelle's
Ugh.
stories initially matched this general outline. Fabian told detectives that he awoke to screaming, chased Jessica out of the apartment, and saw Kelly stabbing and hacking at Victoria with a knife. He also claimed that he and Michelle were intimate several times after this, which makes me honestly want to throw up. Meanwhile, Jessica claimed that she had found Victoria's body and panicked, but then set her on fire with alcohol to destroy the evidence. I understand that they were all under the influence, but if you didn't do anything wrong, why are you trying to hide evidence? As
True.
investigators worked through the day, though, an even darker portrait was painted, although that's honestly hard to imagine at this point. In several interviews, Michelle changed her story countless times.
Of
At
course
one
she
point,
did.
she tearfully stated that she
Yo, look
had
at you, bro.
watched as
Yeah,
Fabian and
you are
Jessica
so.
forced themselves sexually on her daughter and then cut her
Please
up.
get it off my screen.
These
Get it
graphic
off my screen.
accusations
Get it
stunned
off my
her
screen.
own
Get it off
family
my screen,
members who
bitch.
sat crying in
Please,
the
please,
courtroom.
please get it off my screen.
Yet evidence
Thank
began
you.
to contradict these statements
What
almost
the fuck
immediately.
is that,
The
bro?
medical findings of no drugs in Victoria's system clashed with Michelle's claim that she had given her
The
meth, which
fuck
we
did I
already
just
touched
see,
on
bro?
earlier. And surveillance video and cell phone data placed Michelle away from the apartment during the critical hours. Jessica and Fabian also altered their stories as the investigation continued. Phone records revealed that all three suspects had been talking extensively to each other and others before and after the murder, contrary to what they all claimed. By late 2017, forensic testing would rule out Fabian's DNA on any of Victoria's wounds, and they dropped the charge of NSA against Jessica. The prosecution realized that they couldn't prove during the trial that Fabian or Jessica had forced themselves on Victoria, so those charges were quietly dismissed.
Yeah, right.
This was really
Yeah,
hard to hear
yeah.
because
She
there was
would
physical
definitely let
evidence
them.
and
Yeah.
diagnosis of
She's
STD
10
that
years old,
explains
bro.
what happened to her.
She's 10 years old
By
with
the
an
time the bail
STD, bro.
hearing started, it
What the
was
fuck is
clear
wrong
that
with
this
you,
case
bro?
was going
How
to
are you
be
gonna
anything
dismiss
but
that charge?
straightforward.
You
News
fucking
reports stated
idiots.
that there was supposedly some protective
You
uncle
fucking
who
idiots.
was nowhere near the bathroom at the time, a mother
Oh,
with
no.
at least some involvement, and a cousin who insisted that 3 other people were also involved. Publicly, the police kept pursuing the 3 in custody as if all were equally culpable, but behind the scenes, prosecutors were trying to figure out who the true mastermind was. What began as a clear case of filicide by 3 adults was unraveling
She
into
literally,
something much darker. As
that
detectives dug
mom
deeper, it became apparent that
spluttered
much
out
of the
her.
Brady narrative,
Okay,
especially
I
from
don't even say
Michelle,
that. That's
was
disgusting.
unreliable. Michelle's statements to police changed
Yeah,
several
no.
times, according to the court documents. In one
Oh,
interview, she
no.
claimed Jessica alone. In another, she tearfully said that Fabian and Jessica together
That's
killed
gross.
Victoria while she stood there and did nothing. In my opinion, she allowed them in the home, and if she stood by and
Please,
watched and
she's
did
death
nothing,
penalty. Death
blood's on
penalty,
her hands
please.
also.
Death
Investigators
penalty, death
eventually
penalty,
concluded
death
that
penalty,
Michelle's
death,
story was
death, death,
completely
death.
fabricated.
We
A
need
forensic
death to
psychiatrist
them.
hired by the DA found that Michelle had an exceptional amount of denial and very shallow levels of emotions in her interviews, which
Death to
portrays people who are
them.
susceptible
Woohoo!
to agreeing with
Death to
investigators'
her.
leading questions.
Death to
The
her right
experts
now.
noted that Michelle's
She
intelligence
needs to
level was
die.
low and that she tended to say whatever she thought that
Shut
the
up. She needs to
investigators would
die.
want to hear. Over
Is
and
she
over,
dead yet?
she gave conflicting versions to try to make sense of her daughter's
Is
death,
she dead yet?
inadvertently incriminating herself one moment and then denying involvement in the next. For example, Michelle initially told police that just after midnight on August 24th, Jessica
What
burst into the
is
bedroom
that?
shouting that she had killed Victoria. Later, she claimed that she and Fabian had left Victoria with Jessica while buying drugs and returned to find the murder already done to her child. Still, later Michelle
What?
confessed in that court, quote, "I watched Fabian and Jessica force themselves on my daughter," which was a very dramatic confession, but it also carried no evidence. I wish that we had the context to understand if she was seeking empathy or sympathy here or trying to blame them, but either way, it's just sick. None of this added up. Each dramatic detail that she supplied, the 4 sexual acts, drugging, multiple attackers, were all refuted by the evidence and testimony. As the DA's team later bluntly stated, most of what Michelle had said was simply not true and just a lie. By
Only
mid-2018,
obviously.
the inconsistencies could not be ignored. Prosecutors publicly declared that phone records proved that Michelle and Fabian were not present at the apartment when
She
Victoria
needs to
died,
be dead
and that
right
the
now.
DNA on
Like,
her body
is she
pointed
dead
to a
yet?
4th
Please.
person, which, if you remember, Jessica had claimed that already. In the courtroom, Michelle's attorney hinted that she had been too afraid of Fabian to
You should
protect her
die.
children and that her false statements were a result of manipulation. Ultimately, they arranged for her to accept a plea deal regarding child violence instead of murder, which came with a sentence of 12 years and 6 years credit. Throughout, the phrase false confession was used by officials, shocked to realize that this grieving mother had misled them into believing she was a witness to unspeakable violence on her child. In the eyes of pretty much everybody, Michelle's lies had endangered the search for Victoria's real killer. The crucial breakthrough, though, came in June of 2018 when DA Raul Torres revealed a bombshell finding. Cell phone ping data and DNA evidence
There's no you
unequivocally
added
excluded
Babu to the
both
quote,
Michelle
man.
and Fabian from the murder scene. Torres said in a press conference that the call records proved that neither of them were home during the murder window and that Victoria's body contained DNA from a 4th unidentified male person. That mystery DNA made the unknown man nicknamed John Doe the only suspect that can actually be charged with her murder.
MSX really
All
dead
murder
like that though,
charges
huh?
against Michelle and Fabian were dropped in light of this new evidence. Those of you that have been here for a while can probably guess how I feel about this. I am repulsed. Let me know in the comments how you feel about their charges being dropped too, because I know that this is going to be a
Wait,
controversial one.
charges dropped?
This revelation shifted the entire case. Michelle Martins, who had been the focus of investigators and initial trials, pleaded guilty on June 29, 2018 to 1 count of child harm resulting in
That's
death.
it?
Also
Oh,
super
okay.
strange, side note,
That
because I'm
should be
actually
a long
recording this
prison
on June
sentence.
29th. Anyways, her guilty plea meant that she accepted responsibility for neglecting Victoria, but not killing her. Fabian's earlier charges, second-degree murder, forced sexual acts, were also dismissed, though he remained charged with lesser counts. The DA publicly stated, quote, "We were forced to consider the possibility that Michelle Martins had falsely incriminated herself and Fabian Gonzalez in this heinous act," end quote. Michelle's entire story was now discredited. The prosecutor stated, quote,
Why is there
"Statements
so many
about the
cat at
part that she
34
took in her
X?
daughter's death just didn't add up," end
What's
quote.
happening here?
With Michelle and Fabian cleared of active participation,
Oh,
the
wow.
investigation refocused on 2 avenues, Jessica Kelly and the unknown man. For the first time, police were searching for a stranger. John Doe, the unidentified killer, was described as a male whose partial DNA profile was on file, but who had no known identity. Investigators could only say that
Speedy
he was
90
not
to
any of the
Applebee's.
male figures
What?
already involved with Victoria. Not her father, not the neighbors, Fabian, none of the cops on the scene either. Police released a generic composite sketch of a Hispanic male and asked for the public's help. But the trail grew cold. Unlike many high-profile
But
cases, there
how
was no
would it
confession
get
or tip that led to any names. Detectives
okay,
learned
right?
even more from Jessica's own revised story, though. By January 2019, Kelly had cut another deal. She pleaded no contest to reckless child harm resulting
What?
in death, which was a drastic reduction from murder. In exchange, the sexual violence and murder charges were dropped against her. In her plea hearing, Kelly told a new version. On the night of the murder, she had been high on methamphetamines, paranoid, and alone with Victoria. She claimed
Shut
that an
up.
unknown man suddenly burst in and killed Victoria while she and the girl were in the room. Kelly then said that she panicked and followed the instructions of the killer, who she believed to be Fabian, to set Victoria's body on fire. Finally, Kelly agreed to testify in any trial against Fabian and the John Doe suspect. Prosecutors cited her cooperation when it came to her sentencing in 2022. So, after 2 years of investigation, the narrative had flipped completely upside down. The police and DA now believe 2 unknowns,
No,
not
I don't
Fabian
care.
or
She's
Michelle,
a part of it.
committed the murder. The real killer,
You
John Doe,
don't
was still at
you
large,
don't
and Jessica's limited
you
culpability
don't
was
sell
in
out
providing
your
an
daughter
alibi
who's
and
10 years
cover-up
old
rather than in
and
committing
then
the
you
crime.
get 0
Fabian
charges
insisted that he was
when she
innocent,
ends up
but was
dead.
taken to trial on child harm
How is
and
this even
evidence tampering
possible?
charges, while the DA continued seeking whoever John Doe
How is
was.
it even humanly
Michelle
possible?
was to
How
be sentenced for endangering
what the
Victoria by
fuck?
neglect. The adjustments in charges and suspects reflected how badly the original investigation had gone off the rails. During the early investigation, Jessica claimed to be a terrified witness, first telling cops that she came home to find Michelle injured and Victoria gone.
No, I don't
then
believe that,
saying
bro.
later that she
Your
never saw
daughter
the
has
murder
an
at all. But
FSTD.
investigators were still skeptical. Video surveillance from a nearby bus stop even showed Kelly casually picking up Victoria after school.
Your
when
daughter is
Michelle
10 years
and
old
Fabian
and
had
she
failed to
has
get
an
there. When the
STD.
case stalled, DA Torres'
And you're
office
claiming
leveraged
zero
Kelly's knowledge of
responsibility?
what
Yeah,
happened.
right, bro.
In
And
January
they're actually
2019,
believing
the
you?
prosecution struck a deal with Kelly. By then, the sexual violence charge was no longer on the table. Court records showed that Kelly confessed to being high on drugs while babysitting Victoria when an unknown man entered and killed the girl. She
Yeah, but how
admitted
did
that
she
she
get an
then set her
STD then?
body on fire. She
How did she
emphatically
have a
implicated a
STD then?
mysterious man, but insisted she didn't kill Victoria. Kelly agreed to testify against Fabian Gonzalez and John Doe, since her testimony was key to securing Fabian's conviction. In exchange, the DA dropped the murder count against her. Let me
How?
know your thoughts in the comments on this one, because once again, this feels like a lot of bargaining at Victoria's expense. When Kelly finally stood before Judge Cindy Leos in 2022 for sentencing, she received 50 years in prison with 6 years suspended, meaning that she will serve 44 years.
Okay,
She
good.
remains eligible for parole after half that time, but she will remain incarcerated for decades. By that point,
Good.
Kelly had kept her side of the bargain. She had testified for prosecutors about the events that night that led to Victoria's final moments. In trial, she portrayed herself as a drug-addicted, frightened babysitter who got caught up in the aftermath. Whether her account was fully truthful or not is debatable, but
He's
legally,
not.
she was the closest thing that the DA had to a cooperative witness. Still, her role was significant in the story. She was
Yeah,
the
true.
one who sat next to Victoria's body after the fact, who had set ablaze to it, and who alone testified to the final sequence of the crime. Police reports note that at one point during that cleanup, Kelly actually found Victoria's head, pet it,
What?
and said that she looks beautiful and like a doll. This detail was brought up during Fabian's trial. Fabian, Michelle's boyfriend, was by far the most prominent
What?
of the accused. After Michelle's charges were reduced and Jessica's plea deal was set, Fabian's fate was still in limbo. The state still charged him with reckless child harm for endangering Victoria and tampering with evidence, though they had dropped the more serious murder and sexual violence counts. Prosecutors contended that Fabian's actions, leaving Victoria with Jessica, ignoring her well-being, and then helping cover up the crime, made him criminally
Wait,
responsible for her death
isn't
too.
Recom arguments are
Fabian's three-week
so
trial
much better
began
than
on
Star
July
now that I
11th,
think about it?
2022.
What the fuck? It has
The
to be, right?
prosecution focused on the evidence of Fabian's recklessness. They portrayed him as the man who, quote, took Victoria from her mother to feed Michelle's drug habit, leaving her in danger, unquote. Witnesses described
It has
Fabian's
to be so much
attitude.
better.
He showed
The fuck?
no emotion about Victoria's death and even claimed that Victoria loved him as he reviewed the evidence. The state emphasized
What?
that Fabian had been the man of the house, and when he walked away to deal drugs that night, he abandoned his parental duty, if you can even call him that. The defense responded by shifting blame back
He
to
was not
Kelly
doing no
and to John
duties.
Doe, arguing that Fabian himself never harmed Victoria.
Bro,
The
they
trial
both
saw
need death
many
penalty.
emotional moments.
Come on, bro.
Detective Christopher Enyart,
Stop
one of the
dragging
first
this. Just
officers
give
on
them
the
both
scene,
death.
wept on the stand as he recounted crawling into the bathroom and seeing Victoria's body.
Ever
Jessica
since you
Kelly,
mentioned that
cross-examined by
the
Fabian's
10-year-old has an
lawyer, stuck to her
STD,
plea narrative. She reiterated
they both
that
just
an
need to be
unknown man
dead.
had killed Victoria, and she herself could not identify him. She even claimed that there had also been 3 others in the apartment, which is a whole other conspiracy that we're not going to go into.
Of course,
Have any of you
yeah,
wondered
she's holding
at this
out,
point
or
if she's
she's holed
eliciting
out.
parts of her testimony? Like
She's
we
a
touched
hoe
on in the Richard Chase case,
and on
when
drugs
someone is
and
mentally
has
ill, your
kids.
reality is
How
very
is this even
real to
possible?
you.
America,
Similar to being
hello?
mentally
How
ill,
is this
when you're
possible?
under a substance like
That shouldn't
methamphetamine,
even
it
be
can cause
humanly possible.
hallucinations. This has crossed my mind many
Where's
times throughout
CPS
this
at, bro?
case. How
Child
can we
Protective
really
Services,
rely on
man.
the testimony of someone under the influence? In the hospital, we can't have someone sign consent forms if they've had any medications in their system that impairs their judgment or memory. So I think that's why this concern keeps coming up for me. I digress, though. Fabian insisted that he had been out of harm's way. He testified that he owned up to doing drugs with Kelly, but denied any knowledge of Victoria's murder. Despite the
Cap.
defense's efforts, the evidence swayed the jury. On August 1st, after 11 hours of deliberating, they found Fabian guilty on all counts.
Yes,
Reckless
sir.
child harm resulting in death, evidence
Yes,
tampering,
sir.
and conspiracy to tamper. In
Yes,
their
sir.
verdict, jurors unanimously
Death?
agreed that Fabian's neglect and subsequent cover-up made him as culpable
Death,
as
right?
if he had been present at the killing.
Oh, they both
He
need
showed
to be
no
dead.
visible reaction in court when they gave him this guilty verdict. Sentencing then came on October 27th of that same year. Judge Cindy Leos, the same judge who had presided over Michelle's case, handed Fabian Gonzalez a 37.5-year prison term. This
Why
was
so
essentially
little?
the max for the crimes that he had been convicted of. The judge specifically noted that if Fabian had not been there to enable the crime, Victoria might still be alive. Fabian was allowed credit for his time already served, but this was just symbolic. He will spend decades also behind bars.
That's not
In making
enough.
her ruling, Judge
How
Leos
the
echoed
fact
the
that
community's
they have a
anguish,
chance to
saying
even
that
be
she believed
released.
Fabian had placed
It's
Victoria
disgusting.
in the terrible situation that led to her death. He is now, as of late 2022, serving his sentence at the New Mexico prison in Santa Fe. He is
Someone
eligible
go
for
fuck
parole
him up.
after
Someone
half
go
his
kill him,
term
please.
around age 50. Fabian's conviction closed one chapter of the legal saga, but not the entire story.
He needs
Unlike
to be dead,
Jessica,
bro.
he was determined to appeal. In late 2024, the state appeal court announced that it would review his conviction, not because of new
Murder
facts,
him.
but to ensure that legal procedures were
Come on,
correctly followed.
I need
The conviction of
someone,
Fabian, despite the presence of an
just get
unknown killer,
arrested in America,
affirmed the
New
message:
Mexico, and get up
anyone
in
who
there
knowingly leaves a child in harm's
and
way
murk him,
bears responsibility.
please.
By the summer of
Please, he
2018,
needs to be
Michelle
dead.
Martins had effectively gone from principal
He
suspect
needs to be dead.
to a somewhat sympathetic figure. It was revealed that she, along with others, had allowed her daughter to be exploited, but by June 29th of 2018, she admitted that she was not the murderer. In a courtroom packed with family, Michelle quietly accepted a plea bargain to 1 count of reckless child harm, resulting in her death. Her tearful plea acknowledged that she had failed to protect Victoria and had given
Yeah, no
misleading
shit.
statements, but she
But
insisted
there's
she did
also a
not physically harm her
massive
daughter.
issue here
Insert
with
eye
child
roll here.
protection
For this
services.
plea, the state recommended a reduced sentence. In November 22, after watching what had happened to the other two suspects, Michelle was finally sentenced by Judge Leos. The judge imposed a 12-year prison term, but gave her a 6-year credit like I mentioned earlier. The judge's remarks were compassionate but firm. She acknowledged Michelle's efforts at self-improvement in jail and the love that Michelle possessed for her
Really?
children, but also stressed that Victoria's death could not be ignored. In court, Michelle sat expressionless as family members wept over Victoria. The prosecution urged a harsh penalty, while the defense emphasized that Michelle had no prior record and had even worked hard on drug treatment while in prison. Ultimately, Judge Leos credited all time served and did not award Michelle any additional good time, meaning Michelle will be behind bars till 2028.
That's
As she
it?
left the courtroom, Michelle hugged her parents, Victoria's grandparents, who had supported her throughout
Wait,
the
she's
entire
out in
ordeal.
2028?
So,
What the
three
fuck?
primary adults in Victoria's life all
Ow!
received sentences. Jessica Kelly got
Justice
44
system,
years,
hello, bro?
Vivian got 37, and
Hello?
Michelle got 12 with 6 years credit. Think about how
How?
crazy this is, though. The only person charged with Victoria's actual murder, the unidentified John Doe, has never been apprehended. The judge in Michelle's case reminded the courtroom that even as those present received consequences, authorities remained at work. A partial DNA profile of a man found in Victoria's body had been the only one charged with her murder, and the hunt is still on to find him. Victoria Martin's murder
What?
also shines a spotlight on
What
critical
if
failures in New Mexico's child protection and law enforcement systems.
what if it's a fake
In the
DNA?
aftermath, many experts and officials
But
asked,
as soon
could
as
this have
he,
been prevented?
if that guy
The
just
answer
ever
that
gets
emerged was
fingerprinted,
that
doesn't he just
multiple
get
agencies did meet their legal
indicted for
obligations,
murder?
but the laws and policies
As
in
soon as
place
he,
allowed
if
such
he ever goes
abuse
to
to slip
prison,
through the cracks. To
he,
begin,
his
consider the
life is
Child
over.
Welfare System, CYFD. CYFD received 5 reports about the Martins' household dating back
But
to 2013.
maybe since he's never
Each
been
report
identified
was
in her system
investigated
again,
thoroughly by
he
the
might have
reporters
left the
who interviewed
country.
both Victoria and her brother, but found no evidence of abuse at the time. Former CYFD Secretary Monique
Because I don't
Jacobson
think they get
later
fingerprints from other
insisted that the
countries.
social workers had done everything
And at least they
complete
shouldn't.
and thorough by the rules. Their internal audit later confirmed that staff had followed procedures and had, in their view, done nothing wrong. However, critics pointed out the very legal definitions that contradicted that. Under New Mexico law, CYFD could only investigate if a caretaker had harmed the child. When the March 2016 tip came in that someone had tried to kiss Victoria, the department deemed it outside of their jurisdiction and passed it on to the police. In other words, the law said unless a guardian injures a child, CYFD is powerless. The Albuquerque Police Department acknowledged their mistakes. A review later found that the APD did not properly handle referrals from the CYFD when they needed
Well,
to.
no shit.
In fact, a police spokesman had actually lied to a newspaper, claiming APD had investigated the March 2016 incident.
What?
The oversight agency concluded that the department actually did not investigate that referral. The report noted that APD's handling was inadequate. APD leaders
Why would you
defended
lie about
themselves
that, you
by
fucking
saying that
weirdo?
the attempted kiss wasn't criminal, but according to the public, this is a failure of common sense. The grandparents of Victoria even filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the city, alleging negligence because of this.
I don't
That
think that's
suit,
gonna work.
which sought policy changes, was eventually dismissed, but it underlined how many people in the city felt that Victoria had been let down.
Well, yeah,
by
obviously
Michael
that was
murder.
gonna get
This is a
dismissed.
pattern that we see a lot in these
You're not winning a
cases.
lawsuit
Lives that
because
are
someone could
senselessly
kiss.
lost
But yeah,
because of the ball
it's
being
still
dropped.
a failure.
When is it going to stop? I hate
That's
that
just the
it
truth,
takes
though.
devastating events like this to create change in the system, but it did. Victoria's case became a catalyst. In 2017 to 2018, New Mexico's leaders held news conferences, commissioned hearings, and legislative sessions asking themselves, did the system fail Victoria? Attorney General Hector Balderas bluntly said her murder raised more questions than answers and directly asked whether state institutions were at fault or not. Democratic Senator Michael Padilla, who chairs the Senate Judiciary Committee, spearheaded a bill to create an interagency panel to review child violence-related deaths statewide,
Nice.
citing Victoria's
Yes.
case as a driving example. Even Governor Susana Martinez, the state's chief executive at the time, publicly called for a federal investigation into the killing.
Yo, lag.
Community advocates
Imagine
and
if I get
Victoria's
Secret
own
Eye out.
family
Just
joined the call.
imagine
Victoria's godmother, Reverend
the
Laura
vibes,
Hobbs,
bro.
told legislators that the children of New Mexico, quote, have a voice and that voice is ours.
Like, if I ever
Working
get Secret
together
Eye,
as the community to end
I
these
will be
tragedies
the
in a
first
book.
person that ever died
Citizen
in a game.
petitions such as Change.org garnered tens of thousands of signatures
If you have secret eye, you're
demanding
literally
justice
ahead
for
of everyone
Victoria
right now.
and stricter
If
child
you
protection
somehow
laws.
dropped one.
On city streets and at the state capitol, vigils with balloons, teddy bears, and flowers sprung up wherever people needed to grieve her. Victoria Martin's story exposed gaps in the safety net that we often talk about going missed.
Because I think
Laws too
secret eye
narrow,
and pelt eye
no-crime
combined.
loophole, interagency
Oh,
communications,
and maybe
or
Nancy
lack
too.
thereof,
All
and
those
reliance
three
on
combined
caseworkers
takes
with
longer than every
overwhelming
single other
caseloads.
die in the game
The response was a rare moment
combined.
of political will in New Mexico. Children's advocates argued that every death of a child must be thoroughly reviewed, leading to new legislation aimed at oversight and accountability. Had any one of these failures been caught in time, perhaps Victoria might have been saved. Instead, her death served as a costly warning to fix the system for other children so that this doesn't happen ever again. The outrage over Victoria's death was felt everywhere. Albuquerque Police Chief
Originally so.
Gordon Eden called it the most gruesome act of evil I have ever seen in my career. Governor Martinez, a former prosecutor, said that Victoria's slaying was the most horrific crime his state has ever seen. Then Mayor Richard Berry tweeted, "We are heartbroken as we mourn the murder of a beautiful 10-year-old girl named
Rest in
Victoria
peace, rest in
Martins.
peace.
Give your kids an extra tight hug tonight." The neighborhood where
What?
Victoria lived was especially impacted by her murder. Within days, neighbors and strangers began leaving stuffed animals and flowers and balloons near the apartment's building entrance, creating a makeshift shrine for Victoria. On August 29th, just 6 days after her death, students at Petroglyph Elementary, her school, and dozens of community members gathered at a sunset for a balloon release in her memory. Strangers
That's
posted
beautiful.
flyers on lampposts. Missing precious child. Reward justice. Have you seen her smile? The hashtag Justice for Victoria trended on local social media. 2 months later, on October 29th, the community held a public funeral and celebration of life for Victoria.
Yeah.
Hundreds filled the chapel, many wearing bright clothes or holding yellow balloons, her favorite color. Teachers spoke of her kindness. Her grandparents spoke of lost dreams. Even the prosecutor, Raul Torres, had spent hours explaining every evidence detail, expressed that, quote, "We owe it to Victoria to get this right," end quote. He was moved by this, and that says a lot because it's really rare to see a DA speak up so personally on a public matter. Victoria's murder also stimulated action beyond Albuquerque. New Mexico's lawmakers passed a bill creating a task force to review future child harm-related deaths, requiring cross-agency cooperation. Community groups formed Victoria's Voice, hosting support networks for families of victims. Annual memorials on August 23rd have continued. Each year,
Nice.
family and activists leave new flowers
That's
at the
beautiful.
balloon tree that they planted by the Martins' apartment. Even state courts now refer to the Martins case whenever discussing negligence. In a 2021 Supreme Court ruling, justices mentioned Victoria's grandparents' wrongful death lawsuit against the city. As of 2025, the search for Victoria's killer, John Doe, is still ongoing.
Really?
The Albuquerque Police Department periodically receives tips, and crime labs have continued to hold on to that DNA sample, but now all we can do is watch and wait. Now, like I mentioned at the beginning of the video, we have an interview that I need to share with you. Today's case recommendation came from a former CYFD social worker in New Mexico. For privacy reasons, I'm going to leave her information out of this, but I'm going to share with you now some of what she shared with me. She begins by sharing about her love of true crime and saying that she is an avid true crime watcher, and that's kind of what led her here to us. Then she goes on to say, "I am a clinical social worker. My career spans from working with perinatal to geriatric. I worked in early intervention with adults with developmental disabilities and traditional outpatient counseling for
Yeah, I don't know if I want to listen to this.
On Thanksgiving Day in 2018,
Oh,
Kelsey
she's
Barrett
so
was
bad.
seen on surveillance video buying
Ooh-wee.
ingredients for her holiday meal.
I hope she's
and
aight.
then she vanished. Her
No.
fiance claimed that she just needed to take space away from her
Really,
life
bro?
and their baby, but her cars were still home, her purse was inside,
Man.
and her phone pinged hundreds of miles away from home. As the days turned into weeks, the story completely unraveled. A secret girlfriend was discovered in another state, disturbing lies were being spun about Kelsey being an unfit mother, and a growing mountain of evidence pointed to a
Damn.
meticulously planned murder without a body. Today we're going to walk through the tragedy that happened on Thanksgiving Day, the cover-up, and the courtroom battle that had to prove that a murder had occurred without ever finding a body. Welcome to the True Crime Nurse, everybody. My name is Kat, and I'm a registered nurse who loves all things nursing and true crime. Please be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell before you go. All right, my friends, let's get
Looking
into
for
today's
stars.
case.
Hell no,
Kelsey
bro.
Barrett was a
We looking
beloved
for
daughter, a devoted
recoms.
mother, and a
Well, actually,
dedicated
stars
career
too,
woman.
but recoms makes
Born
more
on
money.
September 15th, 1989, Kelsey grew up on her family's farm in Moses Lake, Washington, and
Okay.
despite her petite and put-together appearance, she had a really rugged side to her from the farm life that she grew up with. Friends said that she was a total tomboy and knew how to do everything on the farm, including driving tractors and throwing around huge bales of
Damn,
hay.
nice.
Family and friends described Kelsey as a warm, kind person who lit up a room and just had this natural brightness to her. Kelsey trained as a pilot and flight instructor after high school.
Damn.
By her late 20s, she secured a job as a flight instructor with Doss Aviation in Colorado. This
Nice.
was a career that
That's
she
really
found
good.
really exciting and fulfilling. In 2016, Kelsey moved to Woodland Park, Colorado. Her coworkers described her as responsible and professional, saying that she never would have missed work without notice. In October 2017, she gave birth to her daughter Kaylee, and she was truly the light of her life. Everyone around Kelsey said that she doted on her baby girl and never would have just left her behind. At 29, Kelsey appeared to have a really bright future ahead of her. She and Patrick were engaged, but they hadn't set their wedding date yet, and they maintained a somewhat unconventional arrangement between the two of them.
What do you mean?
Kelsey lived at her own place in town, and Patrick lived on his cattle ranch in nearby Florissant. Despite
Fair
living
enough.
separately, though, the couple shared custody of their daughter Kaylee, and they were raising her together as a family.
Nice.
Patrick Frazee was Kelsey's 32-year-old fiance. Now, to the outside world, he was a hardworking Colorado
Uh-oh.
and farrier, which
Is
I
he
had to
the
look up, that's
bad
not
actor?
sure, and he ran that cattle ranch and cared for the
Uh-oh.
horses. He grew up in
What do you mean to the
Colorado
outside world?
and lived on his family's ranch in Florissant, which is about 20 minutes away from where Kelsey was living.
What do you mean
Patrick was known
outside
around
world?
town as a quiet rancher who just kept to himself. He and Kelsey met in 2015 and began a long-distance relationship with Patrick in Colorado and Kelsey in Washington. Kelsey relocated to Colorado to be closer to him, and in 2017, that's when they welcomed baby Kaylee and got engaged, but like I said before, they continued living apart. Behind this facade of this perfect little family, though, was manipulation and deceit that would later come to light. In 2016, Patrick actually rekindled a relationship with an old flame, and her name was Crystal Lee Kenny. Crystal was a 32-year-old mother of two, and she was working as a registered nurse in Twin Falls, Idaho. She had known Patrick for over a decade, and they first met in 2006, way before Kelsey came into the picture. They dated off and on, and even after Crystal got married to someone else and started her own family, she continued to speak to Patrick. In fact, Crystal admitted that she was madly in love with Patrick and that this clouded her judgment. She had an affair with Patrick in 2015 and became pregnant with his child in 2016, and she chose to terminate that pregnancy.
I
She
thought
then
good
lied
hands
and
were
told Patrick
bad.
that she had miscarried and divorced her husband, and
Come
this just
on,
goes
man.
to show you how deeply entangled
Come
she was
on,
with
man.
Patrick and how much influence he had in her decision-making. This secret affair continued as he was building a new life with Kelsey, though. According to Crystal, Patrick harbored deep resentment and anger towards Kelsey in 2018, painting her as a bad partner and unfit mother. He would later claim that his relationship with Kelsey had completely fallen apart and said that she wanted to break up, but this was contradicted by Kelsey's own words and actions leading up to Thanksgiving. Kelsey began telling horrible lies about Kelsey, including falsely accusing her of harming their daughter and having substance abuse problems, none of which had any evidence to support these claims. These lies were all a part of Patrick's attempt to vilify Kelsey. But people that knew Patrick described him as controlling and someone who always had a way of manipulating situations and people close to him. So he wasn't fooling anybody. By September 2018, Patrick confided in Crystal about his bitter feelings toward Kelsey, and he said that he wanted to get rid of her. He deceitfully told his girlfriend that Kelsey was dangerous, and by tapping into Crystal's lingering love and concern as another mom, he asked her to help him eliminate Kelsey. Over the fall of 2018, he solicited
Eliminate?
at least 3 separate
That's
times
the
to murder
craziest
Kelsey,
word usage ever,
each one
bro.
with a different
What the
claim.
fuck is wrong with you, bro?
First, Patrick
This
suggested
ain't no
to
video
poison
game,
Kelsey's
baby.
favorite Starbucks drink, which was a caramel macchiato, by spiking it with drugs that she had access to as a nurse. Crystal went so far as to approach Kelsey in person with a coffee one day, disguised as a neighbor, but she got nervous and backed out. On another occasion, he gave her a metal pipe and instructed her to attack Kelsey with it. Once again,
The fuck?
Crystal drove all the way to Colorado and even stalked around Kelsey's home with that metal pipe, but she didn't follow through with the attack. A third time, Patrick told her to use an aluminum baseball bat to kill Kelsey, but Crystal was caught off guard because there was a police car in the area, so once again, she backed out. Each time, she failed to alert the authorities or warn Kelsey, and this is something that she said that she deeply regretted. Despite backing out of all those attempts, Crystal stayed with him and never reported any of this to the police. Patrick's hold on her was very strong. He chastised her each time she refused, insisting that this was about his baby girl, and said that Crystal was failing little Kaylee by not killing her mom, Kelsey. Now, if that's not manipulation,
What?
I don't know.
That's
what
the
is.
crazy thing
On
I ever.
Thanksgiving Day, November 22nd,
You're failing my kid by
2018,
not
it was
killing
supposed to be a
the kid's
normal
mom.
holiday for Kelsey. Early that morning at around 9 a.m., Kelsey spoke on the phone with her mother, Cheryl, about a recipe that she wanted to make for Patrick. They talked about Kelsey's plans to make that sweet potato casserole for him for dinner and about everything she was looking forward to that day. Cheryl later said that her daughter sounded really happy on that phone call, and there were no hints of any conflicts or breakup going on. Right after
That's good, I
speaking with
guess.
her mom, Kelsey texted Patrick at 9:37 a.m. to ask him to pick up sweet potatoes for this casserole. Then they talked on the phone at 9:40 for a few minutes to discuss their plans for the day. By late morning, Kelsey headed out to run errands with baby
There
Kaylee.
she is.
At 12:27 p.m., surveillance footage at Safeway, which is their local grocery store, captured Kelsey pushing her shopping cart with Kaylee in her car seat.
Nice.
She
Good
bought
mom.
groceries,
To be a
including
mouse.
ingredients, or at least some of the ingredients for the casserole, and this was confirmed by the store receipts. Now, this Safeway video is the last known public sighting of Kelsey alive. In the footage, she appears normal and calm, talking with her 1-year-old
Wait,
as
12
they're
minutes,
leaving the
bro.
store.
Yeah, no.
Now, this timing is key. Kelsey finished shopping at 12:30, and her townhome was only a few minutes away. Shortly after this, Patrick was also seen around town, but only with the baby. Between 12:54 and 1:17, he was caught on Walmart security cameras in Woodland Park, carrying an infant in a car seat with a baby inside.
Yeah, you're
Witnesses
guilty as
later
fuck, boy.
identified the baby as Kaylee,
Yeah, his raps
wrapped
for
in
you,
the same
bitch.
blanket that she was seen on security footage
Yeah.
at Safeway earlier with her mom. This
Smoking
means
that pack.
after leaving Safeway, Kelsey had handed off the baby to Patrick. He would later tell police that he met Kelsey around 1 p.m. in the alleyway behind her townhome just to exchange their daughter for the day. At 1:24 p.m., a neighbor's
Exchange their daughter
security camera recorded
for the
someone
day.
approaching Patrick's
Who does that, bro?
appearance,
One
entering
day
Kelsey's front door. The
kid
image even
exchange.
showed Kelsey with him at the doorway just moments earlier, and Kelsey was holding a plant that she had just bought at the store for the holiday. This evidence directly contradicted the story that he told the police. Based on Crystal's testimony and some of the forensic evidence, sometime that afternoon, Patrick Frazee murdered Kelsey Barrett in the living room of her own home. This killing was as cold-blooded as it was calculated. He allegedly coaxed Kelsey into playing a game with him, where she smelled candles while blindfolded to guess the scents. Sadly, Kelsey went along with this game. As she was inhaling the scent of the candle with her eyes covered, Patrick crept up behind her with a baseball bat. In an instant, he began bludgeoning Kelsey with
That's
the bat,
disgusting.
delivering
What the?
blow after
Nah,
blow.
that's some demon
This
shit. Are you
assault
fucking
was
serious?
just as vicious as it was relentless, and according to what
How
Patrick later
you're
told
disgusting.
Crystal, Kelsey's last words during this beating were,
You really
"Please
set
stop," but he
the
didn't
mama
stop,
of
not
your
until
kids up
Kelsey
like
lay
this?
there lifeless on the ground. A blood spatter analyst later stated that Kelsey was likely struck 10 to 15 times with the bat. The ferocity of the attack caused extensive bleeding and horrifying injuries. Patrick hit Kelsey with so much force that he knocked several of her teeth out. One tooth or fragment of it flew off and got lost in the bloody scene, and this was something that caused Patrick to panic. He would later mention to Crystal that he was worried that the tooth might have been left behind as evidence because of this. As her mother was being brutally murdered, baby Kaylee sat alone in a room, and this image really breaks my heart. Now with Kelsey dead or dying on the floor, he then focused on covering up what he had done and being prepared for this. Patrick grabbed a large black storage tote and some other materials to dispose of Kelsey's remains. He quickly placed Kelsey's body inside of the tote and sealed it shut. At around 3:36 p.m., so roughly 2 hours after he first entered Kelsey's home, Patrick was seen once again on the neighbor's surveillance camera, but coming out of the front door this time. Now he was alone and carrying something, and it wasn't his daughter's car seat. At that same time, phone records show that Patrick called both his mother, Sheila, and his secret girlfriend, Crystal Kenny. What was said in the call to his mother, unfortunately, remains unknown, But the call to Crystal was shocking. According to Crystal, Patrick told her that she had a mess to come clean up in Colorado, and she said that she immediately knew that that meant that Kelsey had been killed.
Really?
Patrick was calling Crystal, who is
They're talking
800
code?
miles away in Idaho, to come help him cover up the homicide. Patrick then planned to make it seem like Kelsey was still alive, just to keep the suspicion away from himself. This reminded me so much of Jasmine Pace's case, which also took place around Thanksgiving. So let me know if you notice some of these similarities too, because I find that so disturbing. Patrick had taken Kelsey's cell phone after murdering her. Starting that evening on the 22nd and over the next few days, he would use both his phone and Kelsey's phone to send texts.
What's the
to create
chance for
this false
Star
narrative
from
that Kelsey had left
City and Chess?
voluntarily.
Is that even possible?
That
I
evening,
don't even know.
signals from cell towers showed both of their phones moving together, though, through the area of Cripple Creek, which is just west of Woodland Park. The devices were traveling simultaneously, which is just evidence that he had possession of Kelsey's phone as he was driving away with it. Investigators stated that their phones remained together for the entirety of the time that they were texting back and forth. Meanwhile, Patrick was trying to hide Kelsey's body. Instead of disposing of it at his own property, he took the tote with Kelsey's remains to a place called Nash Ranch, which is a nearby farm that he had access to. There, he hid the tote beneath a haystack until he could figure out his next moves.
Okay, why does that
Cell tower
matter?
data traced both phones moving around Patrick's home.
Recom
in
RNG
Crystal,
meter is more
and
worth
once
it,
again,
so.
out toward the Cripple Creek area on the 23rd, probably to check on Kelsey's remains and make sure that she was still there. Later that day, back in Idaho, Crystal Kenny was making plans of her own. Even though she had received Patrick's call on Thanksgiving instructing her to come clean up this mess, she didn't immediately drive out on the 22nd. On November 23rd, Crystal arranged a plan to cover up her absence back home. She asked a close friend and coworker if they could swap vehicles just for a couple of days because she said that she had a friend
Recom
that
RNG meter
had
literally
moved
makes
out
way
of
more
state,
money.
but in all actuality, she wanted the vehicle so that no one would recognize her in Colorado. The friend agreed, and she told her ex-husband, who she was still living with, by the way, a fabricated story that she was going to a friend's birthday
How
party
is there
that
4
weekend.
deaths?
Now, with all of her lies orchestrated, Crystal was on her way in her coworker's car to go see
4
Patrick.
deaths, bro?
Crystal Kenny left Idaho on the 24th to start her 12-hour drive back to Colorado. She brought a kit of cleaning supplies, including tools like bleach, rubber gloves, a hazmat suit, booties for
Hazmats?
a hairnet, and trash bags. She
What?
fully understood that she was walking into a murder scene. Phone records show Patrick and Crystal were in contact several times on the 24th as she was driving, and they spoke at 7:23, 10:47,
What the fuck is a
11:39,
stream streak?
1:06, and
What are you
5:21
even saying?
that day. She tried to downplay these calls by initially claiming that she was at Patrick's ranch inquiring about a horse from 9 to 5 p.m., but investigators saw right through her
A
story.
whore?
If they were supposedly together all day, why would they be calling each other by phone multiple times? And why does her cell
That's a
tower
good point.
information perfectly contradict that story? Crystal drove directly to Kelsey Barrett's townhouse, and what she encountered inside was utterly horrific. Blood was everywhere. It was on the walls, pooled on the hardwood floor, and it had stained the furniture. She saw bloody spray up the wall taller than where she was standing, on the
I wish
fireplace, on the
my
sofa, the
team
TV,
died.
the baby's stuffed animals,
My team needs to
the
die.
cedar chest, and the appliances in the kitchen. Nearly
Fucking
every
3-minute entry.
surface in the living area was marked with Kelsey's blood. It was way worse than Crystal could
Tough
have imagined,
round.
and she stood there in shock.
Yeah,
But
right,
Crystal did
Kaiji.
what she promised, and she cleaned. For the next several hours on the 24th, she scrubbed to
Oh.
erase all of the evidence of Kelsey's violent death. Wearing the protective suit, gloves, and booties, she cleaned and mopped
The
every
booties?
visible blood stain. She used bleach and other cleaners to sanitize the
Dude,
floors
I
and
hit Cat
walls,
55, I
washed
think.
the
Yeah.
blood-soaked items, and gathered numerous
Wait,
bloody
that's a while
objects to
ago.
later dispose of. Some of the items that Crystal
Oh.
said that she took were curtains, pillowcases, an oven mitt, and even Kelsey's purse, all of which had her blood on them. Crystal was very thorough, but thankfully, she wasn't perfect. According to her, she deliberately left a few traces of blood behind. She testified that she left some blood spatter that were on the fireplace and on the baby gate, saying that these overlooked spots could potentially help
Look,
the
look, the
investigators
RNG meter
later,
there.
just to prove
It's
that the
actually
crime
kind of
hadn't
fire.
occurred there. This was significant because those traces were eventually found by forensic teams, but let me know your thoughts on this in the comments down below, because this very much so comes off as self-preservation to me, not trying to help the investigators, but it sounds like that's how she was trying to paint.
Oh, I should probably
While
claim
Crystal
my free
cleaned
RNG
Kelsey's
meters.
home, Patrick was busy with the other part of the
Shouldn't I?
cover-up, handling Kelsey's remains and other evidence.
I see.
Sometime that afternoon, after Crystal finished cleaning,
Uh-huh.
they met up and drove to Nash Ranch where Kelsey's body was hidden. Cell tower records confirmed that
Oh,
between 5
our
and
Jimmy Thorne
6:15
Recom is
p.m.
even
on the
better in
24th,
M3. Holy fuck.
signals from Patrick's phone, Crystal's phone, and Kelsey's phone all pinged
Is that?
together
I think
near
so.
that same location by Cripple Creek. Then they hauled the heavy tote from the haystack and loaded it into Patrick's truck. They returned to Patrick's ranch in Florissant with Kelsey's body to destroy the remains and evidence. On the evening of the 24th, Patrick prepared a makeshift fire. He took a large metal 100-gallon livestock water trough and placed the plastic tote containing Kelsey inside of it. They also threw away various bloodstained items from
So you
Kelsey's
just
condo,
stuffed
including
her
cleaning
body
rags,
into a
the baseball
suitcase.
bat or murder weapon, and
Or
even
into
some of
like a
Kelsey's personal
case.
belongings that Patrick wanted gone. He poured gasoline and motor oil all over the pile of evidence, and then he lit it on fire. The blaze was intense, and it burned for a very long time. Crystal recalled seeing the plastic tote melt away in the flames, and at one point, she thought she saw
Am I
what might
amazing
have been a
something?
human body burning as the tote was
Yeah,
disintegrating.
I just failed.
She
I
didn't look
failed
very
the
closely
impossible.
because she said that she couldn't bear to actually see Kelsey's body burning. But somehow she could help clean up everything. For hours, they kept the fire roaring to ensure that
Yeah, she's making a
everything
good
was
point.
burnt to ash and unrecognizable. An expert later testified that when remains are lit on fire, they oftentimes liquefy, making it very challenging to recover. Patrick's use of motor oil likely created a
Hey,
very
man.
hot, oily burn, and investigators would find an oily-looking stain later on in the dirt at the burn site.
Oh, really?
One item that wasn't burned that night on the ranch was Kelsey's cell phone because Patrick had different plans for that. He gave Kelsey's phone to Crystal Kenny, instructing her to take it back with her to Idaho to continue making it seem like Kelsey had just traveled somewhere else far away. He also gave her Kelsey's handgun, telling her to get rid of that too.
How are we missing so many
Patrick's twisted
secrets?
idea
Oh,
behind
no.
the gun was to later suggest that Kelsey might have taken the gun and taken her own life, which could explain her sudden disappearance.
You're missing way too many
The
secrets right now. What the fuck is
premeditation
going
that
on?
he put into murdering his
What the
fiancée and
fuck,
mother of
bro?
his daughter is mind-boggling to me in this case. So, Crystal took the gun and the phone, agreeing to handle both of them. That night, with the fire dying down, they sifted through the ashes to ensure that no obvious bone fragments or identifiable pieces remained. Patrick said to Crystal, "No body, no crime," because he truly believed that without a corpse, he couldn't be convicted.
Oh,
He
you
was
can be.
truly banking
You
on
fucking
his
can
plan
be.
to obliterate any proof of a murder. On Sunday, November
I think
25th,
we can
Crystal
match
Kenny left for
anything with
Idaho
your
to
car
carry out
shield
the
and
final
stove
phase
shield.
of their plan. Cell towers
Alright,
along the route
what
from
just
Colorado
happened?
to
My
Idaho
entire
picked up
party left.
signals from both phones traveling together.
Oh shit.
That morning and afternoon, Patrick continued sending and receiving texts with Kelsey's phone,
My
and a
part
text
left.
from
I mean,
Kelsey's
that's a
phone was also sent
blessing
to
in
her
disguise, I
employer
guess.
during that drive. She said that she wouldn't be coming to work the following week. Another message went to Kelsey's mom's phone, which was so cruel of them to make Cheryl believe that
What
their
did he
daughter
say?
was still alive and thinking of her. Crystal admitted that she sent texts to both Patrick and Kelsey's mom from Kelsey's phone during her drive back to the investigators. By 4 p.m. on November 25th, Crystal
Weirdo.
Kenny reached Jerome, Idaho, where she had arranged to swap vehicles back with her friend as planned. After switching cars, she drove to a spot near Mallard Gorge State Park in Idaho. Around 5:13 p.m., Kelsey Bear's phone pinged for the very last time off of a cell tower near Gooding, Idaho, in the vicinity of that state park. Investigators found out that Crystal destroyed Kelsey's phone at that location, either by smashing and dumping it or possibly throwing it into the gorge.
Dude,
When
I just
Idaho
wanted
police
to
later searched
get a
Crystal's
decent
property,
M6. A
they
decent
found
M6. Is that
burned
possible?
chunks of a cell phone in her backyard burning pit, suggesting that she also could have burned some of the pieces
Oh.
of Kelsey's phone after getting back to her
Why
car.
did
The
nobody
phone was
actually
never
play
recovered
M6 though?
intact. With the phone gone, Crystal
Why is
Kenny
M6
tried to
kind of
resume
dead?
her normal life in Idaho, hoping to just remain under the radar. She had done what Patrick asked, but Kelsey's loved
I guess
ones
I'll
and
just join
soon law
this.
enforcement would not let her vanish without a fight. For Kelsey Barrett's family, the first sign of trouble came when they couldn't reach her over the Thanksgiving weekend. It was really unusual for Kelsey to stay so silent for so long. She was very close with her mother, Cheryl, and frequently communicated with her about the baby and just daily life. As days passed on with no word from Kelsey, and after that brief text that was sent from Kelsey's phone on the 25th, her mom worried. On December 2nd, so
The
10
goat
days
has
after
arrived
the
once
last
again.
time Kelsey was seen,
Bro, he
Cheryl
said
could
kicked
no
and
longer
joined back.
contain her worry.
Fair enough, bro.
She drove from her house in Idaho, where Kelsey had grown up, to Colorado to go check on her daughter. Finding that Kelsey wasn't there, Cheryl went to the Woodland Park Police Department and officially reported her daughter is missing. She explained that she hadn't heard from Kelsey since before Thanksgiving, and this was completely out of character for her daughter. Kelsey had never just disappeared like this without telling anyone. Police
What the
officers
fuck are you doing in
responded
Deep
immediately by
Caverns?
performing a welfare check at Kelsey's townhouse. They found out, of course, that no one was home. There were no obvious signs of any kind of forced entry or struggle visible. However, there were some things that were off. Kelsey's 2 cars were parked outside and locked, meaning she hadn't gone anywhere far by
That's
herself.
AI?
Also, inside of her house, once the police got inside, they found cinnamon
Totally,
rolls on
bro.
the counter, and Kelsey's purse, keys, and jacket were all still inside of the house.
It's Beast
It
Street,
looked as
man.
if
How
she
do you
planned
not
to
know
return
what you're
soon,
doing in
not like
Deep
someone who
Caverns?
just ran
There's
away and
literally only
popped up.
one thing to
This
do in
piece
Deep
heightened
Caverns,
police's
and that's
suspicion that
Beast
Kelsey
Street.
might not have left
How does he not
voluntarily
understand
or
that?
safely. Investigators found unmistakable signs of violence inside of Kelsey Barrett's townhome, despite the clear attempts to clean the scene. Forensic teams discovered small but significant traces of Kelsey's blood all throughout the living area, including, as we know, on the fireplace, baseboards, floorboards, a baby gate, and even on the bathroom toilet. Blood was everywhere, even unseen to the eye. When sections
Damn,
of the
it
living
doesn't
room floor
exist.
were removed, they found a massive amount of blood pooling beneath the wood planks, and this was evidence that a large volume of blood had
What do you mean you
seeped through
couldn't
the
find?
flooring before anyone had an opportunity to clean it up. The remaining blood patterns and wipe marks indicated that the scene had been scrubbed with bleach, but not thoroughly enough to erase everything. DNA testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Kelsey. At this point, Kelsey's case was a missing person investigation. Woodland Park police contacted friends, checked hospitals, and of course reached out to the one person that would have seen her last, Patrick Frazee. He initially played the part of this concerned ex-fiance. When officers spoke to him on December 2nd, he claimed that he had no idea where Kelsey was and said that Kelsey had broken up with him on Thanksgiving Day and wanted space. He said that they met around noon or 1 on the 22nd to exchange their daughter, and at that time, Kelsey supposedly handed back his ring and called off their engagement, and he told police that Kelsey said she was just going to go stay with a friend for a while. He also mentioned returning some of her
Okay.
belongings during that alleged breakup, including
That's
her gun and
okay, that's fine.
keys, implying that she might have needed them if she left.
Oh
Patrick
my god,
added
I'm
that
low health.
after
I didn't even
Thanksgiving,
notice.
he continued to text with Kelsey over the
Dude,
next
is
few
it because
days,
my
but
master
it seemed
chest
like
plate
she
is
was still
bad?
alive, just not with him.
Like my
He
skeleton master's
even
chest
showed
plate is
those
actually
texts
not
to
that bad.
police officers. Patrick's story
I
could
know it's from
possibly
Floor
sound
6, but like, come
plausible
on,
because
bro.
couples do break up, and one may go off the grid for a bit. But to Cheryl Barrett and to detectives,
Floor 6 is
something
not
wasn't
that
sitting right.
bad. Like,
Cheryl flat out told the police that the breakup story didn't make any sense. Kelsey never mentioned any breakup during their call on Thanksgiving morning. Also,
ooh.
Kelsey's actions, like shopping for dinner ingredients and arranging childcare, were inconsistent with someone who was about to leave her fiance and her child. Investigators felt that if Kelsey had truly parted ways with him on the 22nd, why did she buy ingredients for a Thanksgiving dish for him, and why would she text him about it? All signs pointed to Kelsey expecting to see Patrick with the casserole, not breaking up. Meanwhile, police kept a close eye on Patrick's behavior.
This is M5.
On December 3rd or 4th, he voluntarily handed over his cell phone to law enforcement because he believed that the texts in his phone would back up his story. He also may have thought that surrendering his phone maybe made him look
Yeah,
innocent
Kodak
by
yellow,
cooperating with them.
Kodak
But around
yellow.
this time, Patrick also began making some legal moves that seemed a little fast. On December 12th,
What?
he signed a notarized document naming individuals who could care for baby Kaylee if he weren't able to, and he left Kelsey, the mother of his daughter, off of that list.
Why?
Investigators later pointed this out as very interesting because he knew that she was gone. Patrick knew Kelsey wasn't coming back, but her body hadn't
Do
been
I
found just yet.
use my
So
RG meter
this
in
was
M5
very
or not, guys?
suspicious. As the days passed, Woodland Park police started to realize that Kelsey's case was likely not a simple missing persons one anymore. On December 4th, Crystal Kenny suddenly got a new phone and phone number. She told her ex-husband that she had lost her old phone and she needed to replace it. Investigators would later point out that Crystal's rushed phone change happened right when Patrick handed his phone over to the police in Colorado, hinting that she might be trying to distance herself from the situation or possibly
That's
destroy
fair.
evidence. On December 10th, Woodland Park Police Chief Miles DeYoung held the first press conference to announce that
Why is
Kelsey
my
Barrett
map
was
fully
missing and
bugged?
asked the
What
public
is
for help.
what's
The
up
chief
with this game
described
right now?
Kelsey's disappearance as completely out of character and confirmed that she hadn't been seen since Thanksgiving. The police were very careful with their words, but by then they had already suspected foul play by saying they haven't ruled anyone out in response to questions about Patrick. As detectives dug deeper,
That's
they
good.
uncovered two pivotal leads that began to crack Patrick's carefully constructed story wide open. One of the first breakthroughs came from analyzing cell phone data. With his phone in their possession and a warrant obtained for Kelsey's phone records, investigators mapped out exactly where the phones had been and when. What they found was shocking.
Ooh.
Kelsey's phone activity didn't align at all with her known habits or whereabouts. The last signals from Kelsey's phone were not in Woodland Park at all, but instead
Where?
in southern Idaho
She kind of
on
cute.
November 25th. Specifically, Kelsey's phone pinged near Gooding, Idaho, hundreds of miles from her Colorado home, and then nothing. This was baffling.
Everything about
Kelsey
J
had
firms are like,
supposedly
who
left
is
on her
that?
home to somewhere. Why Idaho? She had no ties there, but an answer to that question was in Patrick Frazie's contact list. Phone records also revealed that Patrick had been in frequent communication with a phone number in Idaho, particularly on November 22nd, around the time of the murder and afterwards. Investigators traced that phone number and soon identified that it belonged to Crystal Lee Kenny, a 32-year-old resident of Twin Falls, Idaho. This was a new name to them. Kelsey's friends and family had never mentioned to Crystal, but Patrick's phone logs showed multiple calls to her number on
Come on.
Thanksgiving afternoon
You want
and
to
all
get.
the days
Never
following.
mind.
Putting two and two together, investigators theorized that Crystal
She,
might
that
have
is
had
more than
Kelsey's
an
phone,
Instagram. That's
which
literally
would
like a
explain
goal
the Idaho
before you
ping,
can
and
go.
now they just need to figure out why.
Whatever.
On December 14th, after obtaining a search warrant, law enforcement conducted an extensive search of Patrick's 35-acre ranch. The search included his house, barn, and fields, and they had evidence technicians, cadaver dogs, and even heavy
Damn.
machinery to churn the soil and snow. Although on that first day's search they didn't find Kelsey or her remains, investigators did find some suspicious items like a bottle of bleach and a mop that showed blood traces on them. These items were discovered inside Patrick's home and suggested an attempt at a
I
cleanup,
gotta leave
and this
there.
raised even more suspicion that a violent crime had occurred and someone was trying to erase it. That very same day, on December 14th,
I'm
the
healer. I
FBI
have to be
reached out
prior,
to
right?
question Crystal Lee Kenny in Idaho over
How
the
am I?
phone. Crystal didn't
How am I
initially
getting
cooperate,
revived by
and she
him?
lied repeatedly. She claimed that she hadn't
How?
talked to Patrick Frazie in over a month, and then later changed her story to say, oh, maybe it's within a
It
month
doesn't
or
even make
two.
any
Then
sense.
she
Like,
said that
bro,
she'd
I
been in
have the
Colorado on
perk and I'm a
Thanksgiving,
healer.
specifically on the
And I'm
24th,
still not
to
prior
only
on
go look for the
myself.
horse that Patrick was selling. Then she returned to
Like,
Idaho
how?
on the night of the 25th. Crystal stuck to this story, denying any involvement or knowledge of Kelsey's disappearance. After that call, though, she must have realized that the authorities were onto her because she had confessed to her ex-husband that the FBI contacted her and said that she was very
Yeah, you
nervous about
guilty as
this.
shit,
To her
bitch.
ex, she repeated the same horse buying story and even suggested that someone might have set
Yeah,
it up.
yeah.
These inconsistent and defensive
Yeah,
statements
yeah,
only
yeah.
increased the investigators' suspicion that she had something to hide. By mid-December, the case had then shifted to a suspected homicide investigation. Woodland Park Police publicly stated that circumstances made them fear that Kelsey was no longer alive. They also
Well, yeah,
mentioned, while
makes
standing in
sense.
front of his ranch, that Patrick Frazie was no longer just the concerned fiance, but that now he was a person of interest who hadn't been cleared yet. Tension was building. On December 15th, after 2 intense days, the search of Patrick's property concluded without finding Kelsey's body. Investigators had combed through haystacks, horse troughs, and acres of dirt, and they even sifted through a water feeder that looked like it could have
Damn.
some burn residue on the inside of it. Although they didn't locate remains, they had gathered enough circumstantial and physical evidence, like the blood traces, the bleach, and the phone records, to feel confident that a crime had in fact occurred and exactly
I
who
kind of
was
forgot.
behind
I'm
it.
Thor.
What about Crystal Kenny, though? After her initial lies, Colorado law enforcement wasn't about to
I
let her claims
keep
go
forgetting I'm
forward.
Thor.
On December 17th,
I might
so
be
just
stupid
a few
again.
days after that phone interview, agents from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, or CBI, and FBI traveled to Idaho to speak with her in person. Sitting in her living room in Twin Falls, they pressed her once again for the truth.
Nice.
Crystal, sensing
Good.
that the walls were starting to kind of cave in, asked if she could please consult an attorney.
Aha.
A clear sign to the investigators
Boo-hoo.
that she
Nope.
knew something. The agents left, but they didn't wait long. On December 20th, with legal counsel by
Well,
her side,
okay, that doesn't make
Crystal
any
Lee Kenny
sense.
decided to cooperate fully
I
with the
don't like that.
investigators. She realized that coming clean was her best chance at avoiding being charged with murder herself, so Crystal spilled everything. She confessed to her role in the attempted murder plots and shared how Patrick Frazie had killed Kelsey on Thanksgiving. She also admitted that she participated in cleaning up and disposing of evidence, and her
Dumb
confession
bitch.
matched the evidence that detectives had already been piecing together.
Dumb bitch.
She described in her own words the horrifying scene in Kelsey's home, including the blood on the walls and floor, the tooth she
Dumb
found, and the
bitch.
hours of scrubbing that she did in that hazmat suit. She
Dumb
explained the
bitch.
instructions that Patrick gave her, the calls that they exchanged, and their trip to retrieve and burn Kelsey's body. She even led investigators
Disgusting.
through a step-by-step
Seminar.
timeline
Yes,
of where they
bro.
were on specific dates, basically walking them through the entire crime and cover-up.
Dude, is
There
it
was
good?
no turning back now. Because of Crystal's
Dungeon Seski.
confession,
Hold on.
Hallmark police got an arrest warrant for Patrick Frazee.
That actually
By
adds
7
a bit of
a.m. on
profit.
December 21st, he was arrested at his home. Patrick was initially held on suspicion of first-degree murder and solicitation of
That does
first-degree
actually
murder,
add some profit.
and because of the gravity of those kinds of charges, he was held without bond. The arrest of Kelsey's fiancé made national headlines, and attention quickly turned to the role of this mysterious Idaho woman who helped crack the case.
Dude, doing
On December
dungeons
22nd,
and
police
True
in
Party
Twin
Find is
Falls
actually
confirmed
so
that they were
boring.
working
Yeah, is that
together
valid
with the
takes?
Colorado authorities and had done
So,
several search
it
warrants
does get
in
really
Idaho
boring.
related to Kelsey's disappearance. They didn't name Crystal Lee Kenny publicly at that time, but they did acknowledge that the evidence had been collected in Idaho as well.
It's like running,
With Patrick in
it's like an
custody,
NPC,
baby
bro. I
Kaylee
feel
was
like a
just
fucking
14
robot
months
right
old
now.
and had lost both of her parents. A custody hearing on December 27th resulted in a judge granting temporary custody of Kaylee to Kelsey's parents, Cheryl and Daryl Barrett. Patrick's mother, Sheila, attempted to intervene to try to get custody of her granddaughter, but the court sided with the Barretts for the child's stability and well-being. This gave a small sense of peace to Kelsey's grieving family because it meant
How much are
that
you making an
last
hour
piece
though?
of Kelsey, their grandbaby, would be safe with them. On December 31st, 2018, the Teller County District Attorney charged Patrick Frazee with 2 counts of first-degree murder and 3
Yes,
counts
get
of
his ass.
solicitation to commit first-degree
Boom,
murder.
bitch.
That dual murder count included
Boom,
one for
bitch.
premeditated murder and another for an
Boom,
alternative
bitch.
theory, which allowed the prosecutors to
Oh,
secure
I'm dead.
conviction
Okay, I'm
even
alive.
without a body.
Dude, did you see
Confusing.
my
I know,
armor,
I
no, my
got
gear
the
upgrades?
solicitation charges were for the multiple
I
times
made some
Patrick
crazy
tried to
gear
persuade
upgrades.
Crystal to kill Kelsey, though. In early January
Like
2019,
absolutely
the public learned
amazing
the
gear
identity of the
upgrades.
Idaho woman that was involved in the case when media outlets revealed that Crystal Lee Kenny was under investigation. Her name quickly spread, sparking
I feel like I
a ton
kind of
of
overpaid,
speculation
but it's
about her
okay.
role in this. On January 4th, Kelsey's parents filed a wrongful death lawsuit
I
against
might have paid
Patrick,
too much.
accusing him of inflicting emotional and physical abuse before killing their daughter. And this civil suit emphasized the family's desire to make sure he'll be held accountable regardless of what the trial outcome would be. Despite Crystal's cooperation, Kelsey's remains were never found.
Okay, look
She
my chest
shared that
plate.
Patrick
Look what I
left the
got.
body on the ranch and likely disposed of the
I got it
ashes
for
by
18
spreading
million
them
coins.
or maybe even mixing them with
18 million
manure, which would
coins.
make recovery very
Above
difficult.
craft.
Although the absence of a body posed a challenge,
I
prosecutors
paid 18
emphasized
mil.
that Patrick's plan of this no body, no crime would fail because of the circumstantial and forensic evidence it was continuing to mount, which
You play
only
on.
strengthened the case
Oh, what
against
do you
him.
mean?
After Patrick Frazee's arrest, investigators and
What do you mean?
prosecutors turned to Crystal Lee Kenny, whose confession and cooperation were essential to build this case.
I bought it on
On
auction house.
February
Isn't
8th,
it a very good?
2019, she entered
Isn't
a
it a
plea of
good deal?
guilty, pleading 1 count of evidence tampering for moving Kelsey's body and phone.
Bro,
On
you guys are
February
hating,
8th,
bro.
2019,
I got
she
it for
entered a
19
plea
million.
deal, pleading
19
guilty
million,
to
bro.
1 count of evidence tampering
19
for moving
millers.
Kelsey Barrett's phone. As a part of that plea, she admitted that she knew that Patrick had killed Kelsey on or about November 22nd, and the agreement limited her to a potential sentence of a maximum of 3 years in prison if and only if she fully cooperated and testified truthfully. And
Do you guys not
because
have that?
sentencing was postponed until after Patrick's
How
trial,
much did you
it
guys pay?
showed that she was honest.
I
Let me know
sniped
your
this, I
thoughts on
think.
this in the comments down below, because I cannot believe that after all of her involvement, the
That's the
max
W
she could
snipe.
get was 3 years. Patrick was arraigned on May 24th, 2019, and he of course pleaded not
I
guilty,
don't know if it's
which I was
M7,
pretty
but
surprised about given the fact that there was so much evidence. The judge scheduled his
I
trial
don't know
for
if this is
October
M7
28th,
chest plate,
and
but
in July, the DA announced that they would not be seeking the death penalty, but instead a life without parole conviction for Crystal's cooperation. Patrick's defense floated and then abandoned the idea of blaming someone else. They also tried to suppress statements that he made to a child welfare employee, arguing that he was questioned
what?
without his Miranda rights. None of this ended
What,
up happening.
Rainbow?
The November
What?
2019 murder trial took 3 weeks and it was highly publicized. They reconstructed the final hours, the brutal killing, and the elaborate cover-up that followed. On November 1st, opening statements began and prosecutors painted Patrick as cold
M7?
and calculated, repeating his infamous phrase of this no body, no crime nonsense. The defense countered by painting Crystal
I
as
mean,
a
it's pretty good
liar,
stats.
seeking a lenient sentence, and they argued that the crime scene circumstances were unlikely because of the holiday. The prosecution laid out the case chronologically, though. Kelsey's mother and brother talked about her
I mean,
text messages
maybe
and the
M6, but
discovery of blood in her
I don't
condo.
I don't think
Surveillance
it's
footage,
M6.
witnesses, and neighbors
But
all
it
helped
should be M7
reconfirm
though,
what
because
happened
why
on
would
Thanksgiving
anyone
Day.
list
Law
something that isn't
enforcement
an
talked about the welfare check,
M7 one?
the locked condo and cars, wipe marks, and Patrick's suspicious earlier statements. Forensic testimony showed that despite cleaning, blood spatter, streaks, and soaked floorboards pointed to a
I mean, the
violent
stats is
assault,
good, so
and
I don't
cell
mind.
tower data confirmed everything
This
that
is pretty
Crystal
good
stated as
stats.
well.
No stats.
Crystal's testimony was emotional
I feel
and
like
the
Grove
most
6
critical
would probably
part of the
add
trial.
bits.
She described the horrific crime scene and said that Patrick told her Kelsey's last words
It's
were,
either
"Please
Grove 6 or
stop."
Iron 3.
She also
Oh, that's
explained
not
how
bad.
he burned Kelsey's remains at his ranch.
Oh, that's not
Although
bad.
the defense attacked her plea deal and initial lies, her testimony matched all the footage, the phone data, and forensic evidence.
Mm-mm.
Character witnesses testified that
What?
Kelsey was a devoted mother and that this
How is it
all
bad?
contradicted Patrick's attempts to smear her in court. The most incriminating moment came from a jail inmate who testified that Patrick tried to hire him to kill
I
multiple
literally got it for like
witnesses,
19 million
including
coins.
Crystal and a family
That's
friend.
below
Jurors
craft
were shown
price.
his handwritten
How
hit
is
list
that
notes
not
in the
good?
courtroom. Given that overwhelming evidence, the defense called a few witnesses but didn't put Patrick on the stand. Closing arguments were delivered on November 18th, and prosecutors tied every fact back to Crystal's testimony. The defense repeated that Crystal was unreliable and that missing body created doubt. The jury deliberated only a few hours before finding Patrick Frenzy
I
guilty
saw
on
that
all
you
counts,
added a brewer
including
to your
first-degree
co-op.
murder and all 3 counts of solicitation to commit murder and tampering with a deceased human body.
Like, what
He was
happened?
sentenced to life without parole plus 156
Well, you're
additional
never
years
having 1 billion
due to the,
banked though,
quote,
ever.
extraordinary depravity of the killing, cleanup, burning of remains, and murder plots, end quote. On January 28, 2020, Crystal was sentenced for her role, and although the prosecutors honored their agreement to seek that leniency, the judge criticized her actions as cold, calculating, and cruel. She received the maximum under her plea deal, so 3 years for evidence tampering. In February of 2021, though, the Colorado Court of Appeals ruled that her 3-year sentence
But
exceeded
you
the
paid on his
statutory limit.
account?
She was resentenced to 18 months with credit for time served, which is already more than a year. So on March 23rd, 2021, she was
Bro,
released on parole.
so he
and
doesn't
moved
want to
back Idaho.
so he
She
doesn't
remains
want
a
to play?
convicted felon under supervision.
Why do you play on his
and
account?
Patrick
Does he
was
not
transferred
like
to
the game?
Arkansas Valley Correctional Facility to serve his 156-year prison sentence. Kelsey's parents also won the wrongful death judgment against Patrick, which just further affirmed his responsibility for what he did. Baby Kaylee is being raised by Kelsey's parents in a stable, loving home, but Kelsey's death left
Like
a
what?
profound
M7?
impact on the community, her daughter, and her family.
I'm
Memorial
not
vigils were
blood
held,
doring,
and
bro.
Thanksgiving
I
has
don't care
become
about
an
that.
annual reminder of
If
the
you leave
absence
to me
that
for
they
blood
will
door, you're
ever
trash
feel
at the
in
game,
that
bro.
family. Thank you
I'd
so
rather
much
go
for
do
spending time
Claire.
with me today. I'm sending you all my love, and I'm sending Kelsey and her daughter and family all my love as well.
What, you do
I know that I
Kudra?
mentioned at the end of the last video that I contemplated taking this weekend off, mainly because of the online bullies. To be completely
But
honest,
I don't
I
really
just
understand
shrugged
because
it off.
wasn't
And
he able
being
to
sensitive
do
and an empath, the
dungeons
online
with you?
hate can be a lot sometimes. So I really do mean it when I say that the kindness that you all show me truly means the world to me. I hope that you enjoyed
Like, she
all
literally
Family
did
Feud
dungeons
this
with you.
week, and
I mean,
please take great care of yourselves this weekend. Nurse's orders. Oh, and don't forget to drop our secret handshake in the chat. See you next time. Bye.
cat leveling is kind of fun, bro. I
On
don't know why
March
you would want to
31st,
skip that.
2019, a hometown hero stepped outside of his own store, and seconds later, 11 bullets rewrote Los Angeles history and changed a whole community and family forever. What really happened to Nipsey Hussle in his final minutes, and why did a
It was
quiet
like
morning on
on the other
Snitchit
accounts.
explode
So
into
he got
murder?
onto the account.
We're gonna get into the shooting, the manhunt, and the rumors, and by the end of this
Wait, he
video,
macroed
you'll
foraging
see
on the
how a
Babber
2-minute
tank
exchange turned into
when
a
we were
brutal
in.
murder,
Wait,
and
didn't
learn
we
about
use
the
him for
legacy that he
warps?
left behind. Welcome to the True Crime Nurse, everybody. My name is Kat, and I'm a registered nurse who loves all things nursing
Did he get
and
wiped
true crime.
that
Don't
day?
forget
That
to
day?
like, subscribe, and ring the bell
No
before
way.
you go. All right, friends, let's get into it. Ermias Askedom, also known as Nipsey Hussle, was a well-known rapper, community icon, and successful businessman. He was born on August 15th, 1985 in the Crenshaw district of LA to his parents Angelique and Dwight. He was very close with his parents and his siblings growing up, but sadly, his parents decided to divorce when he was little.
I don't
When his
know.
dad left,
I
his
feel like
grandmother
if you're
stepped in to
past
help
cat of
raise the
40 and you're
children,
gonna be
and she was
tanked,
a
you
very
don't need
significant
more.
figure in his life. His father did remain present despite the split, though. Dwight immigrated from Eritrea, Africa, and he took Nipsey and his brother there to visit, and this was an experience that deeply strengthened their
W
connection to their
Nipsey,
roots.
bro. We
Also,
love
his
fuck with
first name
Nipsey
comes
bad.
from his father's side, and it actually translates to God will rise, which I thought was beautiful. Now, as a child, Nipsey was known for his intelligence and hustle early on, so his parents always felt that he was destined to be successful someday. He excelled academically, and from a
W
very young
hustle,
age,
W
he
hustle.
would shine shoes and sell candy to make his own money. However, after leaving high school, he became involved with a well-known gang in South LA, and this was a decision that reflected the complex environment that he grew up in, and he openly talked about this in his music and in the media.
Yeah, here's the issue
Despite his
though.
tough upbringing, though, he
So,
transformed himself into
my
a
chest
force
bit,
for
is it
positive
actually a
change in
lot
his
worse than the
community.
M7
In the
one though?
mid-2000s,
I
Nipsey
have a
gained
feeling it
recognition for his
isn't.
songs like Bullets Ain't Got No Name and The Marathon. In 2018, he released his debut studio album called Victory Lap, which earned him a Grammy nomination for Best Rap Album of the Year. He was known for his authentic
Victory
West
Lap is a
Coast
W
hip-hop
album.
sound and his gift of storytelling, but equally important was his role as an investor,
Like, I feel
activist,
like
and
people are
philanthropist
overhyping
in
the
South
M7
LA.
chest bit.
He reinvested a substantial amount of the money that he made back into his own neighborhood. Nipsey opened up the Marathon clothing store in 2017 at the intersection of Crenshaw Boulevard and Slauson Avenue. He also launched a co-working space, a STEM center called Vector 90, and provided funding for improvements
I do feel like it is overhyped.
and to businesses.
Like, how
Hustle's
good is your
nickname
chest bit
was
compared to
Never
mine?
Nip, and this was fitting
It's
because
probably
he
like
was
zero
known to
difference.
actually walk through the streets without any security because he felt safe there. Something else that was really important to him was helping convicts who needed a second chance by giving them job opportunities that many others wouldn't. He spent his personal time and money creating jobs and
How?
opportunities within
I
his
have
own
infinite
community,
arrows.
reportedly investing about $2.5 million into the plaza where he opened up his store. His dedication to ending gang violence and
Well,
improving
mine don't
lives
have massive
made him
stars
a
either.
beloved figure in South LA.
So maybe that
Nipsey
makes a
Hussle was
difference.
at the
I
height
don't
of
use
his
massive
career
stars.
and influence as a Grammy-nominated artist, a successful entrepreneur, a father of 2 children, and all with the love of his life by his side, the beautiful actress Lauren London. Although he did so much good in the community, fame came
It's
with
like
certain
20 mil.
risks, and I don't believe
What do you
for
mean?
a second that he thought that he was at risk in his own community. In the
What's
early
20 mil?
afternoon on Sunday, March 31st, 2019, Nipsey Hussle went to his Marathon clothing store in the strip mall
Yeah, I
off
know,
of
it's
Crenshaw
not cheap.
Boulevard, and this was an unplanned visit to help out a friend. One of Nipsey's buddies from the old neighborhood, Carrie Lathan,
I
had
got this
just
for
been released
like,
from prison after
how
serving
do you even
25
see what
years. This is
the
a perfect
quality is on
example
the armor?
of the kind of
Because
person that
I don't
Nipsey was.
I don't have
He had
mods for
given
that anymore.
Lathan some new clothes and was meeting
An
him at
EU
the
used to
store to
do
give
it,
him
but I don't
anything
have
else
an
that he
EU
may have
because
needed
an
that
EU
day.
is
Nipsey
banned.
spent part of the afternoon signing autographs, taking pictures of fans, and talking to his friends in the parking lot where he
Yeah,
should
well,
have been
mod,
safe.
bro.
He popped in and out of the store all the time, and again, never had security with him because he always felt safe and confident there. At approximately 3 p.m., 29-year-old
Exactly.
Eric Holder Jr. arrived at that same parking lot, accompanied by Brianita Nicholson, who had just given him a ride in her car. The two had been seeing each other for a little while, but it wasn't anything serious. They initially pulled in so that Holder could order
Wait,
food from a
yo,
place
I have
called
an idea.
Monster Burger in the strip mall. That's when Nicholson
What
spotted
if
Nipsey
we,
Hussle outside of the
because
clothing
if
store.
do people use
She got
Kuffle to look
excited
at it?
because he was a star that she really looked up to. She parked the
Oh,
car and
Skyblock
they
has
both
it.
walked
Oh,
over to Nipsey and the small group of people
never
around
mind.
him. Nipsey said
Because
hi to Eric Holder, and he actually
I was
recognized
gonna do
him
a
from the
scam, but I
neighborhood.
guess it's
According
not
to
gonna work.
witness testimonies, this
Never mind.
conversation started out casually, and they even shook hands as soon as Eric walked up to him. However,
I
Nipsey
was
brought
gonna
up
do
a
a big
sensitive
scam.
topic, which was a rumor about snitching.
What I was gonna
Nipsey
do,
said something
I was
along
gonna
the
put
lines of, "Hey, they're saying that you've got some paperwork done on
50 out of
you.
50
You might
M7
want to
chest
take
plate
care of
on
that."
auction house for
According to
exact same
investigators,
price
paperwork
as
refers to
a
court
50 out of
documents
50
or
different
possibly
floor,
informant records.
and then
So he
people
was
would maybe
suggesting
by
that
accident
Holder was
buy the other
suspected of
one
having cooperated
with
with
the
the
check through
police
Kuffle
about
and
something.
then open the auction
Nipsey's
house.
friend Herman Cowboy Douglas, who had
I
overheard
could
this
have been a W
conversation,
scammer, bro.
said that Nipsey's tone wasn't accusatory or loud.
Rest in peace, my
It was more
scamming
of a
attempts.
friendly heads up, advising Holder to address those rumors for his own safety. Holder responded defensively, though. According to Brianita, Holder asked Nipsey something like, "Have you ever snitched?" That conversation lasted only a few minutes, and it didn't
Oh,
seem
and
to be escalating. Now, I'm sure that you're thinking that the conversation does seem tense. However, Nipsey actually stopped and posed for a quick selfie with Brianita during this encounter because she asked him for a picture. Now, if Nipsey felt threatened, I personally don't believe that he would stop and take a picture. He'd be keeping an eye on Eric. But Nipsey bringing up these rumors deeply upset and triggered Eric Holder. In gang culture, being branded a snitch can be a grave, even lethal insult, and Holder left that conversation stewing over it. He walked
Are
away
you a
with the
snitch?
chili cheese fries that he had just ordered and then returned to
Chili
Brianita's
cheese
police
fries.
car where she was waiting. As they drove off from the strip mall, heading around the block, Holder pulled out a
You
gun.
better not be a snitch,
The
because if you're a
unloading bullets
snitch,
into the magazine right there in the car.
you might get
Brianita
slimed
yelled
out
at
in
Eric
O
and
Block.
said, "You are not going to do a drive-by in my car," and Holder shockingly put the gun away. Nicholson later testified that she had no idea Holder intended to harm Nipsey until she saw the gun. She thought maybe the two of them had had an argument,
Like,
but she said
bro,
that she could not
are you a
predict
snitch
what
or
was to
not?
come. Holder had
Because
her
if you
stop
are
the
a
car a short
snitch,
distance away,
you're
claiming
gonna
that
get
he'd
slimed
bring her
out in O
back.
Block, man.
He got out, taking not one
I have a
but two
feeling.
firearms with him, taking a handgun for each hand. Brianita stayed in the driver's seat, completely unaware of his intentions. Around this time, so roughly 3:18 to 3:20, Nipsey Hussle
I
was
mean,
still in the
snitching is
boyfriend
pretty
car chatting
normalized
with
now, I
Gary
feel like,
Lathan, Lathan's
in
nephew,
gangs.
another
Like,
friend named Shermy Villanueva, as well
before,
as a couple
people
of other
weren't
people.
snitching that
He
much.
approached Nipsey
Now,
and the
people,
group about
literally
8 in the
everyone is
morning.
just snitching,
According to one of the
aren't they?
survivors, as
If you
Holder
get
walked
indicted
up,
for
he
murder,
said something to Nipsey
like a
"You are
RICO,
through." Then without
like,
any
there's
further
always one guy just
discussion,
snitching now.
Holder opened fire at close range. He fired
I
from
feel like
both
it's also
guns, aiming
because
primarily
they have
at
seen so
Nipsey.
many other people
In total,
snitch,
he fired at least 10 rounds,
and they're
striking
still
Nipsey in
alive,
the front
so they
and
just look
side
at that and be
multiple
like, yeah,
times.
okay,
We're going to
who
dive pretty
cares?
deep into this autopsy report from a nurse's perspective, but he
I
fell
feel
to
like
the ground,
it's,
bleeding profusely.
I don't really
Two
care
other men
if
standing near
people snitch
Nipsey,
though, if
Gary
they
Lathan
aren't
and
into it.
Shermy
But if you're
Villanueva,
like
were
a
also
real
both hit by
gang,
bullets. Lathan,
and
the
you're
former inmate that
really
Nipsey was
doing
trying to
shit
help, was struck by a
with your
bullet in
homies
his
and shit,
back,
and then you're
which
just
shattered
telling,
part of his spine. Villanueva was hit in the abdomen, but
pussy,
his
bro.
wounds were less severe. The gunfire caused complete and utter chaos. People in the area scattered and ran for cover as soon as the shots rang out. Security camera footage
Like,
later showed
if you
Nipsey, unarmed
don't
and
do
in a
the crime,
vulnerable
if you can't do
position,
the
being
time,
shot and then falling to the ground. Eric Holder was not
pretty
finished even
basic.
after Nipsey was down, though. In an act of apparent rage or vindictiveness, Holder
Like, every
walked
time
up
you
to
do a crime, you
Nipsey
gotta
and
be
kicked
aware
him
that
in the head
there's a
before
pretty high
hitting him.
likelihood
This
that you're gonna
disturbing
get caught.
detail, the kick to the head, was confirmed by
That's just the
surveillance
truth now.
video and became a huge focal point for the prosecutors, who argued that this demonstrated the personal nature of the attack. This was a deliberate and spiteful act by Holder. As Holder sprinted back to the getaway car, Nipsey Hussle was fatally wounded on the pavement. According to later witness statements,
Nipsey,
Nipsey
man.
remained
Why did you
conscious
do
for
Nipsey
a
like that,
moment or
man?
two, despite the multiple gunshot wounds. One witness heard Nipsey speak his final words. Nipsey recognized the extent of his injuries and said, "You got me." It's heartbreaking to know that Nipsey knew that the gunman had inflicted fatal injuries and that these
He
were
said,
his
"You
final
got me?"
moments. Another
Nah.
bystander saw Nipsey trying to move and fight to stay
Really?
alive. He was breathing,
That's
biting his
insane.
tongue, struggling to even try to get up as his body was failing him, but within seconds, he lost consciousness. Meanwhile,
He
Eric
really
Holder
said
jumped
to
into
the
Brianita
killer, "You
Nicholson's
got
car
me."
and yelled at her to drive.
Holy shit.
Nicholson was startled and confused because she heard the gunshots and people screaming, but only realized that something terrible had happened once Holder came back running to the car. When
I
she
feel like
asked what
Nipsey wasn't
happened, Holder
really
said, "Drive or he
all
would slaughter
on.
her." Now,
He
fearing for her
wasn't
own
that
safety
like a
at this
bad,
point, Nicholson then sped away from
stupid
the
bad
scene with
gang
Holder
member.
in the passenger seat. Back
I don't
at the
know
scene,
how he
Nipsey's
ended up
friends who
getting killed.
frantically tried to help him.
Is it
Calls
just
to 911
jealousy?
were made immediately as people gathered around Nipsey's
I guess
dead
it's just
body,
jealousy,
and they
right?
all tried to apply pressure to his wounds. Lathan and Villanueva, both injured, also needed
People from
medical
the same
attention. Police and paramedics arrived
situation
quickly,
are
and
doing
the
better
strip
than
mall was
you, and then they're
officially
just
taped off as a
jealous, I
crime
guess.
scene in the very place that Nipsey built for his community. Nipsey's brother Samuel
I
arrived
feel
and
like
found
Nipsey
him
was
bleeding
pretty
on the
loved.
ground. He watched as the first responders desperately attempted CPR as they rushed him to the back of an ambulance. Nipsey was very close with his siblings, and I cannot imagine how devastating this was for him to see. LA Fire Department paramedics administered aid to Nipsey Hussle and the other victims on scene, then rushed them to a nearby hospital called California Hospital Medical Center. Tragically, Nipsey's injuries were far too severe. He had been shot
Mm,
at least 10 times with bullets piercing through his vital organs. At
not good,
approximately
man.
3:55 p.m., 33-year-old Nipsey Hussle was pronounced dead at the hospital just 35 minutes after the shooting. Lathan and Villanueva
Can we get
pleaded
a
for their
decent
lives
round,
and
guys,
survived.
please?
Lathan's injury left him paralyzed and wheelchair-bound, and Villanueva's abdominal wound was stable, so he actually was able to speak with the police pretty quickly afterwards. He said that in the moments after the gunfire,
313 scored,
he heard
though.
Nipsey's
That's pretty
heartbreaking
massive.
words, "He shot me, he
Should
shot me," and said
should
Nipsey was in complete shock. News of the shooting spread almost immediately. Crowds began to gather outside of the Marathon store
should I
within
claim a
hours
store or
in
not?
total disbelief that Nipsey Hussle, the hometown hero, had been violently attacked in broad daylight. After fleeing the scene in Nicholson's Chevy Cruze, Eric Holder was on the run. Nicholson dropped him off at a relative's
think so?
house, and she said that she still didn't know what he had just done. Holder told her not to snitch and even tried to
Oh,
convince her that nothing happened. He even called her
okay.
on the phone later
I'm
that
alive.
day to see if
Oh,
he
that
could
was
crash
close.
at her place that night.
That was close.
Brianita refused, but she did agree
That
to
was
meet him the
close.
next day to help him get a motel room because she said that she was really
Did you
scared of him and
notice?
didn't know what to do.
Oh,
By that night, March 31st, surveillance camera
a
footage of the
big
shooting
black
suspect
guy
and
with
the
a big
getaway
black
vehicle
cock
had
almost
already
killed
been
me right
obtained
there.
by the police, and it was
Ole.
already circling in the media.
That could have
The
been
Los
real
Angeles
bad.
Police Department had identified Nipsey Hussle's killer as Eric Holder by all the witness accounts and had the video of the evidence up within hours. On the morning of April 1st,
Oh,
LAPD
man.
publicly named Eric Holder as the suspect and launched a manhunt, warning the city that this man was armed and dangerous. Brianita Nicholson saw the news
Armed
on
and
TV
dangerous.
showing her car and license plate linked to the murder. She panicked when she pieced everything together. Early on April 1st, Nicholson actually drove straight to the LAPD station to turn herself in as the driver in order to share what she knew. In an almost unbelievable twist, an officer at
What
the desk
Armed and
turned her
Dangerous song
away,
is your favorite?
reportedly saying to her, "Don't listen to the news,"
Isn't
when
there
she
like
tried to
3
explain
or
that
is there
her car
4?
was involved. The first officer she encountered completely dismissed her and didn't take her statement. This was a massive failure that later prompted an internal investigation to figure out why on earth a key witness was turned away. Determined to do the right thing, Nicholson then returned later and met with detectives once they realized who she was.
I think
She
my
gave
favorite
a
Armed and
full
Dangerous
5-hour
is
interview explaining all of Holder's actions
Juice
before
WRLD,
and
maybe.
after the shooting
I really
in
like the song.
exchange for immunity from the prosecution.
The Juice
In
WRLD
those
Armed and
first 48
Dangerous. And
hours
then
after
there's
Nipsey's
Pop
death,
Smoke and then
political
there's
chaos
King
completely
Von.
gripped the
I
community
think there's
while
one more though.
investigators were making their progress. An autopsy was conducted on Nipsey Hussle's body on April 1st,
There's one more,
the
but
day
I
after
don't
his
know the
death,
name.
by the Los
They're
Angeles
just
County Department coroner. Now, get comfy because we're going to be going over this pretty extensively. Nipsey was shot
I like
11
the music
times in
video from
total.
Armed
The
and Dangerous
location
from
of
Juice
Nipsey's
WRLD
wounds included on his
because
head and
he's in
scalp,
Norway on that
right
video.
side of his
It's kind
torso
of
and
fun.
chest, heart, abdomen, multiple parts of his extremities like his arm, elbow, big toe, and one bullet even severed his spine. The head wound
Damn.
was particularly devastating though. A bullet penetrated through his skull, entering near his right temple.
I don't
and this
understand
is
why he
the
was
injury
killed though,
listed as the primary
because
cause
they
of death.
didn't
This
gain
was
anything.
catastrophic
Was it for his
traumatic brain
chain?
injury and severe intracranial damage. From a clinical
And
standpoint,
Nipsey was
a
literally
high
loved by
velocity
everyone
gunshot through
in
the brain
that.
tissue causes immediate neural disruption, essentially destroying neurons and
What?
critical brain structures in its path. This would result in a near instant loss of consciousness. By the time the first responders had reached
I'm
him,
talking
Hussle
about
showed
the
no
guy on the
signs
video,
of
Nipsey Hussle,
responsiveness
bro.
or
I know
any
nobody
brain
killed
activity.
Juice. Well,
The autopsy also documented the extent of his internal
it's
injuries
debatable,
and
but
bleeding. Nipsey sustained multiple gunshot wounds to the torso, which produced critical internal injuries. He had punctures in his lungs in 3 separate places.
well,
The caps
actually,
of these bullets lacerated through the lung tissue, and a
Juice
gunshot
WRLD
to the
was
chest
partially
can
murdered,
cause
in my
what's called
opinion.
a tension pneumothorax or hemothorax. A
He
hemothorax
was
is
partially
basically when the
murdered,
lung collapses and fills the pleural cavity or your chest with
in my
blood,
opinion,
making it so that you can't breathe. In Hustle's
because
autopsy examiner, quote, over
someone
a liter of
told the
blood,
police
unquote,
that
pulled
he had
inside of
a
his chest
bunch of
cavity,
drugs in
which is
the
just a clear sign of
on the
massive
airplane.
internal hemorrhaging in the thorax.
So the
For a
police,
little
so he got
context, an
alerted that the
adult's
police were just
total
gonna
blood
check
volume
him
is
when he
around
landed,
5 liters for a male of his
and that's why he
size.
popped
So
perks.
losing more than a liter into the chest
And probably all
alone
the drugs.
would severely compromise circulation and make it impossible to breathe. Perhaps the most devastating torso wound, though, was a gunshot to his abdomen that went through
Was
his
he?
spine.
Oh, okay.
According to the medical examiner, a bullet entered the right side of his abdomen and pierced through his liver, and then it completely severed his spinal cord. The moment that this bullet hit, Hustle collapsed because that shot would have ceased all function to his legs
He was just
immediately.
gonna end up
The
dying
liver is a
anyway. I mean,
highly vascular
it's sad to
organ,
say,
so
but he
when a
was going
bullet
to die
enters the liver,
eventually
it
anyway.
also causes profuse internal bleeding.
He didn't have
This
long to live.
injury
I mean,
alone could cause rapid
you can't
exsanguination
just do
or
that to
clear
your
blood
body
loss into the
repeatedly and
abdominal
over and
cavity.
over and over
Let me
again.
know down below if you remember that term from the Selena video. A substantial amount of Nipsey's blood volume also hemorrhaged internally around the liver. So the combination of the bleeding in the chest, which again was over a liter, and the additional bleeding in the abdomen would have caused dangerously low blood pressure due to that blood loss. Without any blood in the vascular system to
I mean,
move
I don't know how you
or
can have
any
so
blood
many people
pressure,
around you and
the
you
heart
still are
cannot
properly
beat.
are able
This
to do this
happened
much
right
drugs.
outside of a level 1 trauma center with the best surgeons. Saving someone with these extensive injuries would be highly unlikely. So Nipsey's chances of survival were virtually zero by the time the paramedics arrived. A toxicology screening was also done as part of the autopsy, and it
It's just
revealed
good.
that Nipsey Hussle had THC in his system as well as codeine and promethazine. These medications can be used in combination with alcohol to make a drink known as lean. I'm sure that most of you have
I
heard
mean,
of.
didn't you see the
This means that
girlfriend or his
Nipsey may
girlfriend or
have been
something?
taking cough syrup
Or
or that he was
she's so
drinking
dumb bad. She
lean
made like an
instead.
OnlyFans or something
However, this played
and
no
was
role whatsoever
selling
in
juice
him
rolls
passing away.
items.
These were simply incidental findings from the coroner. Dr. Nguyen concluded that the cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds to the head and torso, and the manner of death was obviously homicide. Now let's get back
She
into
actually
the
pissed me off so
investigation.
bad, bro.
Law enforcement worked rapidly to track down Nipsey's killer, and by April 2nd, the LAPD had zeroed in
What?
on Eric Holder's whereabouts thanks to a tip. It turned out that Holder had fled over 20 miles away to the city
What?
of Bellflower, California
What are you
in
talking
Los
about?
Angeles County. Holder actually tried to check himself into a mental health facility in Bellflower on April 2nd,
How do you know?
possibly to hide out or to claim some need for psychiatric help. But someone recognized him from the news and immediately called 911. Around 1 o'clock on April 2nd, Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies responded and they found Eric Holder in the 9000 block of Artesia Boulevard right outside of that mental health facility. Eric Holder was arrested and the deputies handed him over to the LAPD, who confirmed his identity and took him into custody that same afternoon. I think it's important to
Okay,
know a
but
little
she
bit of
still has an
background information
OnlyFans,
on
right?
Holder just for some context. So, Eric Holder was 29 years old at the time of his arrest. He came from the very same neighborhood and social circles as Nipsey, and he was in the same gang in South LA, meaning they knew each other in multiple ways prior to this
I
point.
guess.
Holder also dreamed of becoming a rapper someday, but his rap lyrics were disturbingly prophetic. He rapped about body bags, 38 gun blasts, and bloody homicides in his songs.
I mean, I
and
guess.
prosecutors definitely pointed that out.
Both
Holder
kind of
also
happened
had
at
a
the same
criminal
time.
record.
So
The
probably
court record showed that in 2009,
people saw that she
he
made
was
an
arrested
OnlyFans
and
and
charged
then
with
they
domestic
just
battery
spread this
against the
lie, I
mother of his
guess,
child, and for that,
along
he
the way.
completed an anger management
I
program.
thought it
In
was real. What the
2012,
fuck?
Holder was arrested for carrying a loaded firearm, and he was convicted and served about 6 months in jail for that. As a result, he was banned from possessing firearms after
I mean, I
that,
literally
which,
saw
knowing
credible
what we
YouTube
know
channels
now,
talking about it.
he obviously violated that.
So
Eric Holder's life seemed troubled and directionless by early 2019. He was unemployed and had been drifting, and he had just met Brianita Nicholson just a few weeks earlier. Not much else is known about his upbringing or personal life, though, but his defense team later alluded to struggles with mental health and a family tragedy that left him feeling depressed and somehow tied to his actions that day. No insanity or mental incompetence defense was pursued in court, and a judge actually forbid a psychologist from testifying in
like, how
court.
many American
Once he was
women
arrested,
has an
it ended
OnlyFans?
a 2-day citywide search
Actually,
and brought
though,
a small sense of relief in
how
the
many
community
women
and
in
his
America
family.
has an
The
OnlyFans?
suspect was held on a $7 million bail and placed in solitary confinement for his own protection in jail. Authorities were well aware that harming Nipsey Hussle had made Holder a huge target
At
behind
least
bars.
2.
The police kept him separate from general population out of fear that some of these other inmates might attack
Okay,
him
and then
given the
who the fuck are
opportunity.
paying
So,
for
from the
OnlyFans?
beginning,
I
the
I
motive
just
for
don't
Nipsey Hussle's
understand
murder was clearly personal.
how
LAPD
who
Chief
is
Michael Moore
paying.
publicly confirmed this, and
Who
this
is
also
paying?
aligned with what witnesses mentioned regarding
Actually,
the
though, like,
snitching
why?
conversation.
I just don't understand
Physical
why.
evidence from the scene supported all the eyewitness accounts of exactly what happened. Police recovered shell casings and bullets from 2
Ryan is
different
buying this,
firearms
really?
on site, confirming that Holder
Bro,
had used
porn
2
is
separate
there's
guns during the
literally
shooting.
so much
Surveillance
free
videos
porn.
from
I don't
national
understand
security
why
cameras
people
captured the shooting,
spend money on
clearly
it.
showing Holder approaching Nipsey,
Like, bro,
opening
the
fire
girl doesn't
repeatedly,
like you, bro.
and even
The girl
kicking
doesn't
Nipsey
like
after
you.
he fell. These videos left
Do these
no
people think the
doubt
girl
over the
likes
gunman's
them because
identity when the
to give
trial later
money?
began, because Eric Holder was
Oh,
plainly
Elena
visible as the
knows?
shooter in
Really?
multiple angles of
There's
the
no way
footage.
Elena buys
Brianita
OnlyFans.
Nicholson's testimony answered a lot of questions that many people had. She talked about Holder's behavior, including loading the gun in her car, his demand that she drive around so that he could return on foot, and his frantic escape after he fired the gunshots. She even provided the detail that Holder initially hinted at doing a drive-by, which she specifically objected to, and he completely disregarded that. Within 2 days of the murder, police also interviewed Herman
Like, there's
Cowboy
literally
Douglas,
porn of
Nipsey's best
everything,
friend, who
bro.
was also on scene. Cowboy corroborated that Nipsey's conversation with
And
Holder
then
was brief and
still
not
people
argumentative,
pay for porn.
reinforcing the fact that Nipsey was
And some
actually
people
looking
say
out
it's
for
like
Holder
it's
by
some
suggesting that
fetish
he
they do it
clears
for
his own
unique
name
fetishes,
if the
but
snitching
bro,
gossip wasn't true.
I
Cowboy
don't know,
was
man.
inside
It
the
doesn't
shop
make
during
any
the feud
sense.
when the shots
But
were
that's not
let
even
off, but
true
he
because
ran out
when they
spitting
actually
fire,
buy the shit, they
seeing
don't
Nipsey on
ask
the
for that
ground
shit.
and Holder running away. He described Nipsey fighting to stay alive in those
Like
final
how
moments, and
how
it
can
was
someone who's
very
completely
emotional
ran
for him in
through
court. The third victim, Shermy
like
Villanueva,
Lily
told
Phillips?
investigators that after he was
How do
shot,
people
he heard
pay
Nipsey
for
say,
her
he
OnlyFans?
shot me," as
Why?
Holder was running away,
I just
meaning
find her
Nipsey
disgusting.
identified his shooter in those final moments. Now, before we
You
get
shouldn't
too
tell
deep into
her
the trial, I want to talk about some of the theories that have been floated
that.
around
Bro,
online during
literally
that
every
time.
YouTube channel
Nipsey was
that
not
is like a
only a
girl,
respected
half of them
artist, but
has
also
OnlyFans.
someone
What can
involved
I
in
do, bro?
projects that made him a huge target of rumor mills. One widely circulated conspiracy was that
Didn't
Nipsey
the
Hussle was assassinated
CEO of
because he
OnlyFans
was
die
working on a
like
documentary
recently?
about Dr. Sebi, and this doctor is an herbalist who claimed to have the cure for AIDS. So many people believed that he was actually silenced by the pharmaceutical companies. Within hours of Nipsey's death, social media posts connected dots with no evidence, implying that the powers that be had Nipsey
Some guy
killed
said it
to stop
on
him from
Twitter. I saw it
exposing
on Twitter,
secrets in the
and
Dr.
everyone
Sebi
was
film. This theory
mocking him
gained
for dying.
tons of
Everyone was
traction, so
making fun
much
of him
so
that he's
that the
dead.
mainstream media debunked it, pointing out that there was no evidence whatsoever to support this. In fact, the Los Angeles police quickly said that Nipsey's murder was
Okay,
a
but they
result of
didn't
a
stop it.
personal conflict with someone from his own community, and Dr. Sebi's
It doesn't matter if
family
it
said that
wasn't
this was
meant to be.
baseless and that
It
Nipsey's
ended
death
up
was being
being.
misused to perpetuate narratives. Let me know in the comments down below if you've actually heard about this, because I remember hearing this rumor spreading in the media at that time. There was also some input by gang interventionists and community members. Some
Like,
saw
just look at
Nipsey's death
Patreon.
as ironic because here was a man
Patreon
who
is basically the
survived being
same
in a
thing,
gang
but
and was actively uplifting his community,
I think there's
only to be
restrictions
killed
on
by
Patreon
someone
now.
from there. In response, local gang leaders actually organized peace talks and marches in Nipsey's honor. Within days,
Sophie Rain
members of
OnlyFans.
both the Crips and Bloods that had
Bro,
feuded for
she
many
like
years stood
doesn't she
together
pay
for
like
a walk
crazy
in
shit
LA in order
money
to mourn
just to
Nipsey, and
get
that is
promoted by
unheard
all
of.
these people?
This happened on April 5th, 2019, when dozens of gang members marched from Nipsey's store through the streets calling for an end to gang violence. And something that I found really interesting that also circulated online was that Nipsey's death spawned some symbolic conversations. Many people talked about the fact that he died at age 33, which is the same age that Jesus died in the Bible, in the very place that he was trying to save.
Wait,
All right,
did we
now let's
kick
go
him?
back to the legal proceedings. So on April 4th,
Wait,
just days after Holder's
wait.
arrest, he appeared in court for the first time and was
So
formally
you guys should
charged
clear
with one
first,
count of first-degree
and
murder
then do
for
secrets.
killing Nipsey Hussle, 2 counts of attempted
Bro, shut the
murder
fuck
for the
up.
gunshots
What
to
was
his
wrong
wife
with
and Ann
Pobies?
Villanueva, 2 counts of an assault with a deadly weapon, and 1 count of felon in possession of a firearm.
Why did they
After
kick
being
him?
indicted
What?
in May of 2019, Eric Holder Jr.'s case moved slowly towards trial after
He's not
multiple
wrong.
delays, including the pandemic. Initially represented by Christopher Darden, who actually represented O.J. Simpson, Holder later switched to a man named Aaron Jansen because Darden withdrew after receiving countless public death threats. I've always wondered if this happened to defense attorneys often, but with this new attorney, Holder pleaded not guilty to all charges. His defense unsuccessfully attempted to dismiss the attempted murder counts against 2 witnesses and explored a full mental health defense. But again, the judge ruled that Holder's psychiatric history was completely irrelevant to
Bro,
the
this
crime.
is a
When the
stupid
trial
argument.
began in June of
I stand by
2022,
Moose Bear.
prosecutors argued that Holder deliberately murdered rapper Nipsey Hussle after feeling disrespected when Nipsey accused him of being a snitch. They described Holder leaving to arm himself with the 2 guns, returning to shoot Nipsey multiple times, then kicking him in the head. The defense agreed that Holder was the shooter, but claimed that it was a heat of passion crime triggered by humiliation, seeking a manslaughter conviction instead. Over the span of 2 weeks, jurors heard from key witnesses, including Brianita Nicholson, who talked about driving him to the scene completely unaware of what he would do. Nipsey's friend Herman Cowboy Douglas described Nipsey as he faded
Hey,
in and out of
you fucking
consciousness,
idiots.
and surviving victim Carrie Lane
Hey, why
reported
is
hearing
Moose
Holder
Bear
say,
actually
"You're
based? You got
through," before
the
pulling the
other
trigger.
people in this
The
party is
medical
retarded,
examiner
bro.
also testified that 10 gunshot wounds fatally damaged
What the fuck is
Nipsey's
wrong with
vital organs.
Pobies? Why do you have
Holder's
an ego
defense
like that?
presented hardly any evidence and was completely overshadowed by the
Why do you have such an
prosecution.
ego?
In July of 2022, jurors found him guilty of first-degree murder, 2 counts of attempted voluntary manslaughter,
And what is
and
happening in my
firearm
chat?
charges. In February 2023,
Why does he have
Warren was
such an
sentenced
ego?
to 60 years to life in prison, 25 years to life for murder, 25 more for using a
Why
firearm,
does Kobe
and
have
10 for
such an
the
ego?
attempted manslaughter
Why?
convictions. During sentencing, Cowboy Douglas delivered a heartfelt statement about Nipsey's impact and the community's deep loss. Holder remained completely expressionless and offered zero remorse or apologies to anyone, not even his children or partner. In the days following
You
trial,
subbed.
thousands of people flocked to the parking lot of the Marathon clothing store to pay their
Holy
respects.
shit, thank you for the
A
sub.
makeshift
Why did
memorial
you
was
sub?
assembled with hundreds
You
of
haven't even
candles,
been in the
flowers,
chat before.
notes,
Thanks for the
balloons,
sub though,
and
but
murals. Fans cried and played his music and chanted, "Long
wait,
live Nipsey."
what?
The intersection of Crenshaw and Slauson became a heartbreaking place, drawing in visitors from all over the world who had been touched by Nipsey's music. Just a little over a week after his death, the Los Angeles City Council announced that the intersection of Crenshaw Boulevard
Thank
and
you,
West
but
Slauson
I
Avenue, which
don't
began its right by the store,
understand.
would be renamed
Yeah, but they've
Nipsey
never
Hussle
been in the
Square.
chat
There
before.
was actually a petition made by
Why did I
community
get a
members
sub
to make
when
this
they're not?
dedication, and it
I don't
gathered over
understand.
500,000 signatures overnight. By early 2020,
Oh, now
many
you
street
follow the
signs went
channel.
up
Wow.
marking at Nipsey Hussle Square, making his name a literal part of the city's legacy. Around the same time, artists and
You
fans
followed
reminded
after you
Nipsey the way
subbed.
that they
What
knew
the
best
fuck?
through his art and his music.
Wait,
Within a
what
month of
badge
his
it says?
passing, more than 50 murals of Nipsey were painted all across Los Angeles.
What
These
badge?
murals showed Nipsey with angel wings, grinning, and as a guardian over the city. On April 11th,
Is it the
2019,
6'7"
a
one?
massive celebration of life service was actually held for Nipsey at the Staples Center in downtown LA. More than 21,000 people attended, and to give you some perspective,
Oh,
something like this has only been done previously
bro.
for people like Michael
Yeah, I got
Jackson.
gifted
Tickets
subs
were given
yesterday
out for free,
because
and they were
people
gone within
wanted
minutes.
6'7".
The ceremony was beautiful and featured eulogies
There's
by
like a
Nipsey's
6'7"
family
badge
and
right now.
friends, and Lauren London delivered a tearful speech reading a text that she had once sent Nipsey, thanking him for making her into the best version
Yes,
of
bro.
herself. Snoop Dogg spoke at length about mentoring
Yes.
Nipsey,
Do you want to get the
and how
emote, bro?
Nipsey then became a
I'll
mentor
change
to
my
others, calling him a peace
category to
advocate.
chess
A letter
if
from
you want the
Barack
emotes
Obama was read,
or
in
the
which
badge.
Obama
Do you want it?
praised Nipsey's
Or not?
community work and mentioned how even his own daughters
Bro.
loved Nipsey's music. Stevie Wonder performed Rocket Love and Tears in Heaven in Nipsey's honor,
Okay.
and the moving service also included
Yeah,
a
if you
25-mile
sub to someone
floating
on
procession
chess
all
category,
through South LA,
you get a
passing by
badge
important places
that
like
says
his
6'7"
childhood home and the
or
Marathon
67.
store one final time. Tens of thousands of people lined the streets, waving Eritrean flags and blue bandanas in show of respect. Crips, Bloods, police officers, celebrities, and everyday fans all stood together, and I feel like that's just such a powerful message to take from today's story. It was one of the largest funeral turnouts ever in Los Angeles. The impact of Nipsey's death was also felt in the LAPD. It came out that Nipsey had actually been scheduled to meet with the LAPD police commissioner the day after he was killed to discuss ways to combat gang violence among children.
You fucking
Timing
suck,
was
bro. How do you have
guaranteed,
that bad
and
ping?
the LAPD
What's
said
up?
that they were dedicated to
Have you seen
continue
the
the work that
cookies
Nipsey
price?
had
It's
already
going up,
started.
bro.
Nipsey's
Babur,
mother,
man.
Samuel, took
Babur,
over
can
the
you dupe some?
operations for the Marathon clothing
Babur needs
store,
to
and
dupe.
the
Look
physical
at the
store
7
itself
day
at the
average.
strip mall ended
What
up
the fuck?
closing down after Nipsey's death because it just became too much of a shrine and honestly somewhat unsafe for crowds. But
I have
the business
115.
continues to live on through
Is
online
that bad?
sales.
It's alright.
Samuel also pushed forward with plans that Nipsey had, including buying the whole strip mall so that they could turn it into a mixed-use community asset. In 2021, it was announced that the property would be turned into
Dude, I'm
the
gonna
Nipsey
kiss
Hussle
it. I'm
Tower,
gonna kiss him
and
now.
this is such a creative way to
Just
honor
trust
his
me.
brother. We can't talk about Nipsey's legacy without mentioning the phrase, "the marathon continues." This was Nipsey's mantra in life because it symbolized
I'm buying
endurance,
Kismet, bro. Trust
resilience,
me.
and
Trust
staying
me, guys.
committed to goals despite hardships. Finally, it's important to remember Nipsey as a father, partner, and family man. He left behind a daughter, Imani, from a previous relationship, and a son, Cross, with Lauren London.
Bro,
Lauren
you're
London,
just
in
hating
interviews
them
since,
because
has
I'm
spoken out about
greatness.
keeping Nipsey's memory alive for their son, and she hasn't ever moved on since losing her soulmate.
Are you actually
She's
ready
also
for
become
this?
an advocate for trauma healing and an ambassador for Puma in collaborations that continue to honor Nipsey. Puma, which Nipsey actually had a partnership with,
Huh?
released a co-branded Marathon Clothing X Puma collection after his death, with
Oh.
the proceeds helping fund a neighborhood foundation that Nipsey started. Lauren's
No.
also said that March is a very hard month for her and she feels like she's holding her breath. But through her grief, she's been uplifted by how much the world
No.
continues to show love for Nipsey, even all these years later. In
Someone please help
2019,
us.
BET's
The
awards
fuck?
and the NAACP awards both gave Nipsey special awards for his
No.
humanitarian efforts. At the BET Awards, his family accepted the
No.
humanitarian award on his behalf, and
Puerto
the
Rico.
audience gave a standing ovation as a video montage played of all the work he was doing in his community. The Grammys actually included Nipsey in the 2020 In Memory segment and dedicated the rap performances that day to him. The phrase, "The marathon continues," appeared on the Jumbotron at Los Angeles' sports games that week, and athletes like LeBron James actually wore Nipsey's t-shirts during warm-ups. Several charitable foundations were also set up. For instance, Nipsey's
Okay,
family
already?
established the Neighborhood Knit Foundation to continue his community-centered dreams, focusing primarily
Yes,
on
Puerto
the youth.
Rico.
So, Nipsey Hussle's story is a mix of inspiration and tragedy. He rose from a difficult environment and refused to abandon that very same environment that he found success in. Instead, he invested in it
Did I
and
just
showed
read
his
on the giant sword?
entrepreneurship and love for
Are
where
you
he came
serious?
from.
Wait,
His
did
murder
I
at
just
the
read on
hands
the giant
of
sword?
someone from that very place is an
No,
awful reminder of the cycles of violence
I'm
that he
fucking
was
stupid,
trying to
bro.
break.
I'm
Derek Porter
stupid.
in prison for life.
Oh,
This brought some justice, but it can't bring Nipsey back.
giant sword.
So, the
No.
marathon for his work continues. Nipsey once said, quote, "If they kill me, I want people to ride for me the right way in unity," end quote. Even in death, Nipsey Hussle continues to unite and inspire people, and the marathon continues. Tokyo Cali Love,
Bro,
thank
didn't
you
say
so
stars
much
of
for
water
today's
as
case
enough Puerto Rico.
recommendation. As soon as I
Bro,
saw
what's
your
up with
comment,
you, bro? You're
I
just
knew that I
hating
had to
for
cover
me
Nipsey's
me getting
case.
happy for
Let me know
tropes,
what you
man.
guys thought of this story and what you think about famous cases in general. Also, I want your input on something. I've been thinking about covering the
Yes.
death of Michael Jackson because I've seen quite a bit of misinformation out there regarding the medication that he was taking at the time, and that doctor was convicted. So, in my opinion, it does fall under true crime. But let me know if that's something you'd be interested in seeing, because it would be a very nursing heavy video. Also, let me know your thoughts
Come
on
on.
Christmas related videos, because I just heard about a
No.
case that was so shocking and I actually haven't heard
Go on.
anyone cover it. Don't forget to drop me a blue
Okay.
butterfly in the chat for a secret handshake, and please have an amazing week this week. Nurses orders. I'll see you next week.
Religion.
Bye.
This is
He's a
how much?
husband,
Wait, how much is that?
father, church volunteer, and businessman. But behind that polite smile
A
was a man
woman,
hiding
Thailand.
panels of
Okay,
bodies
that sounds
and a
like a
trail of
ladyboy.
missing
Just
women that stretched
the
across
fact
2
that it's
states.
Thailand in the
For
name,
15 years, he preyed
it
on
has to be a
vulnerable women
ladyboy.
who trusted him. He promised them jobs, love, and security, but what they got instead was
So I'm
a
not
life
even gonna
sentence.
shack.
Each disappearance was carefully covered up by elaborate lies, and when investigators finally raided his properties, they were horrified at what they discovered. This is the story of how John Edward Robinson, the American serial
Hold
killer,
on.
used
That's
charm,
a lot
the
of profit.
internet, and manipulation to hunt in plain sight. Welcome to True Crime Nurse, everybody. My name is Kat, and I'm a registered nurse who loves
Hey,
all
cat.
things nursing and true crime.
Hey,
Don't
cat.
forget to like, subscribe,
Can I see
and hit
your
the bell
cat?
before you go. We're going to be talking about multiple victims throughout today's story, so be sure to stay to the end and get ready, because today's story is very dark. Also, I am sick, so please excuse my voice today. All right, my friends, let's
You're
get
an
into it.
excuse.
John Edward Robinson was born on
Hold
December
on.
27th,
That's a lot of books
1923,
right there.
and he was raised in Cicero, Illinois.
Wait,
He
I don't think I'm
described his
profiting
family
of
as
this.
very dysfunctional growing up, and he said that because he described his dad as an alcoholic father, and he said he also had a very strict mother. Despite his home life, though, Robinson seemed to have a lot of charm and ambition. He became an Eagle
That's
Scout
not
and
good
even
profit, you
traveled to
fucking
London
idiot.
in 1957 to perform for the Queen. Beneath the surface of this all-American boy image, though, was someone who loved to deceive and break the rules. He was in trouble all the time at school and ended up dropping out of college later on in life. By
Yes,
the
bro.
mid-1960s,
Let's
John
fucking
actually
go,
moved
man.
to Kansas City, and he married a woman there named Nancy Jo Lynch, and then they had 4 children together.
Double up.
In the 1970s,
Double up.
Robinson
Wait, I
seemed
shouldn't
to
have
be the
used the
perfect
kismet. I'm
family
stupid.
man and
I didn't see it.
community volunteer. He was a
Look at the
scoutmaster, a
chest.
little league coach, a Sunday school teacher, and he even talked his way onto the board for a charity organization by forging letters to name
Wait,
himself the Man of the Year. I'm sure you're starting to tally up some of these red flags at this point, and we're just getting started. But to the neighbors in the Kansas suburbs, John J.R. Robinson appeared to be this warm, church-going entrepreneur with a loving wife and kids. What people didn't see from the outside, though, was that Robinson was living a double life.
Shut
He
up,
was a
guys. Shut
total
up.
con man.
Shut up.
John was embezzling money, forging checks,
Shut up. Shut
and
up.
committing
Shut up. Shut
financial
up.
fraud
Shut up.
all
Shut up.
through the
Shut up.
60s and 70s. He repeatedly got into legal trouble for these schemes. He was arrested for embezzling from the employers, a fake medical consulting company scam, and other cons that he was
So
running.
I
In
just
1979, after multiple probation violations and new fraud charges, Robinson actually served some time in jail. Despite all the red flags, though, he continued to charm
how
the
did I
people
not
that
have
were
test
around
myself?
him and always seemed to land on his feet each time with a new scheme. Around 1984, Robinson started a management consulting company, and this was essentially a shell or fake business to continue the crimes that he'd already been committing. This is when his pattern escalated from white-collar crime
Bro,
to
Pobies is
violent
literally
crime.
beefing with
Behind
everyone,
closed
bro.
doors,
He needs to
Robinson
get an
had
ego
developed
check, bro.
aggressive
Fucking
and
idiot.
deviant tastes.
He's actually pissing
He
me
was a
off.
part of an underground community, at least at that time, with similar interests, and he
He's
intentionally sought
actually
out
pissing me off.
vulnerable women to conduct these behaviors. In May of 1985, a young woman named Teresa Williams learned just how violent he could be. Teresa lived nearby
Well,
and caught his
okay.
attention, and he made a mental note of where she lived. John barged into her Kansas City apartment early one morning,
No, I need to somehow
furious, and
get this
claimed that she had
chest. I need to
slighted
get
him.
this.
She had never met him before. He then dragged the 21-year-old woman out of bed by her hair, attacked and hit her, and then held her at gunpoint. When she screamed, he pulled the trigger and it clicked because there were no bullets in the chamber. He was taunting her in this moment, which is just sickening. Robinson then violated her with the barrel of the gun and terrorized her with horrifying threats. Then he left
Yeah,
and warned her to not
I
ever cross
would
him
have
again.
not lost money
This
if I got that star,
horrifying
but
event
I guess I
really
lost
shows
money
us
now.
the monster that was emerging behind Robinson's
Just because
mask.
my
The first
party
known murder
was
victim that
duping.
heard today's video was
My
Paula
party was
Bradshaw,
duping, and I
and
couldn't
she was a
get
19-year-old from the Kansas
what I
City
needed.
area. Paula was bright, friendly, and excited to be starting her career. In 1984, she crossed paths with John, who presented himself as this successful businessman.
You know what?
Robinson
Fuck
had
this.
established two fake companies
I
at
need to
this
sell
point,
this.
and he said he was launching a management training program now too. He offered Paula a job as a sales
Do
representative
I sell
and
this?
said that he would send her and other young women to Texas for some specialized training. For Paula, this sounded like an incredible opportunity. She told her family that Robinson arranged for
I
her
should
and
sell
some
this,
other
shouldn't I?
people to fly to San Antonio, and that this would be an amazing career opportunity for her. If only that were true. On September 1st, 1984, Robinson picked Paula up from her home in Overland Park, Kansas.
It
to
is a
take to the
lot of money
airport.
I can make.
That was the last time Paula's family would ever see her alive. When days passed without any word from Paula, her parents were beginning to worry, so they filed a missing persons report with the local police. Investigators questioned Robinson, who admitted that he did pick her up,
Ooh.
but claimed that he had no knowledge of where she was at that time. It seemed as if Paula had almost completely vanished into thin air.
Oh my
Then,
god, Emperor
something
Scores is going up.
more
Look at that.
unusual happened. A few days after Paula was reported
That's
missing, her
already
parents
600 million
received
profit.
a typed letter from Paula. In this letter, Paula thanked John Robinson for his help and said that she was okay, but added that she didn't ever want to see her family again. It was signed with her name, but this was so strange. The letter raised serious concerns because it wasn't like Paula at all to cut contact off with her family, and the wording felt off. But because she was an adult and the letter suggested she did leave on her own, the police basically signed off of this because without any evidence of a crime, the
But
investigation
how
would
do I
stop.
get over
Law
that, bro?
enforcement saw
I
that letter
literally
as
just
proof that
missed
Paula
out
was
on
alive
30
and
million
had
profit. You fucking
voluntarily
stupid
left.
game.
So they closed the missing persons case. No
How's that
physical
even
trace
possible,
of
bro?
Paula Godfrey has ever been found. In 1985, John ran into a woman named Lisa Stacy, who was also just 19 years old, and she had her infant daughter with her, Tiffany Lynn. Lisa had married a man named Carl Stacy in 1984 when she got pregnant.
Nah, that's
Their
really
marriage
ruined my
was
day,
very
bro.
rocky. By January of 1985, Lisa's husband had
That's
left
actually
her
ruined
and
my day,
actually
bro. How is
re-enlisted
that
into the
possible?
Navy. He was stationed out of
I
state,
wasn't
leaving
FKing.
Lisa and the baby to fend for
just doing
themselves.
secrets
So,
and
with a
dooring.
4-month-old infant and no support, Lisa was struggling. She needed help,
Okay,
so she
I'm
went to
joining
a
this
Kansas
party,
City
and look
women's
how bad
refuge
this is
center
gonna
called
get.
Hope House. John Robinson saw an opportunity here because not only did he prey on vulnerable young women, but
Bro,
at
just
that
look,
time he
bro.
also had a
Look what I could have
specific
had.
request from his younger brother. Donald Robinson and Donald's wife Helen desperately
Just
wanted a
look, bro. I
child
could have
and
had
had
this.
mentioned
I
to
could
John
have
that
had
they were
this for
trying to
1
adopt.
million coins,
Robinson
bro.
told his
I
brother
could have
about
had
a
this for
family
1
gathering in
million coins.
1983 that he had connections in the adoption world
1 million,
and that he
bro.
could help them find a baby.
Come on, man.
Robinson had created an entire scheme to pull this off.
Come on,
He
man.
claimed to know an attorney and ran a program for unwed mothers with babies,
Can I
and he even approached a social
can I
worker
claim a
with
free
this
one
story.
to get
Then he took
happier with
$2,500 from his
myself?
brother for the adoption expenses
Oh
and
shit, I
later an
can.
additional $3,000 for legal fees,
Oh,
all to pull
wait.
this sinister plan together. Lisa Stacy was exactly the kind of person Robinson wanted to target. She was a young mother, down on her luck, and with a newborn. Through contacts at the Hope
I
House
don't think
Refugee Center,
Kismet is worth
Robinson
it on
met Lisa
M5.
under an alias in January of 1985. He presented himself as this philanthropist and businessman who ran a special program to help out single moms. He offered Lisa a free place to stay, job training, and even daycare for Tiffany. All she had to do was sign up for his services
I
and
don't
work
think it
towards
is.
getting her GED. It sounded like a
Well, since
godsend
there's
to
no party,
Lisa.
I'm gonna just go
Lisa's family,
limbo,
however,
and then
was
I'm gonna do
very cautious about
daily
all of this
GeoGuessr.
because it seemed too good to be true.
Because,
Despite her family's concerns,
yeah,
on January 8,
let's
1985,
see.
Lisa accepted John's help. They were placed in a room at the Roadway Inn in Overland Park, Kansas, which was paid for by John Robinson.
This is what I searched yesterday. Oh, good botted 1,000 subs from 800. Does it go away? Bro, thankfully, yes. It actually went away. It took less than an hour. Took less than an hour and then it was gone. Very good. I mean, rest of the day, not an hour. Okay, are you guys ready for this? Bro, Urban River is about to join up right now. Urban River right now. Okay. Let me get my game audio on. Okay. Okay, here we go. We're in. We're in. We're in. It's Norway. It's Norway. Hello. That's easy. W Norway. W Norway. Okay, where in Norway is this though? Where in Norway is this, guys? No, it's Norway. It's Norway, but it has to be like pretty far up. I would say it's pretty far up in Norway. I can just look at that one tree right there, and it's Norway. And you can see those red poles. Those are always in Norway, everywhere. And this guy is Norway. Look, he's Norway. Yes, bro. He's Norway. Look at him. He's Norway. Oh my god, he's old. But where the fuck are we, bro? Where in Norway are we? We cannot go anywhere. Are they dash or solid? They're solid. What do you mean? Can I get one hint though, game? Like, wait. 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 Is this a way into the house? Oh my god, look at the snow. No, no. 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 That is a disaster, bro. How do you get into your house, man? I just don't know where in Norway though. It has to be far up. It's just this is literally just road. Like, I would literally see nothing. Oh! What's this one? What? Wait, It's Finland. I think it's high up. Oh, see, I could have actually found that place. Nyanka. Could have actually found that. Bro, the three look like Norway though. Oh, hold on. Should we call them? Pagaze. Well, is this South Africa? I mean, South America. It has to be South America. Oh, actually, yeah, it has to be. Is it Brazil? Brazil? Oh, maybe not. What's that? Kafstan. Kafstan? Kafstanma. Kafstanma. Was? Oh, look at the flag. What flag is that? Montenegro? Oh, Albania? Isn't that Montenegro? This looks like a pretty nice place in that country too, though. Yeah, this looks like a really nice place in that country. I don't know. Is it in South America? Is it? Is it in Africa? No. Oh, it's over here. There's no way this is in the Europe. I don't believe that. If I had to guess, this is like their best place, bro. Albania is not this nice, bro. It has to be the best spawn point. Has to be the best spawn point. It just has to be, bro. Koka. Hotel bar. Okay. I'm just gonna go main city. It just looks too nice to not be. Yeah, basically. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it, bro. You see? Okay, where the fuck are we, bro? You are so Indian, bro. You are so Indian. These people are very Indian. There's no way that's the normal store. Beyond Beauty, alright, bro. Come on, man. We cannot be doing this. That's even like a scam. Yeah, I was gonna say Bangladesh, but I don't know how this. I don't know how to find out if it's Bangladesh though, because isn't India pretty massive? It has to be the biggest country in the world, no? Because it has the most people, right? Or Well, they banned me from going down there. That's not good. Isn't Bangladesh India? Isn't it in India? Mm. Oh, Bangladesh is its own country? Really? That's nice. I mean, it looks like it's about to fall apart, everything. Sorry for being that guy, but it looks like it's about to fall apart in 2 days. And I cannot go further. Did they just... So when did they got here, did they like kill the driver of this car? Where's... Is it like a big Dhaka? Sure. Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. These people are very African. You can tell. You see? Wait, this is America. Look, he has Bulls jersey. Yo, it's America, man. What's up, Dwayne? How did I just enter there? Okay, so I just got banned. Hello? I was gonna look at this. Woolly. Are all these people out there gaming too, or we're not? Is this... That looks like a really... Oh, what country is that again? That looks like... Oh, I know. Maybe it's... Is it Somalia, bro? No. I think it's around like Kenya. Kenya or Botswana or Zimbabwe. Okay, those are the three. Okay, let me see. This is clearly Finland. Bro, they're black. What do you mean? And they're very poor. Free money? Hold on. It's free money, bro. Wait, why isn't everyone just here? Why isn't everyone here, bro? What? How do you know that? I'm gonna just go there because there's probably not that much coverage in this city. You know, in this... Yo, Qatar? Qatar is here. Oh, man. Okay, this has to be in the desert in America, bro. The American desert, bro. Never mind. Well, yeah, never mind. What the fuck does it even say on that car? I can see a flag there, no? Los Mayores Construction. Così siamo su. Well, yeah, those are pretty uncommon. You think it's Mexico, though? I don't think Mexico is this beautiful. Oh, it's Coca-Cola. Where's Coca-Cola in Mexico? Wait, in Mexico, where's Coca-Cola? Do you know where it is in Mexico? No, but where is Coca-Cola in Mexico? Sinaloa. Should we go to Sinaloa? No, this is definitely not Sinaloa. This is very, like, deserty. It has to be, like, up here. Chihuahua? Wait, what? Yo, she's kind of bad. Look at her, bro. Puerto del Palmar. Okay. I don't know. I just didn't get down there in time. Does it say the Puerto del La Mar here? Moctezuma. Wait, what? Did I see that right? El Salvador is this small thing here? Really? Is this really El Salvador? I thought El Salvador was way bigger than this. Bro, this is like a small speck in Mexico. Hmm. I want to play another round. But if I know if I upgrade this, then I'm gonna sit there playing this all day, and I cannot do that. So,
Over the next
because
day,
I need
John
to
had
force
Lisa fill
myself
out
to
some
do
paperwork,
dungeons.
including signing blank sheets of paper. Does this sound familiar to you? Remember, Paula's family received
Although
letters
I
signed
hate
by
dungeons.
her, so
But
now we're starting to see a pattern form here. On January 9th, 1985, a massive snowstorm hit the
okay.
area, and that afternoon, John
I guess we need
insisted
to
on
wait till
picking up
tomorrow.
Lisa and Tiffany for some errands. She left her baby Tiffany with her sister-in-law that morning and mentioned that this kind John Osborne man was helping her get back on her feet. She seemed hopeful about the
Wait,
future and excited,
is Barbara
even
back to the
saying that
game?
she might get to travel as part of this job training. When Lisa returned to pick up Tiffany that afternoon,
Or is
she
it
told her
online?
sister-in-law Kathy that John Osborne had paid for their motel and was taking very good care of them. Robinson ended up calling Kathy's
Wow.
house to get directions during this blizzard, and he arrived there at about 3 p.m. Because of the snow, though, Lisa left her car at Kathy's house expecting to return, but she never did. Around 4:30 p.m. that same day, Lisa made a panicked phone call to her mother-in-law,
Okay.
Betty Stacy. Lisa was crying and hysterical and said, "They're saying I'm an unfit mother and that you want to take Tiffany away from me." She also said that they were pressuring her to sign 4 blank sheets of paper, and Betty Stacy was worried and told Lisa not to sign anything and that none of that was true. In the middle of that call, Lisa said, "Here they come," and suddenly hung up. That concerning call was the last time anyone in Lisa's family would hear her voice. Lisa didn't come back for her car or her belongings, and they vanished from the motel. A few days later, Betty Stacy received a typewritten letter signed by Lisa saying that she was
Looking
leaving to
for
start a new
join
life
Unc.
and wanted no further contact from anyone. Meanwhile, Robinson was executing the rest of his plan.
What's his name?
On
Okay,
January 10th,
maybe I'm a simp.
1985, so the day
His
after
guild
Lisa
tag
went
is
missing,
mommy.
John Robinson showed up at his own home in Stanley, Kansas, carrying an infant. He introduced this baby to his wife Nancy as Tiffany, saying that the infant's mother had tragically died and that he facilitated a
3,
private
2,
adoption. Nancy said that
1.
nothing seemed off, and she later testified
Oh,
that she felt
I
her
almost
husband was
prefer
doing
that.
the right thing by rescuing this baby from a terrible situation. That same day, Donald and Helen, so Robinson's brother and sister-in-law, flew into Kansas City. John brought them a healthy, beautiful baby girl just weeks after telling them that he'd found a baby for them for adoption.
To give
Think
them
about
plus.
this. He said this to them while Lisa was still
That's it.
alive.
Plus
At
plus
his
because he
office,
doesn't
John
have.
had paperwork that had forged signatures of 2 lawyers
Who's
and
that?
the
Okay,
judge.
maybe I'm a simp. Bro, look
Donald
at
and
this
Helen
guy.
Robinson adopted the baby, and they renamed her Heather Tiffany Robinson.
Oh,
Then they paid John $5,500 in fees for this adoption. They were told the same story that he told his wife, which is why the baby was available so quickly. Of course, we here know that those were all lies because Tiffany was not an orphan at all. She was the kidnapped child of a murder victim. When Kathy realized that Lisa never came back for her car, she immediately filed a missing
Oh,
persons
bro,
report
I'll give
on
him one more.
January 11th.
I'll give him one more
Overland
invite. If
Park
he
Police
doesn't
began
join, it's
investigating,
raps,
and
bro.
Robinson's name very quickly came to the surface because it
One
came
more
out that
invite.
he
If he
placed
doesn't join,
Lisa
it's
and
raps.
Tiffany at that motel. On February 1st, 1985, detectives interviewed him about Lisa's disappearance. Robinson said that he was just helping this young mother through a charity program and that he placed Lisa in the motel just to help her out. He claimed that Lisa thanked him and left with her baby and a new man, described as a young white male in an older model green car, supposedly to start a better
Tomboy
life
mommy
somewhere else.
ASMR.
We obviously know that this is a
Was.
lie, but with no body, no witnesses, and only circumstantial evidence, the case went cold. For 15 years, Lisa Stacy's fate remained a mystery. Tiffany grew up in the Robinson family, and it wasn't until his arrest in 2000 that her DNA confirmed her true identity and she was reunited with Lisa's side of the family. By then, Heather was already a teenager, learning that her biological mother had not abandoned her at all, but that she had been murdered by
Oh,
Robinson in January
you
of
should join the party,
1985.
bro.
Sadly, Lisa's body was also never found.
Okay,
Between
I'll give him one more
1985
try.
and
One more try.
1987, Robinson continued his shady business deals. Now, while we don't have all the records of all the known victims from 86 and
He's going instant
87,
right now.
he was still on the hunt. That year,
Surely.
he met a woman named Kathy Clampett, and she was a 27-year-old from Wichita Falls, Texas. Catherine had a young
Oh,
son,
no.
and she left him in her parents' care so that she could move to Kansas City to try to find a good job and help provide for him. She was described as adventurous and motivated.
What's
She
wrong with
really
him, bro?
wanted
Why
to
is
build
he?
a stable life
Why
for
is the
herself
question
and for her
marking me?
son. So, when a promising job caught her attention, she pursued it, and that decision would have fatal consequences. Robinson placed ads for his company called Equi2 in the newspapers, and this job promised travel and new clothes as a part of the job
What?
package. It sounded like an exciting executive assistant type role, so of course Catherine was interested. Shortly after arriving in Kansas City, she responded to that ad and met Robinson. Just like he had with Paula and with Lisa, Robinson turned on the charm and hired Catherine Clampett right there on the spot. For a few months, Catherine stayed in the Kansas City area, living in the local hotels in the area near her office. She wrote letters to her family, and she seemed so grateful and happy about this job. However, by the summer of 1987, Catherine also disappeared. Specifically on June 15, 1987, she
Huh.
told her brother that she was going to go meet with Robinson about some paperwork or some project,
Mhm,
and she
mhm.
never came back from that meeting. Catherine's family was nervous when they couldn't reach her, so they eventually learned that Equi 2 was not a legitimate, thriving business like
But
Catherine thought it was, and
is
that Robinson's stories were
M6
not adding up.
pretty
In
hard to
Paula's
find?
case, Catherine's
Yes.
disappearance was also
There's
reported
like
to the police.
nobody needs
But
a healer,
again,
bro.
John
Nobody
Robinson
needs a
denied
healer, bro.
any knowledge of what happened to her, and there was no physical evidence or witness to a crime here either. With Catherine being an adult who moved
Nobody
states
needs
by
a healer.
choice,
Why?
the case didn't get the
And the
urgency
server
that
is
it
cooked.
needed, and it remained an open
Bro, can we
December
get
Wilson's
Babur
case
on that?
for
I'll do
many
it for
years.
Babur
No
too.
letters came this time. Catherine's poor
Like
parents
you
and
always
her
buy
child were
plus plus,
left
so
in
there's no
limbo,
point gifting
not
you.
knowing
You
if she
always
had
have
just
it,
run
no?
off or if something bad happened to her. Catherine Clampett's
You
disappearance
like
in
live on plus
1987
plus.
marked the end of Robinson's first wave of crimes. By this time, 3 young women, so Paula, Lisa, and Catherine, had all vanished in the Kansas
Wait,
City
what?
area with one common denominator: John Robinson. It's scary to know that he got away with killing 3 young women without any real
Why?
attention from the cops. However, a twist of fate paused
How,
Robinson's
you
killing
literally
spree
have it
after Catherine
permanently, bro.
because he was arrested and sent to prison on fraud charges in 1987. The
Could I
authorities
get
finally
VIP
caught up
plus?
to
Are you
him for
serious,
one of his
bro?
financial
Get out of my
schemes.
DMs, bro. Who
Robinson
is this
spent the next
bum?
several years, so from 87 to 93 in prison, first in Kansas,
I
and
mean,
then he was
it's
transferred
kind
to
of better
Missouri
now
for another
because you
fraud
actually get
conviction
gems.
and additional parole violations. This incarceration saved lives because he couldn't prey
So
on the
I
women
like it
outside
more
during
now.
those years. Little did anyone know,
Before it was
though,
kind of useless though.
Robinson's time in prison would also provide him with his next victim and an even wider web of deceit once he was free again. In prison, John Robinson was a model inmate. He was polite, helpful, and
Right,
always
dude,
listened to staff.
this is actually
And
still
it was
pissing me off, by
there
the way.
that he met Beverly Bonner,
How do I
a
get this?
49-year-old prison librarian. Bonner was the wife of a doctor at Western Missouri Prison. She was educated, kind, and also somewhat unfulfilled in her marriage. When Robinson crossed her path in the late 1980s
I
inside
need
that
watch the
prison,
start.
he saw her
Now
as
actually,
another vulnerable person that he could just try
that's
to
actually just
harm and
pissing me off.
manipulate. To Beverly, Robinson seemed like a reformed, intelligent man who was possibly wrongfully convicted and just trying to start over.
Just
He
how
flattered
do I
her,
get
and
the
he made her
master sword,
feel
man?
special. Beverly completely fell under his spell. By the time John was
How do I
released
get
on
the
parole in
sword, man?
January of
Okay, I
1994,
know what I
Beverly
can
had
do.
decided to leave her husband and join John Robinson in a business venture outside of prison.
Let's go. I
This
finally got a
decision
star.
was a huge leap for Beverly.
There we
She
go.
divorced her husband,
But
and this
I
meant
just
that she would have
deleted
a
1 million. No,
substantial
man.
monthly alimony check coming from him. When Beverly told her family that she was going to be moving to Kansas to work with Robinson, they found it very strange, but she insisted that this was
Oh,
a
there's a
legitimate
pink pussy and a
opportunity.
black pussy on the
We
auction
know that
house.
Robinson's business was just a front,
Damn.
and he had no intention of actually working with Beverly. He just wanted her money. John wasted no time capitalizing on her resources, and he had Beverly's alimony checks forwarded to a post office box in Kansas that was in his name. After Robinson's release in 1994, Beverly Bonner vanished. To her mother and extended family back in Ohio,
Wait, how much
Robinson
is
had
G-Drag
all
right
these
now?
stories
Wait,
lined
whoa,
up.
whoa, 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 whoa.
He told Beverly's mother
Wait,
that Beverly
what?
had moved away for work
What
and
happened to
said that she
G-Drag?
took a job out in Australia. To make this believable, Robinson continued having Beverly's alimony checks sent to the Kansas P.O. box, and he personally mailed Beverly's
Wait,
mother the portions that she was owed of it. For several years, Beverly's mother forwarded the rest of the check to Robinson, thinking that Beverly was overseas and he was handling her finances for her. All the while, Robinson forged Beverly's signature to go cash those
bro,
checks, pocketing all the money.
didn't
Beverly
Arut
Bonner's
have
disappearance was hidden by
G-Drags?
Robinson's manipulations, though. Her family didn't even report her missing because they believed that she was working out of the country. And all that time, Robinson was cashing Beverly's
I'm just
alimony
trying to
checks,
tell him because he should
literally
sell.
profiting off of murdering the librarian that's shown him kindness. He had found a way to make money from
Yo, he
killing
should
his
just sell his
victims.
G-Drags right now, man.
Robinson wasn't done with his
You gotta
killing
get the
spree,
cash,
though.
bro.
Now free
1
and
billion per
parole
G-Drag
over,
right now.
he
That's
looked for
actually
even
insane.
more
The
victims,
comeback.
and this time he used the internet. Sheila Faith was a
Wait,
45-year-old
can I
mother
get
in
this to a level
1984
200
living in
somehow?
Fullerton, California, with her 15-year-old daughter, Debbie
I
Faith.
could if I were
Debbie
to
had
do
spina bifida, which is
DPS,
a birth defect that confined her
but I
to a
don't need any
wheelchair
DPS
and
XP.
required lifelong medical care
I
for
eat
it.
cement. Well, you
Sheila
are
and Debbie
retarded.
were extremely close. Debbie depended on her mother for literally everything, and Sheila's life revolved around taking care of her disabled daughter. They were also somewhat isolated and struggling financially because Debbie's condition meant high medical expenses, and the family received disability and pension checks to try to help make ends meet for her. John Robinson stepped in and presented himself as this wealthy businessman and philanthropist who had taken an interest in her.
Philanthropist.
He first contacted Sheila
I
on
like
the
that word, bro.
Rainbow website.
Philanthropist?
Now remember, this is the start of the internet chat rooms at this time.
Okay, can I
so
actually get into a party
Robinson
though?
was quick to use this
I cannot
technology
queue
for
because I
his
cannot change my
advantage.
notes.
Using one of his fake
Like,
identities,
bro, I
he
cannot change
befriended
my notes
Sheila
on the
and
party finder.
showered her with empathy
So I
and
cannot bleed her.
promises. He offered to pay for Debbie's medical treatments and even provide Sheila with a job so that she could comfortably support
It's
her
actually so
daughter.
annoying.
For a single mother of a child with special needs, this offer must have seemed heaven sent for her. Sheila was described
Bro.
as kind but perhaps a bit naive to the dangers of trusting someone like him, and this is exactly why John targeted her.
Oh, Babu
In
is
late 1994,
macroing?
Robinson convinced Sheila to uproot her whole life and move to Kansas City with Debbie. He painted a picture of a new beginning, including top-notch care for Debbie, a good job
Why
for
not?
Sheila, and a supportive community there. Unfortunately, Sheila relocated from California to Kansas City with her wheelchair-bound daughter. As soon as they arrived, once again, Sheila and Debbie disappeared. We'll get into the horrific and tragic
Bro, what happened to
specifics
Babu, man?
later
He
on
fell
in the
off.
video, but both of their bodies were later found. Be prepared because it is devastating. Robinson then took control over
Oh,
Sheila's
okay,
income.
that makes sense.
Remember, Sheila had been receiving those checks for the disability and pension, so for 7 years after their murders, Robinson continued
Oh,
to
this is
cash
so
those
sad
checks
to look at,
as if Sheila
man.
were still alive. Friends
Mm.
and family of the face didn't really reach out very much, but when someone did ask about them, he told them that Sheila and Debbie had moved away. What happened to Sheila and Debbie, plus what he had done to everyone else, just emphasizes how truly
From Norway?
heartless
Not really,
Robinson
no.
was. He preyed on a mother's devotion to her disabled child, and they
What
aren't even
floor
the
are you
last of
playing?
his victims. As the internet became
M5,
more
M6. It's
accessible in
kind
the
of
late
whatever. Whatever
1990s,
shows up.
John Robinson embraced it as a
And I
tool
think
to witness
this was
victims.
M6, wasn't it?
He
Or
was
is
the
this
first
M5?
serial killer
Maybe this
to
was
ever do
M5.
this. Robinson created an online alias that he used in these chat rooms and on websites where people explored their intimate fantasies, if you know what I mean. He portrayed himself as an experienced, wealthy, dominant male seeking submissive women for that type of relationship.
What?
This wasn't entirely a lie because he did have a history of enjoying things like this. But now he had access
I
to
am
a
from
huge
Norway,
pool
yeah.
of victims all over the country, and that is terrible.
Norway is
John
bad though.
managed
Norway
to
sucks.
compartmentalize his life during
I wish I
this
was
time, and
American because
shockingly,
America
he was
is
still married
best.
to Nancy. Has anyone else noticed this pattern
America
with
is
his serial
best.
killer cases? Let me know in the comments down below. But they lived in a mobile home in Olathe, Kansas. Forgive me if I'm saying that wrong. And they also had a farm in Lynn County, Kansas. John moved a trailer onto that land in 1998, and he had a phone line installed, including one for his computer so that he could continue his online chatting. Another woman that John met online was Isabella. Isabella Luica was born in Poland in 1978. She moved to the United
Kamel
States
one
as a
go hard.
child and grew up in Indiana. And by
Why
the
are
late
they doing
90s,
what?
Isabella
Why
was
is
a
there
young
3
college
people
student
black
at
holding
Purdue
my
University in
summers,
West
bro?
Lafayette, Indiana.
What is
She was
this?
creative
There's
and
no way this can be
free-spirited,
making that much
and
money,
she was
bro.
also interested in
Nah,
alternative
man, I don't believe
lifestyles.
it.
She dabbled in paganism, goth culture, and intimate fantasy just like Robinson. Isabella was
It's
also
not,
an
bro.
artist, and her friends said that she was talented at drawing and painting.
No, it's not.
In 1997, at age 19, Isabella felt this urge to explore life outside of her strict family environment, and the internet allowed her that opportunity to connect with like-minded
What
people.
they're hunting for is
Isabella
probably
then
like
met
10
John.
mil.
He presented himself as this international businessman in Kansas City who was really impressed by her interests in art. He told Isabella that he ran a publishing or graphics business and said that he could offer her a job and help her illustrate and edit her work. Robinson also enticed Isabella with the idea of a relationship. He was an older, experienced, dominant man and said that he would
Bro,
train her
why is
in
she
this
talking like
lifestyle that
this?
she was
Older,
so
experienced,
curious about.
dominant man.
According to friends, Isabella was intrigued by living submissively under a consensual contract. In this contract, he would be seen as her master. In the summer of 97,
To max it, really? Isn't it like
Isabella
1 bill
Luica took
or
a leap
something?
of faith. She told her parents that she had a summer internship in Kansas City, packed up her car, and drove to Kansas. She mentioned that if the job went well, she might stay longer, and also hinted at the possibility of getting married, which was very random to her family. It came out later that Robinson actually gave Isabella a ring and even took her to the courthouse in Kansas
I mean,
City
the
where they got a
talisman,
marriage license.
the
But
hunting,
Robinson
no,
never
the
filed
talisman
any
that gives
paperwork.
hunting fortune.
John set Isabella up
Isn't
as
it
soon
pretty
as she got
pricey?
there, and it seemed to her like he was very chivalrous. But you tell me if this sounds like a knight in shining armor. He helped her lease a private mailbox at Mailboxes
You
ETC in
fucking
Overland
stupid
Park,
gamer, just
and
get
he
me in there,
listed
bro.
both
Let me
of their
touch this
names so
shit.
that he could also access her mail. He set up her car insurance through his agent, calling her an employee, and he also helped Isabella open up a bank account at the same bank that he used for his businesses. This gave him easy access to monitor her spending, and he could also use her money. She lived in the Edgebrook Apartments in Lenexa, Kansas, and he paid the rent and was listed as a co-occupant. John made it
And you
seem
also
like he
need to
was just
grind
sponsoring
forging to
Isabella.
actually be
For
able to
example,
get
to the
max
apartment manager,
hunting fortune.
Robinson
And
described meeting
which I
Isabella
tell
at a
people,
Bravo
right, when they
trade
ask for
show
money making
and
methods,
said that he
go
recruited
get
her to
max
work
hunting
with him
fortune
and
from
be his
the
roommate.
3.
He also told
And they say,
business
no,
contacts that
forging is
Isabella
boring.
was his adopted daughter
Like,
working
bro,
for him,
how are
which
you
was
gonna
such a
how
bizarre
do you
cover
expect to
story
make
given
money
the
if you're
real
not willing
nature of
to
their
grind for
relationship.
money?
During this
And
time,
then they end up
Isabella
just begging me
supposedly
for
worked for
coins.
Robinson's
And then,
publication
yeah,
company doing graphic
then you
design
just gotta
and some
ignore every
editing
message they
tasks,
say.
but she was telling people that
That's
she
what I
was
like
his
doing.
wife and she was wearing a
If some
ring.
guy just says
Keep in
something
mind,
stupid, I
all
just
this is
don't even
happening
read the
while
chat.
Nancy is married to him. Their relationship
Well, I
centered
act like I
around
don't
their
read it.
fantasies, and they signed a 115-item contract outlining Isabella's obedience and John's control over all the aspects of her life. Photos were later found showing Isabella in suggestive poses and clothing, and this was all
First
evidence
time
of the
playing Dungeons
lifestyle that they were
1.21.
living to the
Oh shit,
investigators.
he hasn't played for like
Nancy
2 years then.
discovered her husband's involvement with Isabella at some point apparently, but unlike prior affairs where John would quickly cut them off, he continued to be with Isabella, which even made Nancy suspect that there was something strange about this. Nancy probably wasn't thinking anything along the lines of murder, but she may have thought that he was either obsessed with her or that this was a serious affair. For about 2 years,
Well, yeah, Kismet in
Isabella lived
M5 is
under
worth it
Robinson's
actually, now that I
control,
think about it.
willingly
Because
at
I need
first.
live with
She
that.
had some contact with her old
Yeah,
friends,
never mind.
but
Yeah,
that
it's
communication
totally
slowed
worth it then.
down. She also told a couple of her friends about this older married man
Wait,
and
what?
her secret life as a
How?
submissive with him in Kansas, and they were concerned, but she seemed to be certain that this is what
I
she
love
wanted.
oranges. You going for
However,
max
by
XP.
1999, something shifted. Isabella was in her early 20s and started to become more independent or maybe even unhappy with this secret life that she was living with Robinson. As soon as she said that she didn't want this anymore, she disappeared. The trial record suggests that Isabella vanished in the late
Why is
summer
he
of the
asking me
year
if I'm going for
following
max XP? I
1999.
don't even have
By
much XP at all. I
mid-1999,
have literally
Robinson
like
hired a
5,
moving company to clear out
530.
Isabella's Edgebrook apartment.
Or like 540,
Then
I
he
don't know.
moved her furniture and belongings into a
Wait, does he
storage
know
unit
my
in
other account?
Kansas.
Maybe.
Over a couple of weeks, all of Isabella's things, like her books, clothing, and personal items, were moved out by him. He invited another woman named Alicia Cox to come stay
Is
in
it?
the apartment,
I
even though some
am.
of Isabella's belongings
Okay,
were still in there.
so
He said that the prior tenant had vacated the
part of the
property.
reason to why I
Cox
do
found
max
it
out, I
really
probably
odd
said
that
it
there were
before, is
women's
because
belongings
nobody
around,
else
and she said that she didn't want
is
to
doing
move
it to
in, but
multiple
this just
accounts,
shows us that
at least
Robinson
3
knew
accounts.
Isabella was gone and she wasn't coming back.
So,
In
and I
September
want
of
to be the only person
1999,
with something in this
months
game,
still left
which is
on
cool.
Isabella's lease, John paid the last month's
So,
rent and told the property manager that they had
but
vacated early. The manager
what's the
inspected
name
the
of the
unit
other
and it
guy
was
who?
mostly empty except for
Because
some
I know
items.
play
When
Skyblock,
police later searched that
but
apartment,
I
they
think
found
he,
hundreds of small reddish-brown bloodstains in the bedroom
kind
and
of
the
quit.
closet specifically, and forensic
Did
testing
he?
confirmed that it was
Yeah,
Isabella's blood in there. The amount and pattern of the
542,
blood hinted at repeated blows with a
539. Yeah,
high-velocity cast-off. This is consistent
he
with
quit.
beating or stabbing, but we'll get into
That was
this more
basically
later.
the number
From
one.
what we know, we can put together that John Robinson likely murdered Isabella Luica in
And
that
then there's
apartment, and then he
Sventix.
meticulously cleaned up and removed her body. But why did Robinson kill Isabella after being with her for 2 years? There's a possibility that she was becoming defiant in his eyes, but he was also courting a new victim by 1999 to take her
Wait, what's
place.
his name?
Suzette Marie Troutman was 27 years old when she crossed paths with John. She lived near Monroe,
What's his
Michigan,
name?
close to her mother, and she was actually a licensed practical nurse or LPN by training.
Wait, what is his name, bro?
Suzette was the youngest of 5 siblings, and she had a vivacious,
Because he told
charming
me he was gonna
personality.
max
She
another
adored
account. Well,
animals,
no, he's not
especially her
maxing
2
another
little
account.
dogs, Pika and
Yeah, he's
Harry,
not.
and she was extremely close
He
with
didn't
her
want to do
brother
Beaster
Carol.
again
They
for some
spoke
reason,
on the phone or
which is
saw each
literally the
other
most fun
almost
part about
every
Skyblock
day.
level.
What even her family didn't fully know, though, was that Suzette had an adventurous private life, and she was also involved in those same online communities as a submissive. In the mid-1990s, Suzette's interests actually led her to
Is
meet a
15 heads
Canadian
max
woman
level
named
yet?
Laura Remington online, and she trained
539.
Suzette in all these submissive practices and lifestyle.
How do you have
Suzette
50
even
billion?
had her own personal ad
Where
presenting
is he
herself
making
as
his
the
money
willing
from? I don't
submissive
understand what he's doing.
looking for someone dominant. Through these channels, John Robinson found Suzette and used his typical approach of presenting a high-paying job and this unique relationship. Robinson told Suzette that he had an elderly father named Papa John who needed a caregiver for an overseas trip. He painted this glamorous picture of what his life looked like, and John said that he and his father were wealthy, selling off international businesses, and they needed a nurse or travel companion to accompany them. He offered $60,000 a year plus expenses, and for a small town nurse, this sounded like a once-in-a-lifetime job. Suzette was told that she would see the world from Switzerland to
I can help
Australia,
you,
Hawaii,
Max.
all first class, while working as a nurse
Sure.
and enjoying the role of a submissive partner to Robinson. This sounded like a dream to her. Robinson and Suzette
Really?
got close online. By late 1999, Suzette considered herself to be in a relationship
But
with him, despite
15
having
Age is
only met
back
him in
right now?
person a couple of times. She told her friend Lord that John had become her owner and said that they exchanged a formal contract that Suzette chose to sign. They even recorded some of their
Fair enough.
encounters where she engaged with him in these fantasies. The investigators also later found these videos, and that all corroborated everything that we're talking about right now. Suzette took 2 brief trips to Kansas City in October and November, and one of them was an interview, and the second one was to sign the contract. When she got back home after these trips, Suzette was so excited to tell her mom and her
Okay, so
friends that she had
even
landed
with
a
2 accounts, I am
once-in-a-lifetime
ahead of
girl.
everyone,
She
right?
told them that she'd be a traveling caregiver to a wealthy man,
With
making
two,
60
on
grand
2
a year,
accounts
and
in
all the
level
travel
wise.
would be paid. She
But
told her
then
mom that
I'm
it was
also on
because
a
to
3rd
sign
account
up for
now.
nursing school and that she'd only be
So
gone for
I'm
a
just
year.
kind of
Now, to
outdoing
clarify for anyone
myself.
that doesn't know, she was an LPN by training, so she wanted to go to a formal nursing school to
Okay.
become a registered nurse. School's expensive, so
I
she
guess
saw
it's
this
fun
as a way
though.
to potentially better her future.
So I don't
Suzette
mind.
reassured her somewhat skeptical
Apart
mom
from
that this
dungeons,
man,
this is
John,
not
was
fun.
legitimate and kind. By
Dungeons
February
is
of
fun if you play
2000,
with someone,
Robinson
but
helped Suzette rent a U-Haul truck, and on
like I don't
February
know what you
12th,
were doing,
Suzette
bro.
left
You're
Michigan.
jerking off while
She brought
watching
her
my
2
stream
dogs
instead
with
of
her in the
playing.
truck's cab, and John told her that it was fine to bring them and said that they'd all travel together. They arrived in the Kansas City area on Valentine's Day, February 14th of 2000, and checked into the Guest House Suites Hotel. Robinson
So
had
you're
paid
only
for her
missing
room
M4, and
216,
then you have
and
Max Boss.
initially she had her dogs there with
Huh.
her. They found out, though, that the hotel actually had a no pets
So
policy,
annoying.
so 2 days later on the 16th, Robinson helped by boarding Suzette's dogs at a nearby animal clinic. This was significant because it shows that
Did you
even
enjoy
from an early
M2?
stage, he had already been planning to remove the obstacles in the way, like the dogs, when
I
the
think we
time
did some
came.
M2
He
together.
told Suzette that it was only temporary until they left on their trip and that they would be bringing the dogs with them. Over the next 2 weeks, Suzette stayed in Kansas, waiting to leave for their adventure. She remained in close contact with her mom almost daily, and Suzette repeatedly said that their travel itinerary kept changing. First, it was
I
supposed to be
think
Europe,
M2
and then
is the
maybe a trip in the
worst,
States to
one of
helping
the
out in
worst
California,
experiences
and
I
so
have
on.
had in this game.
Robinson was just stringing her along
Really?
the
You
whole
didn't
time.
hate it?
Suzette also
It
put
is
her belongings into a
so
storage unit since she hadn't found an
obnoxiously
apartment, and
boring.
she told her mom that
Because you
she
cannot
didn't need
kill the
one
things
because
quick.
they'd be leaving
Because
for
if you
that
kill
long
it
trip
quick, then
very
you just
soon.
fail the entire shit.
During this time, Suzette and Robinson wrote emails
Then you
back
need to
and
wait
forth
for like 30
discussing their
seconds or so.
roles. Everything seemed on track for Suzette, and she was so excited that she couldn't even see the danger right in front of her. March 1st,
It's
2000
just
would
so
be the
annoying.
turning point, though. According to the timeline that the investigators pieced together, this is how the events unfolded. At 12:51 a.m., Suzette was on her laptop chatting with her friend Laura Remington. They said their goodbyes because Suzette said that she'd be leaving later that morning to go on this huge international trip. This is the last known communication where Suzette herself was for certain the one typing. Suzette called her mom
What's
Carolyn
the
at work
class
at
is that?
1 in the
Okay,
morning because her mom actually worked the night
47.34,
shift. She enthusiastically said that she and
48.56,
Robinson would be leaving that
49,
morning, and it was a
2,
brief call but an important one
49,
because this is
14.
the last time she would ever hear from her daughter. After that, there's a gap until late
So I
morning.
need
We
to
don't
get
know what
a
happened between
healer,
those hours,
burst, and
but
tank to
evidence
the same
suggests that
level
her
as
life
this.
came to an end sometime before noon on
49.14.
March 1st. By 11:43 a.m., a phone call was placed from Robinson's trailer to his wife Nancy at work. Nancy later said that John called her to say that he'd be out of reach for a while.
I think
And said
that's what
that he
happens.
and one of his
I think
employees were
I
leaving
need to get
town.
the same XP here
If Suzette was with
as
him at
there,
that
and
point,
then
she never spoke during the call.
when
John then
the
drove to the
XP
vet
is, I need
clinic
to
at
get it on here.
2:13 p.m. where Suzette's dogs were boarded, and staff said that Robinson seemed very
But
agitated
yeah,
and in a
it does
hurry.
look like I need a
He
lot
picked
of
up the 2
dungeon
dogs and
runs.
said that he was
It
rushing to
would
get to the
literally
airport for
be
a flight.
like
Suzette wasn't with him,
10
and
polls or
no
something.
one saw her waiting in the truck either. This was very odd. At 2:24, Robinson's access code was used to enter his private storage unit there in town, and he left 6 minutes later. Investigators believe that this might have been when he maybe stashed something
Is it 10
incriminating
polls?
away in the storage unit.
How many runs
By
can I get done per
2:35,
poll?
John
Probably
was
not even
back in
per.
his neighborhood at the front office. He asked the office assistant to call animal control to report 2 loose dogs at the park. He abandoned Suzette's dogs by kicking them out of the car in their kennels, and these dogs meant everything to her. Animal control officer Rodney McLean responded in 10 minutes and found Pika and Harry shivering inside of a small kennel near the park's office. The dogs were unharmed, and they were then taken to a shelter.
What just happened?
It's
Transfer
crazy to think
cooldown.
that Robinson could murder women
Alrighty
without
then.
any thought, but he never harmed animals. That's abnormal for these types of criminals. By 3 p.m. at the Guest House Suites Hotel, a housekeeper named
Dude,
Isabel Clark saw a man matching
I just want to
Robinson's
drop a star,
description
man.
loading a bunch of belongings out of 216 into the back of a pickup truck. He was alone.
Bro, how much
When
you
Miss
want to
Clark
bet that I
later
get a
cleaned
star
that
this
room,
round?
she found blood on the bed linens and towels, and at first she was really worried, but then she remembered that over that past week, Suzette's room had some bloody towels because Suzette was having a very heavy and long menstrual cycle. In case you question this like I initially did, Suzette actually mentioned this to her friend Laura online. Her cycle was irregular and she was bleeding a lot in late February, so the housekeeper assumed that the blood was from that and not
I
the
do
pregnancy.
believe
The trial evidence later
this is going to
showed
be
that
worth
the
it.
actual murder
I do
had
believe it.
likely occurred at Robinson's
I
farm,
really
so
hope I
the
can
blood
get a
in the
star
hotel
though.
was likely from her cycle and not from any type of violence. By 3:30, a security camera caught Robinson at the hotel's front desk,
Like, if
checking
I were to check this now,
out of room
ejectiles.
216.
I'd
Then he paid
check.
the bill, and he seemed very calm. Hotel staff later confirmed that Suzette wasn't with him and that they hadn't seen her at all on March 1st. In the blink of an eye,
But
Suzette
look how
dropped
bad
dead and
this is,
vanished,
bro.
and
Look,
just
look,
like he
look,
had
look,
for the
look,
other
look, look, look.
victims, Robinson tried to make it seem like Suzette was still alive.
There's so
On March
many.
6th, letters supposedly from Suzette arrived to her
Oh
parents' home
man.
from Kansas City, even though the letter made it seem like she was in
3K 6 is
California.
actually not
They
that
were
bad,
actually
actually.
in Suzette's handwriting,
Actually.
which was strange. John had forced Suzette to sign
How are we
several
in a
fake
run?
stationery pages as well.
What happened?
This explains why some letters looked genuinely like Suzette's writing, because he was forging it. Carolyn was immediately uneasy because Suzette always misspoke and misspelled words, and these letters were perfect and formal. That was not at all like her daughter. Robinson called Carolyn on the phone and said that Suzette had, quote, decided not to take the job after all, end quote, and had run off with a man named Jim Turner. He also
Damn.
mentioned that her daughter stole some of Robinson's money. A couple weeks later, even more letters arrived, but now they were postmarked from San Jose, California. These ones were typed, but still had Suzette's cursive signature down at the bottom. She wrote
Wait,
about sailing off on a
how
yacht
small
and
is
having a
M5
great
map, bro?
time,
What?
but the tone and format once again didn't sound like Suzette to those who knew her. Carolyn was positive that these letters were fake and that this didn't come from her mother. In late March, friends and family got emails from Suzette saying that she was off the grid traveling and not to worry. Her Aunt Marcia noted that these emails also didn't sound like Susie, and what they didn't know
I
was
never
that
understand
Robinson had taken
how people are
control
so
of
twisted in
Suzette's
their
phone
head
as well. The
that
letters
they
coming
kill
from
people, right?
California were
And
thanks to
then
an old friend of
they
Robinson's named
act
James
like they're
Wise.
still
He
alive by
mailed her
DMing
envelopes
family and
asked her
everything
to drop them in a California
and leading
mailbox
them
in
home for
Weaver,
like
which
months
she
or
did on
weeks.
March 27th. She didn't
Like,
know
it's
what
so
they were,
disgusting,
but
bro.
she agreed to do this only if Robinson would stop contacting her.
It's not like
I find it interesting that
it's
someone
not
that
like
he
it
thought was a
covers
friend
you
wanted
either.
nothing to do
That
with
doesn't
him,
cover you
but
at
yet she
all.
still did him this favor.
Because
I
after
can't
like a
help but
month,
wonder if maybe
they
she was
will
afraid of him, but
just
let me know what you think
report
about
them.
that. In May of
Max 1
2000,
month.
Suzette's family received letters from Veracruz,
And then they will
Mexico.
find out
These
where
were
the message
also
was sent
typed
from.
with language that didn't match Suzette's typical speaking style. To pull this off, John had a maintenance man's mother named Lydia Ponce, who was visiting from
And then
Mexico,
if
help
it was
him.
sent from some
He gave the
public
Associated
place, then
letters
they
and
will
asked that
go
his
and get
mom mail
camera
them from a
footage
resort in
at that
Mexico
public
once she
place from the
returned,
time it was
which
sent,
she did in
and then boom, they
mid-May.
have you.
Ponce
And
even
if it
built
was
a
sent
return
from your
address on
house,
them
then
to
you're
make them seem
absolutely
legit.
retarded.
Meanwhile,
And then they have
Robinson
your
had prepared
address.
dozens of fake letters that he hadn't
Like, I don't
sent
know, man.
yet.
Crime
These
nowadays,
were
bro,
found later on. Investigators
especially like
discovered
in extreme
42
ones, it's just
envelopes
not worth it, bro.
readdressed to Suzette's family and 31
Like,
sheets
there's
of
such
stationery saying
small
"Love you," Suzette signed
mistakes
at the bottom, all ready to be mailed out.
I
He'd even
could
made cards for upcoming
could
birthdays
cook
for
you.
relatives with envelopes addressed and stamped. Carolyn and the family didn't fall for it, though. They reported Suzette missing to the authorities by the spring of 2000, and this made John Robinson look highly suspicious. This finally put him on law enforcement's radar in a very serious way. By April of 2000,
Crime fell
the
off,
FBI
basically.
and local police
Is what
were
I'm trying to say.
quietly beginning to look into John
Crime fell
Robinson
off, bro.
in connection with multiple missing women. This pattern was far too obvious now to ignore because
Do you
Paula,
agree with me or
Lisa,
not?
Catherine, Beverly, both of the face, Isabella, and now Suzette all had ties to him, and time was ticking. Suzette Troughton's death was the last murder Robinson is known to have committed. Law enforcement in Kansas and Missouri started
Lemon
comparing notes
pound
because
cake.
here was a man that was
Catch
also
a
a
slice,
who had
lemon
all
pound
accomplished.
cake.
Authorities formed a joint Kansas-Missouri task force
Lemon
to follow
pound
its on.
cake.
Because they hadn't found any of the victims' remains, they needed concrete evidence in
I
order
love
to
you,
step in.
bro.
They
That's
dug through
gay
the
as
trash
shit.
at Robinson's home dozens of times.
You're so
Detective
gay,
Russell
dude.
from Lenexa PD collected his garbage, finding clues like notes, phone bills, names of women, and more.
Lemon
Nothing
pound
incriminating.
cake.
They even got a wiretap on Robinson's phone lines. However, he was extremely guarded and
Oh,
careful
the
when he
bees,
was on
huh?
the phone. Investigators looked into
Huh?
Robinson's multiple properties, including his Olathe trailer
It's
home,
because they
his
don't
farm in Lake
know the
County, and the
lyrics.
storage units that he had in Missouri that he rented under fake names. This
Is
all
this you
raised the
again,
hairs
bro?
on the back of the investigators' necks.
No,
They knew
man.
something was gravely wrong here. The authorities got
No,
cooperation
you need
from
to
two
stop.
women who had recently survived encounters with John. These women provided the police the probable cause
Stop, my
that they
bro.
needed to finally arrest him on
No,
lesser charges
man.
and get those search warrants for his properties.
It's,
This
are
led
you a bot,
to
by the way?
Johnson
Or
County
you're like a real
prosecutors
human?
filing charges on June 2nd, 2000 for battery and felony theft against John Robinson. As soon as that arrest warrant was in hand, police moved in. John was tricked into coming into the Kansas City Police Department, and as soon as he arrived, he was arrested. Teams of officers rushed to search all of John's
I
property.
just fully
And
true.
at Robinson's mobile home and utility shed,
Lemon pound
investigators
cake.
uncovered a treasure trove of evidence. They found
No,
documents
man.
and
You need to
IDs
stop with
linking
this
missing
stuff,
women.
man. Okay?
They found Lisa Stacy's
You
personal
need to be a good
paperwork
boy.
and receipts, which is incredibly incriminating since Lisa was never seen after being with Robinson. The police also found items belonging to
6-7.
Isabella Loica, like her computer,
Alright, bro.
and
No.
Suzette Troughton's items like collectibles
You're
and
banned.
keepsakes that her mother later identified as Suzette's. They also found IRS forms and check copies for
Yes.
Sheila and
Let's go, bro.
Betty Faye.
Shut up, Furry.
And last but
Let's
not
fucking go,
least,
bro.
this is where the infamous stash of
Let's
pre-written
go.
letters and envelopes
Let's
were
go.
found.
Let's
Floppy
go.
disks and
Let's
computers that
go.
contained all the emails and chats
Let's
between
go.
all the women were found, including the ongoing communications with the victims' families. At the property,
Let's
police
go.
seized Robinson's guns
Let's go.
and a
Let's
collection
go.
of hammers, mallets, and other striking tools from his property to look into. 9 hammers,
Why did the
2
bicycle?
axes or
It
picks,
was too
and a
tired.
chisel were taken from his workshop and garage. None of them had visible blood on them,
Bro.
but at trial, an expert demonstrated
Yeah, that
how
one's actually
easily
gonna
they
get.
could be cleaned
Uh,
and added that the victims' injuries were all consistent,
bro,
which we will talk about here more.
why are
in a
you
minute.
like googling
The
shit
crime
though?
lab found blood traces in the Olathe house,
Oh man.
specifically in his bedroom and on some towels. Even more striking evidence came from his Lynn County trailer, though. At Robinson's rural farm, the search began on June 3rd and lasted an entire week. Remember, he lived with his wife in the first trailer, not this one. This is the one in the remote location.
Lemon
Early in
pound
this search,
cake.
at around 1 p.m. on June
Come
3rd,
here,
the Johnson County
slice
detective
lemon
named Harold
pound
Hughes
cake.
made a
Bro, that song
horrifying
is actually
discovery.
amazing.
Using cadaver dogs, they
Do you
found
like that
two
song too, bro?
55-gallon metal barrels on the property sitting out in the open by
Until
a shed.
skeletons fight
The dogs
because
alerted and
they're
Hughes
dead.
opened them, and inside each of them was a human
Like duh.
corpse in an advanced
They
state
don't
of
have guts.
decomposition. The crime scene was secured, and those barrels were removed for autopsy.
Really, bro?
Back inside of the farm's trailer,
Really?
forensic teams found even more evidence. Reddish-brown stains were found on the walls and baseboards and trims, and these all tested positive for
Well,
Suzette
you're just
Troughton's
wrong though
blood.
because skeletons do
This
fight.
confirmed that at least some part of her murder happened inside that trailer.
In fact, they do a lot of damage.
A
Look.
bloodstained paper towel in the sink also matched Suzette's DNA. A roll of duct
So
tape
you're
in the
just
bedroom
lying.
trash can had Isabella's blood on
A
it,
little
and it
capper,
was
a
the
liar,
same
a
kind of
liar.
duct tape that they would later find in her
We
barrel.
don't like liars, bro.
This strongly linked Isabella's murder to the trailer as well. Hairs matching
Lemon
Suzette's were
pound
found on
cake.
various bloody items,
Come on,
and
come
this
here,
meant that she
slice
absolutely
lemon
was
pound
physically
cake.
present and bleeding in that environment. On June 5th, acting on what they'd learned, investigators went to the Store More storage facility in Raymore, Missouri. Robinson had been renting units there since 1993 under the name of Beverly Bonner. They cut the lock on the each
Are you gonna
unit,
copy
and
paste
they were
another one now?
immediately hit
How
with
did
the
the
foul
Barbie
odor
win
of
the
death.
race?
Inside, they found 3 large drums in between all clutter, wrapped in plastic,
He knew
with
a
cat litter
shortcut.
around them to soak up fluids. The scene was shocking. They opened one black barrel and saw a
Okay,
human
bro.
body curled up inside. They stopped there. The other 2 barrels that were still sealed were
No, no,
strongly
no, no,
suspected to
no, no.
contain remains as
You
well.
need to stop.
And these were
This guy needs
immediately
to be
turned over
stopped.
to the Jackson County Medical Examiner.
Alright, Rainbow,
By
can
June
you
6th
report
to
his Twitch,
7th,
please?
autopsies confirmed the identities of the barrel victims.
Or his YouTube, maybe.
The 2 found in Kansas were Suzette Troughton and Isabella Luica, and the 3 in Missouri were Beverly Bonner, Sheila Faith, and Debbie Faith. All had died by 1 or more blunt force injuries to the head consistent with a hammer. We're going to go into this a little bit deeper on
He needs to
each
get banned.
individual victim, but this was the forensic jackpot
He
needed
needs to be
tie
banned.
Robinson inarguably to all of the murders.
He needs to be
Law
punished.
enforcement had stumbled upon 5 bodies and a mountain of evidence. Although Lisa Stacy's body was
You call
missing,
friends.
evidence of her murder
What do
was
you call
clear. All the
friends
adoption
who
paperwork and
for
testimony. Paula Godfrey
algebra?
and Catherine Clampett
What do you
also
call
remain
friends
missing,
who like
but witnesses and
algebra?
patterns connected Robinson to them as well.
Algebros.
The investigation became one of the biggest serial killer cases in Kansas and Missouri state history.
Oh man,
On
no,
June 6, 2000, the story was breaking and Joe
bro,
Robinson's
stop.
double life was all over the news.
That's not
And
it,
detectives
man.
continued digging and they
You
interviewed
fell off.
Robinson's family and acquaintances.
You peeked
Robinson's
at.
wife Nancy
You
admitted
peeked
that
at
back
the
in
bike.
January of 1985, John had mysteriously brought home a baby girl claiming it was an adoption, and this was Tiffany, Lisa Stacy's baby. That helped build the Lisa Stacy case. Additional family described how through the 90s, he
Lemon
usually had
pancake.
women staying at his property
Cut me
and
a
he could discuss his
slice, lemon
employees, but then they would
pancake.
vanish. All of this formed a
What kind of cat
terrifying
should
picture.
you never
John
trust?
Robinson, family man
A
and
cheetah.
entrepreneur, was in fact a serial killer. The autopsies of Robinson's known victims told a consistent and horrific story. Each victim died from blunt force trauma, and now we're going to get into more of the specific.
I thought you were gonna say a
details.
pussy or something.
28-year-old Suzette Troughton was found in a metal drum at the Kansas property. She had an oval skull defect on the left side of her head, which reflected a crushing blow. The edges of the wound suggested that a round-faced, heavy object caused it. Internally, there was extensive
So I
hemorrhaging
switched
and brain
servers to
fragmentation.
regain mining
Rope or
fatigue.
ligature was found around her head,
What?
covering her mouth and nose, and she had no defensive wounds. This means that she was completely caught off guard. The coroner found a
I
pulsating
have a
skin tear near her
pancake.
left armpit,
You wanna
and this
cut
was
me a
likely from handling
slice,
or stuffing
lemon
her body in the
pancake?
drum after she had died. Isabella Luica was 21, and she was also found in a drum in Kansas.
Oh,
I
lemon
touched on this a little
pancake.
earlier, but her
Dude,
skull
that song is
had
actually a
2
banger.
major lacerations and
Big
fractures,
W hit.
and each of them would have been fatal. The similarity to Suzette's injuries was mentioned.
One
by
day
both
when you get
pathologists,
all
and
famous
she
and
also
loved,
didn't have any signs of
you'll
defensive
forget
wounds.
all
She was
about
still in
me.
her nightgown, so they had theorized that
Not
she may have
really.
been
I know
pierced, which
exactly
could
who you
also
were when
explain
you
the
joined the
lack of
stream, huh?
defensive wounds.
And I'm not
49-year-old
gonna get
Beverly Bonner
famous
was
because
discovered in
I'm
a
not
drum in
trying to be
Missouri.
famous.
She was extremely decomposed at around 6 years post-mortem, but her skeletal injuries showed multiple skull fractures from repeated blows from a
Lemon
rounded, heavy
pancake.
instrument.
You wanna
The
cut
ME
me a
Dr. Young described
slice, lemon
substantial
pancake.
trauma to the head and said that the pattern was consistent with a hammer. She had been fully clothed for cold weather, which might mean that the murder happened in the winter of 1994.
Lemon
Each blow
pancake.
that she suffered could have been fatal. Defensive injuries
Becoming
could not be
famous
determined due to the state
it
of
requires a lot
composition,
of
though.
time investments.
45-year-old Sheila
Well,
Faith
actually,
was
time
found in a drum in
investments
Missouri
I'm
as
able
well.
to do,
Her
but
skull
just
showed
from playing the
multiple
game.
impact
I'm not
sites
willing to
and had
invest
been likely
time
gone for 5 or 6
in product
years.
content.
Her right ulna or forearm bone was
Well,
fractured
I'm
in
a
shaft, and
a
this is
bit
a
willing,
classic
like a
defensive
little
move when
bit,
someone
but
goes
not
to raise their
excessive
arm to
amounts.
protect their head,
Because I
and the
still want
forearm
to play
takes
the
the
game.
hit. This means that she saw John coming towards her, and that image is heart-wrenching because she died fighting and with the fear of what would happen to her disabled daughter. 15-year-old Debbie Faith was found in the same place as her mom. Her
Wow.
bones growth plates were open still,
What the fuck,
verifying that she
man?
was a teenage girl. Debbie was still wearing a diaper, and she had at least 3 separate skull impacts with a blunt object. It makes me physically sick to my stomach that given her disability, she
Yeah,
couldn't
she's
even run
disabled
or
too,
fight
bro.
or even try to defend herself.
Wow,
She
man.
was so vulnerable in her wheelchair, and I just don't even have words for how sick this is. The pattern of these repeated blows to the heads of all the victims was unbelievably brutal. In all of the cases, death would have resulted from a massive brain injury. These injuries
Yeah.
include severe intracranial bleeding from the skull fractures, direct lacerations to the brain
No,
tissue,
they gotta
swelling,
smoke him, bro.
and then loss of vital functions. Unconsciousness after that type of blow is likely in many of these murders, meaning that the victims
How much
hopefully didn't
coins is
continue
that?
to feel this in summer. The
90,000 coins
forensic
from bots.
timeline mattered in this
Ew,
investigation
who
because
is
the
that, bro?
decomposition stages of each victim helped
He is
prosecutors
so
establish the
nasty.
pattern of his killings. After John Edwards' arrest, Kansas charged him with the murders of Suzette.
That looks like a mix of
Isabella,
Trump and
Lisa
Biden.
Stacey,
Like, what the
along
fuck
with
is that?
kidnapping, theft, and
Ugh.
interference with custody. The evidence was overwhelming. DNA traces, barrels tied directly to Robinson, and witness accounts all showed a pattern of luring vulnerable women under false pretenses. His 2002 Kansas trial became the longest in the state's history.
I
and
look
jurors
like
heard
him.
about the gut-wrenching testimonies from the victims' families.
Why are you
and
hating
saw
yourself like that?
horrifying physical evidence,
How do you look like
including
him?
the barrels and bodies. Robinson's defense had no argument in this case.
Well, actually,
In
really?
October
I
2002,
did not
he
know
was
you were like
convicted
8
on
years
all
old.
counts, including the capital murders of Troughton and Lewica,
Lemon
first-degree murder for
balcony,
Stacey, aggravated kidnapping, theft, and interference with parental custody for Tiffany. He was sentenced to death for the 2 capital murders, plus life and
Oh,
additional
90.
prison terms for the rest. In 2015, the Kansas
Yeah,
Supreme
90
Court
better
upheld
network,
one
I
death
know.
sentence, but overturned a few counts on some technicalities, still leaving him on death row where he currently remains today. Missouri then followed with its own charges for 5 more murders, including Paula Godfrey, Catherine Clampett, Beverly Bonner, and Sheila and Debbie Faith. Facing the likelihood of another death sentence, Robinson struck a deal in 2003. He pled guilty to those 5 killings in exchange for life without parole. He refused to reveal where the
Okay.
missing victims' remains were
I'm kind
to
of
bring
hungry.
closure to their families, which at that
What should I
point,
eat?
I
Should
don't
I eat
understand.
toenail
I
or
suppose
should I
this is
eat
his attempt at him trying to
fingernail or
control the
should I eat?
situation, but who knows? Altogether,
Oh,
Robinson was convicted of 8 murders, 3 in
I know
Kansas
exactly
and
what I
5
can
in
eat.
Missouri. He will never see the
I
light of
can
day
eat
again
candy.
outside of those prison walls. Now in his 80s, Robinson sits on Kansas's
Yo,
death
I can
row
eat
at El
candy,
Dorado
bro.
Correctional Facility. He has still never disclosed what he did to Paula Godfrey, Lisa Stacey, or Catherine Clampett, but investigators believe that their bodies possibly may have been
What,
discarded
isn't candy
in
pretty
barrels or
healthy?
they were hidden somewhere. In the years
Diddy
after,
Tea
his wife
Party.
divorced him, civil
Oh,
lawsuits have been
thanks.
filed, and Lisa Stacey's daughter Heather, aka Baby Tiffany,
God, it's that
successfully sued the
gaming. Alright,
hospital
man.
and Robinson to
Oh,
prevent
let
him
me
from
see.
profiting off these
Let me see if
crimes.
I can
She has spoken
pop a
publicly
titty.
about her mother's case, and I
Not
couldn't
like that, though.
imagine how difficult this was for her to navigate, being raised in the Robinson family. She literally called this man Uncle John. John Edward Robinson is one of the most evil serial killers I think I've ever heard of. He exploited trust and vulnerability at every opportunity, promising jobs to those in need, adoption to his own brother, care to a disabled child, and love to a lonely heart, only to betray and destroy everyone in his path. Robinson's case shows us that evil can wear a friendly face and that sometimes predators can only be caught once all the puzzle pieces fall together. Amber, thank you so much for recommending today's case, or I should say multiple cases because there were quite a few of them. You've been here for a long time, so I'm very, very grateful that you've been here for so long and stuck it out with me. This was a very heavy video and I just cannot wrap my mind around this level of evil. Everyone, please be sure to prioritize your mental health this week and be kind to yourself. Nurse's orders. Don't forget to drop our blue butterfly secret handshake in the chat, and I'll see you next weekend. Bye. On Christmas morning in Anaheim, California, 2 little girls ran to the living room to open up their Christmas presents only to find the unimaginable. 26-year-old Zazelle Preston had spent years trying to escape a toxic marriage that was hidden behind smiles and baby pictures in college classes. But on Christmas Eve, the cycle of violence that she was studying to help others escape from would take her own life. Her husband didn't call for help. Instead, he did something horrifying to cover up what he had done. What unfolded on Christmas Eve is truly one of the most haunting cases I've heard in a very long time, in a tragedy that shows how love, control, and fear can turn into something fatal. Get ready, you guys, because today's story is absolutely horrifying. Welcome to the True Crime Nurse, everybody. My name is Kat, and I'm a registered nurse who loves all things nursing and true crime. Please don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell before you go. Today's story is going to be very heavy and possibly triggering, so if it's too difficult to listen to, I fully understand, and we'll see you in the next one. All right, my friends, let's get into today's case. Zazelle Dominique Preston grew up in Orange County, California, as a bright and artistic woman with big dreams. She was born on September 5th, 1985, and growing up, she had a huge passion for dance, ballet in particular, and she also had a natural talent for art. Her friends and family remember her as outgoing, creative, and full of life. But life took a complicated turn for Zazel when she became a mother. While she was still in high school, she gave birth to her first daughter, and this forced her to grow up a little quicker than normal and put some of her dreams on hold.
That's
5
really
years
good,
later, she
man.
welcomed her second daughter. So, by the age of 22, Zazel was a devoted mother to not one but 2 little girls, working very hard to provide for
Damn,
them
why
with
did
a
she look
loving
so
home,
pregnant?
despite the challenges that come with being a single parent. She approached motherhood with the same positive attitude and dedication that she did with everything else in her life. Those who knew her say that Zazel was incredibly caring and resilient, and that she never let her struggles ruin her warmth or her hope for the future. And I don't know about you, but I think that that's a really rare quality in people. She had a strong family support system, including her mother, Seidel, and her siblings, who all helped her with her children and also motivated her to pursue her dreams. By her mid-20s, Zazel was looking to improve her life for herself and for her daughters. She enrolled at Cypress College, taking classes with a specific career path in mind. She
I'm
hoped
just
to
gonna
become a
leech.
domestic violence
I'm gonna
counselor.
leech some
Her
ranch.
family was so proud to see her back in school, especially after having her first daughter in high school. She was on track to finish her program and was only a couple weeks away from graduation in late 2011 when the events of today's case take place. It was around this time in her early 20s
I'm
that
just gonna
Zazel
leech.
Preston fell in love with a man named William Wallace.
Mm-mm-mm.
William came into her life and swept her off of her feet, at least at the beginning. He was a few years older, in his late 20s, and lived in Anaheim, California. William Wallace worked as a dock worker and seemed like a really charming, responsible guy at first. To a single mother of 2, William felt like a huge blessing because he accepted her and her little girls as family. Zazel had been through a lot on her own, and having an affectionate partner by her side and someone to share some of life's burdens with must have felt like a complete and utter dream come true. In the
Do you
early
like that
stages
song,
of
by
their
the way, Rainbow?
relationship, William could be very charismatic and loving. He would dote on Zazel, apologize profusely for anything and everything, and he would reassure her that he cared deeply for her and the kids. However, any hopes that Zazel had of this fairy tale romance were
Lemon
soon
pound
shattered
cake.
when she got to know a far darker side to William Wallace. Beneath that charming exterior, William had a violent temper and a need for control. What started as occasional fights or jealousy on his part escalated over time into something far worse. Things escalated into physical and
Have you heard
emotional
it or no?
abuse, also known as DV. William became very controlling and would get easily upset with her. He didn't want Zazel spending time away from him at all, even for quick errands or her classes. William would become furious if Zazel took too long at the store and then would accuse her of not prioritizing him, or even worse, that she had to have been cheating on him. He isolated her from her friends and tried to control everything in their household. It became abundantly clear that William's love came with a terrifying rage that could erupt at literally.
Let me end my YouTube stream real quick. Jump over it. I'll put this on.